Thanks so much for that. Good morning, members. It's the Economy and Resources Committee meeting of 21st of November 23. So this meeting has been live streamed and recorded and will be made available for viewing through our Council's website. Remote participants, please follow the good practice guidance, which includes muting the microphones, switching off your video when you're not addressing the meeting, write and speak in the Teams chat function when you want to contribute. If you're in the hall, you can also do this on your iPhone, iPad or hand. Please don't repeat contributions already made by other members. No materials should be posted in the chat function if it's intended as part of the discussion. The usual standard rules apply, including that only votes will be undertaken by a roll call. If any members have to leave the meeting, please either leave the Teams meeting for that period of time, or leave in the Teams chat function, and then join when you rejoin the meeting, so that we can keep track of whether the meeting is quorate. All members should speak clearly and directly into the microphone when making contributions, and when referring to reports, please provide reference to relevant page numbers and paragraphs. Please focus contributions on areas where clarification is required or to propose an alternative to a recommendation. We have several important, quite a number actually important, reports to consider today, and anticipate we will deal with the business in our usual timely, efficient manner. I think it is. I'm getting nods in the room as well. So we expect to be finished by 8 o'clock tonight, the size of the agenda, looking at it. So the first item on the agenda is Senate apologies and Chair's approval of the members' participation. So I do approve Chair's members' remote participation in case you need to come in. So Claire, can I ask you to provide the Senate apologies, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I've got 2 apologies this morning, being from Councillors Brodie and Johnston. We've got 6 members currently on Teams, being Councillors Dennerley, Hagman, Hill, Hislop, McFarlane and Marsh. 2 members currently not present, being Councillors Ferguson and Justy. All others present in the Council Hall.
Thank you very much for that update, Claire. So declarations of interest. Members of any declarations of interest? Nobody in the room for what I can see. Just give a wee second. We've got a hand up there somewhere, unless that's historic. I can't see who it is. Claire, can you see that? Oh, it's Katie. Councillor Hagman.
I think it's me, Chair, if I can come in. Councillor Hagman.
Yeah, absolutely. Katie, come in.
Oh, yeah, thanks, Chair. It's just really a statement of connection, really, rather than any specific interest to any item. And it's just declaring my role at COSLA in terms of resources. Obviously, I cover resources for budgets, but I also cover workforce, and I also cover digital, which looks at shared platforms, etc. So it's just really that connection that I wanted to raise. Thank you. There's no items that I feel I need to leave for.
Yeah, so you'll stay with us, but obviously that connection's there, so we'll have that noted as part of the minute. Thanks so much for that, Katie. Minutes of the previous meeting, 5th of September 23. Can we note the minutes of the meeting held 5th of September? See, they've been agreed already. Excellent, thank you. Item number 4 is Climate Change Duties Report 2023. So this report presents information to be included in the mandated Public Bodies Climate Change Duties Report, CCDR, for the financial year 22-23, which is required to be submitted to Scottish Government by the end of this month. I welcome the progress made and the continued reduction in the carbon footprint of the Council, despite challenges highlighted in the report. Paul McCulloch is here to assist members who have got any questions. That I will open the meeting up for debate, but if I'm correct, I think Councillor Denley might want to say a word on this. Don't see any hands in the room up yet or on screen, but John, if you want to come in.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair. Thank you. Just to talk about climate change duties, I understand that we're obviously trying to encourage the public to talk about net zero and the aim to reduce that and to reduce waste. So I just want to make sure that the council are aware that the building has to, it's been observed, it's been looked at. So in terms of the waste, our building is old. So we really need to improve, and we need to follow the climate change guidelines and expectations. And I just wanted to raise that point this morning. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks so much for that, John. Paul, do you have any response to those comments?
Nothing else to add, Chair, thanks.
Thanks so much. Councillor Dryburgh.
Thanks very much, Chair. I don't have any issues with the report, but I just wanted to come in 3.3 of the report on page 26, when we have made the decision to go to net zero carbon region by 2025. Now, that's great with everybody involved in reducing carbon emissions from that. This was discussed, it's just a bit of a discussion at the cross-party working group on climate change. And with the issues of things like you know, the getting vehicles that are electric, getting, you know, infrastructure in place, manufacturing. Everybody in the UK is asking these limited amount of manufacturers to actually produce these vehicles and infrastructure in place. And I think it's perhaps time to review that 2025 date. We know that the UK government and the Scottish government have changed their dates and have put them out by 5 years. I think it's time that we, as a council, review it. I think it was right to have the 2025 date in because it focused minds and it got people thinking more about carbon reduction. But I think with the issues such as manufacturing of vehicles, the issue of infrastructure, and Dumfries and Galloway Council only being around 1% of the carbon emissions in Dumfries and Galloway. For Dumfries and Galloway to be carbon zero, it means everybody has to do everything now for the next 18 months and get it sorted. I think that target is a bit too tight now. I think we should look at it, review it, and move it out slightly, as the same as other governments. I'm not saying it was the wrong thing to do. I'm saying it was the right thing to do because it focused minds, as I said before. But I think with all of the issues that I've just mentioned, we should consider moving the target zero to 2030 or something like that.
Thanks so much, Archie. So I'm going to bring Lorna in for that, Paul.
Thanks, Councillor Dryborough, and you'll be aware, obviously, that the external auditors have also asked the Council to examine that date and its visibility within the Council plan or an alternative to that. So there's a commitment to bring forward a report to the March full Council, I think, because that's where obviously the commitment was made in terms of the declaration, and we will bring a report there, but ahead of that we will take guidance and direction from the cross-party working group and engagement with all political groups in bringing forward a report to full council.
Okay, you're okay with that, Archie? Yep, no, thanks very much. We have Councillor Hagman the next side. No, it's Thompson, sorry. Stephen Thompson. Stephen.
Thanks, Chair. I suppose it's kind of a long commitment, point 10, and about the progress. But one of the bits of data we've got in the reports on page 30 where it talks about the solar PV generated, so it shows you the little table there. However, unlike the table on the opposite page, it doesn't really give you a sense of, specific. It doesn't declare what period that actually covers, and it doesn't. It'd be helpful if it gave a sense of how that's changed over time. Have we increased? How much by? What time periods does that cover? So it would just be a bit more helpful to give it a wee bit of context. And just on commitment point 10, again, it's back to this: how far away are we from achieving the target anyway? So it's that baseline and information I think is key to know how much we've progressed, what likely rate of progress we could make. Obviously 2025 is very, very ambitious, and as Councillor Dryborough has pointed out, it's maybe worth thinking about realistically reviewing that. But we would still need to know what rate of progress we're making towards whatever times target we set. So a wee bit of clarity on the PV figures would be helpful. Thank you.
Is that 4.2, Stephen, just before? I think it is.
Page 30, just the wee sort of row just at the bottom there where it's got the numbers.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Over to yourself, Paul.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So the analysis of photovoltaic generation is for March to March each year. What we're certainly happy to do is provide the member with, I suppose, that annual data for perhaps the last 3 or 4 years, and that will give clarity as to where we're going with that. So I'm happy to share that offline. With regards to the other matter raised in terms of commitment point 10, can I pass that across to Simon Fieldhouse to answer? Thanks.
Thanks, Paul.
Thank you, Paul. Thanks, Chair. In relation to the wider sort of narrative in terms of our progression, we are making some. I don't have those figures to hand in terms of the actual sort of current position in terms of regional baseline, but once we get those, we can circulate those around. As Paul's kind of indicated, we obviously, as a local authority, only sort of attribute to just over 1% of our region's carbon footprint. As such, we're obviously got direct control over a very small amount of leeway, and we're making great progress there. But obviously, we are trying to work through, obviously, with partners, and we've developed obviously the LHEs, which is the next item on the agenda, to obviously try and help and provide obviously a bit more indication and opportunities for others to look at opportunities to reduce our carbon footprint on a regional scale.
Okay with that, Stephen? Yep. And Paul, if you don't mind, just that information. Well, no, I think we've got protocols where all committee members would receive that information. Excellent. Thank you. Thanks very much. Okay, so Councillor Hagman next.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm looking at our 12-point plan, and obviously Councillor Dougie Campbell had put a lot of work into that at the time back in June 2019, appreciating we have had the COVID pandemic since then, so a lot of work was clearly, diverted into dealing with that pandemic. However, I'm looking at commitment point 7, which is about recognising the importance of our biodiversity, and I note that the progress on page 27 makes reference to reflecting on the current initiatives of other organisations, and it does state that engagement with and presentations to relevant organisations is ongoing. But what I'd really like to know is, what are we as a council doing? Now, I appreciate there's a further report in a couple of items looking at the sort of national progress on biodiversity, but in the last 4.5 years, have we done any community engagement? And I would sort of declare that on the back of this, I had requested that we had community conversations, a ward event, looking at it, and offered Ward 2 as a pilot area to see what practices we as Dumfries and Galloway Council could be doing. Unfortunately, the ward event was only supported by one of my other colleagues. 2 of my other ward colleagues felt that it was a waste of resources to be having such a community event, which was deeply disappointing. But I would just really like to know, it states engagement with and presentations. Can we share maybe what that engagement and presentations is? Because I appreciate for some biodiversity might seem like just something a little bit on the side, but when it's really basic stuff like what pesticides we're using, what plants are we planting? And I know that there has been work done, so it's not a criticism, because I appreciate that the team within communities, I think there has been a move towards perennial planting, little things like not planting flowers which have double flowers, for example, which offers no nectar, etc., or food for the wildlife. I appreciate that it may not seem like a grand thing or a big thing in the grand scheme, but it's all these small practices. We don't need everybody to be perfect all the time. We need to be doing little things and often in order to try and make a difference as an organisation ourselves. So it'd be really useful to know what has happened in the last 4.5 years in terms of our responsibility to biodiversity and increasing that. Thanks.
Thanks, Katie. Would that be Simon Fieldhouse that might answer that one?
Thank you, Chair. Just in relation to that, and yes, it's a welcome question. Obviously, sort of the focus from my department has obviously been the delivery of the Galloway Glen scheme, which came to a close in September. We are obviously looking at the funding that we've got through the Nature Restoration Fund, which we're now into the 2nd year, and we can provide obviously an update report to members in the new year on the activities and the work that we've done. And we can obviously try and collate, as Councillor Hagman's identified, obviously some of the other activities within the council around biodiversity, around obviously sort of work that our colleagues within communities are doing. So happy to bring that back for scrutiny.
Thanks, Simon. Councillor Hagman, Katie, you okay with that?
Yeah, I'm fine. I mean, certainly if Simon's offering to bring back a report, that's really helpful. I know other local authorities have biodiversity officers. I know that we have had in the past. If that's a role that we need to be considering going forward, certainly I'd welcome the debate on that, although I do absolutely appreciate the financial constraints and landscapes we're working with, but also appreciate there is capacity issues, I'm sure, across the council. And if we need to be brave and bold and actually say that this is a priority, then we need to follow through with that. But I appreciate that's maybe a separate discussion, perhaps for budget times, etc. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Thanks as well, Simon. Councillor Scobie, you're next, Willie.
Yeah, most has been said, Chair, in terms of what we were going to be saying, and I want to echo the remarks made by Katie in terms of the work that Dougie Campbell has put in. But when we look at 3.7.1, particularly the last sentence in there, this has been superseded with net new zero carbon targets. I think Lorna answered the question in terms of how realistic is our net zero targets in this to be reviewed by March. Or a report coming forward by March to full council. And then you look at that in terms of a recent, or just almost this week, a report in in the Herald, I think it was, in terms of Patrick Harvey, who now has extended the gas replacement boilers. So that's again another target that would reflect on our ability. So I think it does need a review. I'm pleased to hear Lorna saying that will come forward in March of next year. But to look at all the targets and how realistic they are in terms of achievement in reaching that by the date.
No, thanks so much. So we accept that. You're absolutely right. Well, we look at all the targets in regards to the full council report, I think, coming forward in March, as Lorna's already alluded to. David, I've actually been told that you're not allowed any questions today by your superior, Councillor Slater. It's over to you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I must admit, yes, I have to agree with 2025 is far too close and it will need to be extended. It is a good target to have, but at the end of the day, it will have to probably be several years probably ahead. The other thing is regarding connections to the grid, is regarding solar panel systems and that connect to the grid. There appears to be a shortage of connections to grid. One example is a very small one, but it's Craig's Road to Maiden Bower, where they put all the lamp posts in, but there's no connection to the grid, so they all sit there in the dark, still not connected. So maybe somebody could answer that. But the main point is grid connections for these farms and to get this power to the grid. And also the fact that why is that one still sitting? It's a simple project, but obviously Scottish Power, I believe, still haven't got the connection to the lights. Thank you.
Don't know if I get that one particularly answered, but I'm not sure who's got to pick up on that one. Would it be yourself, Paul, or Simon? Paul, over to you. Yep.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So Councillor Slater's quite correct. There are significant network issues across the grid in terms of grid capacity to take the electricity in that would be generated through solar. As members will be aware, we are currently investigating a business case for a significant solar farm on the landfill site in Dumfries. And one of the biggest blockages is the fact that we don't have the necessary grid infrastructure. Take Wood Road network hub. So we're working through that with colleagues in Scottish Power Energy Networks, but it is a significant issue, not just locally, but nationally.
I think, Paul, just maybe to add to that as well, because I was speaking directly with Scottish Power Energy Networks myself in the recent couple of months. 2 points came up: the overgeneration we actually have in the grid connections, more related to wind farms, but actually Ofgem, as my understanding, made a decision. It applies from the 1st of April this year. So looking up to 3 times the capacity coming into all settlements across the whole of Scotland. It couldn't be UK, but certainly we've been specific about Dumfries and Galloway. So there's certainly funding being allocated in regards to upgrade to the grid. I don't have any further information on it. If not, we'll maybe research it and get that to the members of the committee, but I think it's relevant to that particular point.
Thanks, Chair, and it is absolutely relevant to that point. So Scottish Power Energy Networks have made us aware of the fact that there is significant investment to be made in that network capacity. However, that'll be in years going forward. So there has been money identified, that there is funding available for the increases in capacity, but they're not just quite there yet in terms of delivering that.
Absolutely, that was the conversation I had. I think the money's been ring-fenced, it's there, but the programme of works, I think they've started on the in fact they have, because I know a job that's actually been completed, but it's a long game, David, when it comes to that infrastructure, and I think it will be, but it's certainly in hand. It's been recognised at a national level. David?
Thank you very much for that, yes. It is a long process, yes, and obviously it's a concern to try and get to net zero when these connections are not there. So it holds up the council as well with their projects too. Okay, thank you.
Okay, no, thanks very much for that. That's much appreciated, Councillor Slater. So we have Councillor Walters. Keith next.
Thanks. I just want to go back to page 27 on commitment point 6, following up on this idea that if we are going to get to net zero in 2025, we're going to have other people on board apart from the council itself. It says the citizens panel has been successful engaging with communities. And I just wondered if we could perhaps get an idea of when we were likely to get that those outcomes come back to us, if say for instance we're having a report at the full council in December. Thanks.
Take yourself, Paul.
No, I'll take that one, Chair, if that's okay.
Thank you.
Simon, thank you.
I'll pass that to Simon, yep.
Lovely. Thank you, Councillor Waters. In relation to the Citizens Panel, we've just had the final report come through from the Community Chartering Network, who we engaged to obviously help support the 7 sort of pilot sort of areas that we looked at. We're happy to obviously now bring back a report. We're just waiting on that final sort of report to come back from them, so we can bring a report back to elected members at a future meeting to obviously outline the information gathered, the process we went through, the outcomes that were achieved, and obviously look at the next steps. So happy to bring that one back at a next future council meeting.
Okay, that Keith. Yep. No, thank you very much. Councillor McFarlane next. Andy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Good morning. At point 3.3, we state that we've appointed a climate emergency project officer. Can we clarify, is that just one person? And do we need more? I mean, we're talking about putting the deadline back, but clearly we need to be seen to be putting sufficient effort and energy into this. If it is only one person, as Councillor Driver has already highlighted, D&GC only account for 1% of the carbon emissions, but perhaps there's a role for educating the public as well, and perhaps we need to invest more in getting that message out and what people can do and how we can approach things in order to make sure that we don't have to extend the deadline insufficiently forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. We'll take that one.
I'll take that one, Chair, if that's okay. Yeah, thank you, Councillor McFarlane. So in relation to that, yes, we do have, it is one climate emergency officer. They are supported by an assistant, and we have some capacity in terms of admin support as well to assist with some of the work we're doing. We have a budget, and we are looking obviously at how we might be in a position to better utilise that budget to effectively bring in some additional support to look at some of the additional projects that we're wanting to try and develop and run. So we're happy to obviously sort of bring that one back, and obviously sort of as Lorna indicated, obviously if that's tied in obviously with the report going to full council in March next year, we could obviously try and get a bit more detailed information on the table in terms of current position and future opportunities.
Okay with that, Andy?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Simon.
Sorry, I see the thumbs up now. We have Councillor Beretti, then Marshall.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just as a clarification, Ofgem are doing a shake-up of that market. You said it was posted out 3 days ago. So there will be a lot of the redundant projects are going to get abandoned, and hopefully line improvements will come, but it's certainly not going to be in the next 6 months. Going back to Councillor McFarlane's 3.3, and I just point out commitment point 4 on page 27. And how does this actually look in practice? The engagement of the project officer with assistants, and the engagement with other departments. That's one point. Point 9 on the next page, 28. How far has the work with the citizens panels got, and what does it look like? And the last on that particular point there, carbon literacy training. Are we still at the same number of elected members who've done the carbon literacy training since the last time I asked? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Simon.
Lovely, thank you, Chair. In relation to take sort of 3.3 or 3.4 first, just to confirm, obviously, in addition to the cross-party members group, we also have an interdepartmental officers group that meets to obviously look at the opportunities around net zero, and we will obviously try and ensure that I believe those meetings have not necessarily taken place as frequently as we would like over the last 6 months, but we're obviously aiming to revamp those and align those to ensure obviously that we can look at the new targets and obviously ensure that we have a sort of a holistic approach across the council. So that is work underway, and obviously we have got representatives within each of the council departments that would be taking a lead on climate change. In relation to the citizens panel, obviously sort of as highlighted, we've just got their final report through, so we'll obviously bring something back to committee for members to scrutinise before we make any further sort of progress on the next steps for that. And in terms of carbon literacy training, I believe that's still at the same number, Councillor Barretti, as it was beforehand.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thanks very much, Tony, for those questions. Councillor Marshall, we'll make that the last question. Thank you, Sean.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, it's just in relation to increasing the grid capacity across the region. You know, we're hearing that there is plans to actually increase that, but time's against us, I think, when you're looking at 2025. So any kind of firm timelines or any kind of idea of when those increases in the grid capacity across the region would be good. I don't know how we can get that, but I just know that I think the Chapel Cross, the substation and interconnector there, I think that'll be at capacity in 2028, and I think that that's already been earmarked for the solar farm at Jockstown. So really, anything that happens at Chapel Cross will be limited by you know incapacity to get tied into the grid. So I think it's really important that if there is plans by Scottish Power, etc., that we get those details and so we can actually plan ahead.
Thanks very much, Sean. So, I'll touch on that one first because it was a project at Creeka I was on with Scottish Power Energy Networks, and the conversation came up. Chapel Cross came up, Borderlands, so on and so forth, as well as that solar farm you're talking about. And I certainly know over the next year, and they've already started actually, some of the work, it's renewing the isolators between Chapel Cross and Harker in the deck, and that'll increase capacity dramatically. That's definitely in the short-term plan, I know that much, but beyond that, it was a general conversation I had with him in regards to, and also at Strategic Housing Forum, which, Sean, I think you were online, you'd probably miss it at that particular point in the afternoon, was in regards to the off-gen point where that came up. But I don't know if Paul or Simon have anything to add to that at all.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So we have very good relationships with colleagues at Scottish Power Energy Networks, and I'm certainly happy to go and ask, for details of investment proposals in the short, medium, and longer term. I certainly think that's something they'd be willing to share with us. So I'm happy to go away and ask for that.
I just wonder, how will we see that back? Is that a briefing note? We'll see that back in future reports, Paul, do you think?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, we can certainly make that a part of future reports as we go forward. And it's perhaps something we could include within any papers that come to full council regarding, our net zero ambitions.
Excellent. Thanks very much for that. You okay with that, Sean? Yeah. Yep, good. We have Councillor Hagman as a second speaker, and then Slater, then we'll definitely... I've got one small question for myself. Thank you. So, Katie, you're next.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate you letting me come back in. It's actually on a point that you've just raised yourself there, and that's about Chapel Cross. So I appreciate that the council is a partner within Chapel Cross, and it'd be really useful just to request, because clearly there's a site there. There's huge opportunities to be taken forward. I appreciate in the last council term there was sort of updates shared, and I think we had some presentations from Chapel Cross Group just to update all members. I know back at that last presentation, which was a number of years ago, and I don't know what's happened since because I'm not on that stakeholder group, but there was discussion around tidal energy and opportunities there. So it'd be really useful if we could get an update, or there's an opportunity to speak with the Chapel Cross stakeholder group directly, or any presentations that they have, just to inform members on D&G Council as to what the status is of that project, because I would certainly welcome that, and certainly welcome the opportunity to feed in any opportunities there. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Kate. So I think Councillor Marshall's wanting to come in as being part of that Chapel Cross stakeholders group to give us further information. Then Steve Rogers after that, if he's got anything to add.
Yeah, it's just that I think Andy and SDLA are committee get an update on Chapel Cross and the Borderlands. And in actual fact, we've just had the latest update that's been circulated this morning. So that's a one-page summary on what's happening at Chapel Cross. So maybe that could be circulated to all members.
Excellent. I think just to add to that as well then, Katie, so as part of the Strategic Housing Forum, in the very recent past, I felt there was a void there in regards to the housing allocation and how both Scottish Water and Scottish Power Energy Networks allocate their works in regard. Does it align with their capital investment programme going forward? Does it align with the Council's ambitions in regards to house building, commercial building, so on and so forth? With a local development plan, especially when as we go towards LDP3. So we now have somebody at the table round there, which I think you were maybe at one of the meetings, not sure actually. So it's either Kenny Bauer or Stuart Love. So you're not going to rely any higher than them two with Scottish Power Energy Networks at a local level, and that information feeds through that. But I don't know if there's another conduit we would need to see that level of information at Economy and Resources Committee. But Steve, I'll pass that over to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I was going to suggest that we circulate that briefing note to all members of this committee, but also we can and will include an update in the next Economic Development Capital Monitoring Report, given that the CX project is part of the Borderlands programme, albeit that the Borderlands component is just a part of a much bigger programme for the redevelopment and reuse of that site in partnership with NDA and SOSI, but there has been good progress made. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So, Katie, just so I think that's a good suggestion that Steve's come up with. From your point, though, I felt it was specific to Chapel Cross, but generic as well across Dumfries and Galloway. But if you could just clarify that, please.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I suspect, or I think one of my points is, we want all our documents, all what we're doing to be publicly accessible. So if a member of public said, well, what is D&G doing? What input is D&G? I see you're attached to, the Chapel Cross project. What's happening in terms of a Dumfries and Galloway Council point of view? Is there a document that says this is what we're doing from D&G? But I appreciate that may be captured in the next meeting with the update that Steve has just referred to on there. It's just about having that really open conversation, and I appreciate that local members are probably kept much more up to date, which is absolutely fair enough, the same way that Stranraer members are kept up to date on the waterfront. So I appreciate that. Thanks, Chair.
Absolutely, thank you. Thanks for that. David, did your hand up? No, it is. Okay, we'll put. I just thought I'd seen that come up. I was going to just remind you. So we'll remind you to take it down once we've get to this last point. So last time I was second speaker, and then I'll just one small question from myself. David.
Yes, Chair, thank you. It's just what Paul said there about speaking to Scottish Power is going to do that, which is good, because if you don't have the grid connections, obviously I feel it's, if you speak to the supplier of power and you know there's going to be a grid connection there, then we can progress with our plans. But if that's not been done and there's no grid connection, it's a little bit like Maiden Bower or Craig's Road. That's a very small project as such, but the thing is there's still no power, and we're relying on the third party or Scottish Power to put a power supply there, which may still take more time. So in larger projects, I feel that more discussion should be done with the major supplier as to where they're capable and cost-wise put a connections to the grid. And then we know where we are at that stage. Thank you.
No, thanks so much, Dave. I'll take that as a point. That is absolutely the direction of travel at this moment in time, and that'll feed into our LDP3, I think, in particular, but a lot of conversations, discussions, and obviously share of information across the council that will apply before then. One small question for myself then, and it's page 32, it's 4.10, talks about national planning frameworks, is how the net zero and zero waste and micro and large scale renewable energy generation targets will be supported or moulded by other policy and project work and building standards. This is the point in particular, remains to be fully understood as case law proceeds. What does that last point mean in regards to building standards and case law?
Chair, that's a good question. I'll need to take that away and come back to you on that one.
No problem. That's no problem. I can come back. And if it's relevant, like the same protocols we've got, share with everybody, Paul. It's probably something minor, but when I picked it up, I racked through my brains, I just couldn't see where that one was. So, members, thanks very much for that. Both Paul and Simon and Lorna and Steve for that matter. So, we're being asked to recommendation 1, 2.1 is note, 2.2 is note, 3.3 is note, and 4 is to agree that the mandatory climate change duties report 22-23 reflecting the figures as identified in the table at paragraph 4.7 is to be signed off by the Chair of Economy and Resources Committee and the Director of Economy and Resources prior to the submission to the Scottish Government by the 30th of November this year. So that'll probably be done straight after this meeting if it's available. Thanks very much, members. We'll move on to item number 5, I think it is now. Members were being asked to consider the outcomes of the development of the Dumfries and Galloway local heat and energy efficiency strategy as required by regulations from the Scottish Government. We are also advised of submissions requirements as established by Government and the further opportunity to engage with elected members, stakeholders and communities prior to final submission. Simon Fieldhouse and Sarah Farrell are here to assist members with any questions. I'll open up the meeting to members. There's a hand up, not sure if that's historic. Richard, no, Councillor Mars. Richard, you're first. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, my question's in relation to the heat networks or heat network zones, which is mentioned on page 51 of the LHES, if that's how you pronounce it, delivery plan. It's not a concept I've ever come across before. Is it possible to get a little more information and detail about that? Because it sounds quite a mad concept. Obviously, within urban areas, is it a network of pipes and ducting underground to heat a multitude of buildings from the one heat source, if I've picked that up correctly? And would the benefit we receive from that, would that offset the, I'd imagine, fairly large cost of putting that infrastructure in place? Thank you.
Thanks very much, Richard. Simon?
Lovely, thank you, Chair. I'll maybe pass just quickly across to Sarah just to make sure that the definition is correct on that one.
Sarah?
Thanks. Yeah, that would be correct. It would be a district heating network, if we like, to explain it that way. But yeah, a series of pipes that would link together multiple buildings from the one energy centre. These are being developed across Scotland and across the UK, as I say, and the world, and we're looking at them in various areas. But yeah, that's exactly what that terminology is. Thank you.
You okay with that, Richard?
I am, Chair. Thank you. Can I just come back in briefly?
Absolutely.
Surely, the cost to put something like that in place, plus the upheaval that would have to go on, would be. I mean, it's immense, is it not? For the benefit that may bring, would that benefit outweigh the cost involved in implementing that?
If you don't mind, I'll just give an example, Simon. I see that you were about to come in there. So back in 2006, I was on a site in Avonmore Road doing a crossing for 300mm pipes going underneath the railway there, and that was a large biomass communal. So it heated about, I think it was 100 homes, brand new Persimmon homes at the time. So I take it as something like that. So that was a community organised heat source. I was also in Hungary once. We had it in South Transdanubia, southwest of Hungary, and it was the same, but it was coming from hot water springs. So it was certainly energy efficient. It was cost effective to the end customer, but there was a lot of work involved, absolutely. So I just thought it's two examples that I've seen myself. But Simon, I think you were coming into, was a big upheaval, but a lot of benefits to the end users is the point that I noticed in regards to that. But Simon.
Thank you, Chair. Just in relation to that, I mean, obviously every project that we would be looking at would have to undergo a business case to identify whether or not it was feasible and the cost-benefit analysis to ensure that obviously the the significant capital costs up front would be offset by the returns that we would be expecting. Certain locations like the Crichton, which is obviously has been identified as one potential heat network, obviously has got the opportunity to run piping throughout the grounds rather than obviously sort of requiring sort of, you know, upheaval of roads and everything else, and could tap into a previous heat exchange system that they had, which historically was coal-fired, but obviously there is a network in place that could be utilised for something like that. Other alternatives would have to be looked at, and as I say, that would all have to go through the business case process to ensure that we were getting the right value for money.
You okay with that, Richard?
Grant, yep, thank you, Chair. I look forward to the forthcoming seminar on it. It's very interesting. Thank you.
That's what I thought, because there's a lot of reading this one, isn't it? And I did think the seminar's essential. I felt the same. Right, who have we got next? Councillor Driver, Archie.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. You'll not be surprised this came to the cross-party working group as well, and it's an ongoing thing. It's actually on the agenda as we go. If you want an example of local heating systems that are actually in work, just go to Bristol City. Bristol City have actually got a 5-year programme working with a Danish company and getting funding from the UK government and the council, as well as private investment as well from the housing associations and things like that. Really important. It's a multi-staged thing, and the benefit they get from that is it'll be all social housing, and private housing will be able to get into the heating system, which will cost them next to zero. So if you want to look at Bristol City, then that's the ideal place to go. I was going to ask about the Crichton Trust, and Simon's just answered that. But Chair, I want to come to item 6 paragraph 6 on page 40. There will be and it's about the workforce, there will be some ongoing demand on the staff resources. Now, I'm starting to get a bit concerned that this is actually throughout all the reports of today about staff and making sure we have enough staff to do the work. There's a lot of projects going to be happening, especially on the climate stuff, but there's also a lot of things on properties as well, which is going to require staff and contractors. It's about, do we have the necessary structure in place to deliver these projects? I'm happy with the report and things like that. I do have some concerns about the amount of staff they've actually got delivering these projects.
Simon, is that for you to answer?
Aye, thank you, Chair. Yeah, as alluded in the previous sort of item, we have got budget. We have been working to obviously try and bring in some external resource to support obviously the work that Sarah and her small team are undertaking. That has now moved. We've got obviously sort of next phase of that, so we're moving to obviously to appointment to obviously get that additional support in to reassure Councillor Dryborough that there will be capacity to take forward some of these projects.
Archie, you come. I mean, it did refer to in a different report later on. I noticed that, but that's going through a budget process. So I mean, I think it's a relevant point. There could be a degree of stress there.
So I'm just looking at potential opportunities as well, Chair, because obviously we've got a university and we've got a college in Dumfries. The potential of actually, I mean, we've got the grow your own system in place and things like that, but we've also got the opportunity, I think, to talk with the college and university, see if there's any chance that students may be interested in, getting that work experience of doing some of these projects.
Simon, can you help with that?
Aye, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, we've just had a sort of a fairly sort of proactive discussion with the college in relation to the LHES programme. And also just to reassure sort of Councillor Dryborough that the council will be picking up some projects, but obviously we were working and facilitating to create a framework where our external partners are also sort of coming to the fore. So the Crichton Trust are obviously taking a lead for the Crichton project. We're supporting where we can. So we will try and explore all options to ensure obviously that we can increase the capacity that we've got locally.
Thanks for that extra information. You okay with that? Archie's comfortable with that as well. So Councillor Slater, I think it is next. Yep, David.
Yes, thank you, Chair. A prime example of heating cities is probably New York. A lot of New York City is heated by underground pipework. But the problem is it's also keeping the water at a temperature. It's like power. If it's got to carry a long distance, you have to have transformers to build the power up again to force it. So if it was covering long distances, you'd probably have to have maybe places or units that would bring the temperature up again. That's the way I see it. I also had a discussion with a very clever engineer who was very high up in one of the power companies, and he said that down the line we'll have to have solar panels, yes, probably, wind, but we'll also have to have nuclear power, which will have to be built into small plants, not like Inkway Point or something like that, but smaller nuclear power stations placed around the country to help boost our power. Because if all the cars in Britain were electric tomorrow, it would put a 10% extra burden on our very struggling power grid at the moment. Thank you.
Thanks very much for them points, David. Much appreciated. Councillor Baretti, Tony.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Several of my points have already been covered by Councillor Driver and Councillor Slater. First off, we at the Climate Group were anticipating this report, and I was quite glad to see it at this committee, but this is, of course, the draft version, so the full version will come out in time with maybe a few modifications. It is clearly an intense and very detailed study right across the region, of which some of the facts and figures I wasn't aware of, and I think that bears that we need to go through this very slowly at the Climate Group to look at it with the officers. In response to some of the questions, I believe my ancestors were well ahead of everyone else when it came to district heating and underground heating. So the point is that it's not just New York, but we've been doing this sort of process for 2,000 plus years. What is key and why this research is important is to identify the technologies needed in the different locations to effect an efficient and cost-effective strategy wherever in Dumfries and Galloway you choose to pick this, which is why this report is important and the work detailed. So it's not a one-size-fits-all. It's what is appropriate in the locations. And for instance, the aquifer, I wasn't aware that there was 2 aquifers under Dumfries and Galloway. Now that alone is quite an interesting fact. So I thank Simon and team, and I thank the people who put this report together, because I think it's comprehensive. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that, Tony. I would echo your sentiments at the last part in particular. But there's no particular question. That was comments and points, wasn't it? Yep. No, thanks very much, Tony. Just so I'm clear. Councillor Scobie, Willie.
Yeah, Chair, hopefully just a quickie. I'm looking at the document, the strategic document, in particular page 65 and 64 before that. And it's really the place plan for Stranraer, where the last sentence in that paragraph says there is a potential opportunity for local heat, energy and efficiency strategy to build upon the principle through considering measures that tackle fuel poverty and generate renewable heating source for the town. I'm looking at in respect to a district heating system and what we discussed as is identified in page 64, non-aerobic digestive system, and I did ask if discussions could take place with Dr. David Telford, who's a semi-retired scientist in that field, and he's advising many local authorities throughout the UK. Has there been any development? Because this would, to the very point that Richard Marsh made, this would provide heating not only for the council in terms of if it was developed, the swimming pool, the hospital, it could have the potential for that, the Galloway Community Hospital, other buildings in and around that, and then extended, hopefully, to council houses or ex-council houses what are now Wheatley. I just wonder if there's any development in that. There is benefit from that in terms of, to feed the system. As I understand it, it could have win-win for the agricultural sector in terms of growing crop, and then for that to be purchased from the system. Just wonder if there's been any discussion and if what the development would be around those discussions.
Thank you, Willie. Simon?
Aye, thank you, Chair. Just to reassure Councillor Scobie, yes, we have had discussions with David Telford. in terms of sort of obviously the progress, the opportunities around Stranraer. The report, obviously, the focus has been trying to get the LHE's documentation completed in time. This is obviously a draft. We're still looking at obviously, going out and engaging with key stakeholders, and obviously a members' seminar with elected members to run through in a bit more detail before we submit the final version. There is obviously, significant opportunities there which we will try and explore, Councillor Scobie.
I'm getting nods for Willie. You okay with
pleased
that?
to hear that, and it does tie in with what Archie was saying about the capacity and bringing in the universities, students that are training in that field to support, to add weight to the whole systems. So I think I'm pleased to hear.
Thanks very much, Willie. Thanks, Simon, for that. Thank you. Councillor Marshall, Sean, you're next.
Thanks, Chair. It's in relation to Appendix 1, page 8, or page 63 of the papers. It's halfway down the page, 4.2.2, the progress towards EASH and Energy Efficient Scotland. So our council was awarded 2.4 million this year, and it was the focus of the spending was on two main projects with the highest levels of fuel poverty. So the main areas were Stranraer, Lincluden, Thornhill and Eastriggs. I'm just wondering, I don't think we've had any information back on how successful that's been, but will we be getting a report or some information before the end of the financial year on how successful that projects have been?
Okay, thank you. Simon?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we can look into obviously those projects and try and provide an update for members, either through a members' briefing to all members or as a further report back to committee.
Thank you, Sean. Briefing okay? Briefing? Aye, briefing. Briefing's okay, Simon. Thank you. Excellent. Thank you very much. Councillor Thompson?
Thanks, Chair. I think the part that interested me most about this was about what will we see delivered, because ultimately a strategy, we don't want strategies to sit on the shelf. We want them to actually lead to outcomes, I suppose. So I was just looking at the columns on, well, it's sort of last few pages, 160.
164.
So it goes from 158 onwards to 164. And in the sort of fourth column, that's the actual bit which is like delivering. So there's a handful of items in there. I mean, it's a massive document, but there's a handful of items in that column, but all of them don't really actually detail a delivery. They just talk about a review or talk about a feasibility study or whatever. So I'm really just trying to get a sense, as elected members, ultimately we want to see outcomes. So can we maybe get a bit more detail on what will actually be delivered as a result of this? Because there's quite a lot of strategies, working with other people, engaging, developing frameworks, which is all great and good, but ultimately, does it lead to anything that people will actually be able to see in terms of implemented? And how will we as elected members have oversight of that? The only other point, and it's maybe just a minor one, is just on, at the start of the document, it talks about the local authority has something like 70,000 homes and 11,000 non-domestic properties. I don't think we do. I think the local authority area does. So it's just, semantically, we might want to just check a couple of the items like that. That's just in the introduction at the start of the document. So thanks, Chair.
I think you're absolutely right. My last count was 76,000, I think. But Simon, see, Stephen, and your point in regards to the delivery plan, as Simon's answering his question, do you think there's deficiencies there where it could be improved? And I'll come back to you, obviously, after Simon's answered his question. Simon?
Hi, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, obviously, sort of the delivery plan is still in draft format. We're aware it doesn't necessarily sort of go as far as we'd like or provide as much detail as members may request. Hopefully, we can obviously have a bit more discussion, obviously, through the members' seminar to obviously try and work out exactly how we can bring that delivery plan into, as Councillor Thompson said, something that is tangible, that provides obviously an opportunity to capture the activity that we're looking at as a local authority and the outcomes and the outputs that we've actually managed to deliver.
You okay with that, Stephen?
Yeah, thank you. So it just makes me think, if this is a draft strategy, it's maybe good to have that clear sense of what outcomes will look like, because there's an awful lot of data being gathered in here to present the picture of the region, if you like, in terms of the various ways that we measure sort of energy efficiency and heating. But I'm concerned that we may welcome this document, but then years later might think, actually, well, what has it led to? And that won't be the part of the authors, because obviously that's a team device to do this, but it's maybe back to, is the capability and capacity within the region to deliver on the aspirations that this strategy outlines? And I think that's maybe where we need to get that assurance going forward. And just for reference, it's page 48 in our report, the baseline performance, where it talks about at 1.3, the local authority has just over 70,000 domestic properties, which clearly we don't. But so it's just maybe a wee sense check in some of that language there. Thank you.
My own thoughts, but Lorna's got to come in and add obviously to this, is that we're agreeing at 2.2 within the recommendations. You're picking up, there's a seminar at 2.5, but it's to be submitted by the Scottish Government at 2.2, and it's whether that seminar can inform the draft and it be amended. But I think 2.6 will hopefully affect any potential amendments or improvements at that point, where Lorna gets a chance to sign this off and send it up to Scottish Government. But Lorna, I don't know if that's the way forward or not.
Yeah, just to respond to a couple of points and maybe be helpful. The format of the strategy, Sarah and Simon will keep me correct here, but Scottish Government were very prescriptive about the format, so the delivery of that. At page 49 in the Council agenda papers, there is a series of themes set out there. They might not be fully described as outcomes, Councillor Thompson, but I think from our perspective that we can look towards building those into more detail within the plan, and so that's much more clear and evident around the the actions being set out and any amendments to those actions as well. So that's talking about accelerating retrofit, decarbonisation of our historic buildings and such like. So there is a kind of series of themes that have been set out as in the development of the strategy, if that's helpful to reference. We are looking towards submission of the strategy, but any updates to the strategy can be included prior to submission, but also in regular review. Government have recognised the need for this to be kept under review and to be live. And I think as part of the the members' seminar, it would be good to understand how we can effectively support members, not only in formal reporting, but regular reporting around delivery of this, and recognising Councillor Dryborough's comments about capacity and to deliver this as well. It's not just down to the council. Partners will be involved in huge elements of this, including the RSLs.
Yep, Stephen.
Yeah, no, that's really helpful, and thanks, Lorna, for that. I think it might be helpful just, with area committees, the E&R reporting that we get locally, there's maybe going to be in future some locality relevant projects or schemes or outcomes that we might be able to see there at a really local level. So that would be helpful if we can take that into account. And also, just on 2.6, could I suggest, and I hope it's not inconsistent with how we've done with these things before, but in terms of the delegating authority, it might be helpful just to reference the chair and vice chair of this committee and group leaders. So we've all sort of got sight of the final submission if there's any sort of last points or whatever. Because I think we've tried to do that with other things just to be inclusive, and it seems to be reasonable. So if that could be considered, thank you.
Have you captured that? So what you're taking for that is the relevant points, the very last piece. So to reflect the views and positions captured before the final submissions, but you're taking into group leaders, chair and vice chair of this committee, as well as that. But the signing off actually goes to still lies with Lorna herself. Yep. Okay. Thank you. Thanks so much. I thought it was certainly helped me better understand that point, Lorna. So I don't think, David, your hand's up, but I think that's historic, isn't it? Is it still relevant? Oh, go on then. Go on. I haven't seen it going down. David?
Thank you, Chair. The word strategy and feasibility have been mentioned many times, I must admit. In one meeting I went to, strategy was mentioned about 50 times, which is a tremendous amount. But as Stephen said there, it's all talking about these things, but will they ever happen? Because the cost, we live in a rural area, and the cost of doing this will be probably billions of pounds, I would have thought. Whereas we live in a small, basically a big blue marble called the Earth, and these countries like China and that have to close their schools, seed the clouds with minerals to cause rain in their cities and that. So these are massive polluters, We are not in the same league as them for polluting. We are very, very good at doing what we do. But so the question is really, is it viable to spend probably a few £billion to try and do this work, and is it achievable? Thank you.
I'll let you give it a stab, Simon.
Aye, thank you, Chair. I mean, obviously, as we've identified, this is a draft strategy. It's a draft delivery plan. We've got further work to do. We need to do something. Obviously, we will look at how we can prioritise against the resources available with some of the tangible targets that have been identified within the strategy and the delivery plan. And we will make some movement. I think Councillor Slater is correct. We can't do everything, but obviously we need to lay out what we can do and obviously work with our partners and key stakeholders to ensure that we get the best value and the best return possible for the region in terms of moving towards a net zero or a low carbon future.
Thanks, Simon. I think, David, just for reassurance as well, as any decisions the council make, that you'll be part of that. Any future financial decisions, you will definitely be part of that, just for, I say, for reassurance. So if we're going to spend a lot of money in regards to that, you'll certainly get your voice heard at that appropriate time as we go forward. So I think that's it now. Yep, it is, members. So item number 5, we've been asked to note the activity and work undertaken to create the local heat and energy efficiency strategy. Paragraphs 4.1 to 4.6. Happy to agree. Point 2 is that the local draft heat and energy efficiency strategy as highlighted in Appendix 1 and the delivery plan Appendix 2, paragraphs 4.7 to 4.9 below within the report, which is the culmination of the activities and engagement work undertaken by the Climate Emergency Team and City Science as part of the advisory guidance and process outlined with the Scottish Government. Agreed that. Is that a hand up? Is that historic? Sorry. Councillor Hagman, have you got your hand up? Is that historic?
No, I don't have my hand up, Chair.
Not okay, I just see it here, but it's fine. Thank you for that. To note the final submissions, the date of the Scottish Government is the 31st of December this year, 2023. Post to note that further comments from stakeholders, communities, interested parties and elected members can be received and incorporated into the final document prior to the submission in December 23, and 5 is agree that any further members' seminar on the draft local heat and energy efficiency strategy will be undertaken to allow any further scrutiny and engagement in the final submission. 4.10, but I think Stephen, you picked up on a particular point in regards to that as well. We'll incorporate that into the process. Okay, excellent. Thanks very much, Sean.
Just on the 2.6, the final recommendation, could we maybe just add in? I've got no problem with delegation to the director, but could just add at the end after Scottish Government and circulated to members for information.
I've not got a problem with that. So you see it, and you know it's
we
been done.
see the final.
So you can see it's been done. It's been submitted. Yep, aye. Also, we'll include group leaders, chair, vice chair, and so on and so forth. But we've agreed on that in principle. Oh, excellent. Thank you very much. No problem with that whatsoever, John. Number 6, tackling the nature emergency. So this report presents for our consideration the draft response to the Scottish Government's ongoing consultation on tackling the nature emergency and a strategic framework for biodiversity. Simon Fieldhouse is here to assist members if they've got any questions. Members, and I understand, I think Councillor Denley's maybe got a point in this. John, if you have, I can bring you in now and I'll allow members to get a chance to catch up. Don't see anybody in the room at this moment in time.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Yeah, just talking about the recommendations that are listed there, talking about the cultural emergency. Really, I just want to get again an understanding of the plan for development, for the energy being set up, renewable energy, and the area in Dumfries and Galloway related to climate change. I think biodiversity is important as well. For habitats, for natural habitats, for various species that are in decline, and that's really having an impact. So really looking at that, we don't really want to damage the natural beauty of the surrounding area either. So people in the community council do have concern regarding that, and they want to protect biodiversity in the localities and recognise the species and the importance of them and their habitats to be protected for wildlife. So it's a balancing act in some ways, but if you can explain how the impact on the environment regard to these recommendations that have been listed. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Simon?
Lovely. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, obviously, in relation to this is our consultation response to the Scottish Biodiversity Framework that is obviously required by the 14th of December. So this provides obviously our opportunity to look at the national picture in terms of how we can obviously try and tackle the biodiversity crisis that is moving forward. We've obviously laid out our response in the appendix attached. What we are looking at, obviously, on a local level is the opportunity that this will help us, help form our local biodiversity action plan, which will obviously identify and prioritise our species and habitats locally that are important, that can then be used to offset against any future developments, be that energy, be that sort of housing or anything else, to ensure, obviously, that we are minimising species loss where appropriate.
Thanks for that. Thank you, Chair.
Excellent, thank you. Thanks so much for the question. Thank you, Simon. Councillor Hislop, Ivor? Oh, sorry, it was Hagman next. Barrett? Oh, sorry, I'm completely missing because we've got GD. Councillor
Driver.
Yeah. It is Driver first, you're absolutely right.
Thanks again, Chair, and obviously you would think cross-party working group is doing something about this. It's about the report itself, though, Chair. There's a bit missing, and it's at item 6. And it talks about impact assessment. And normally impact assessment, you would have a bit of blurb that says there is no impact on the working of the council, words to that effect. There is nothing here. So we want to make sure, of course, that when we get impacts, and this is a climate impact, of course, the report should say there is no impact on whatever the strategy or the protocol or the policy that we're having with the council. I'm a bit disappointed that that isn't actually there. That's because I'm a bit of a Luddite and all that sort of kind when it comes to these reports.
Well, thanks very much, Archie. What does that actually mean, Simon? It talks about the impact assessment, and it leaves a question lying there. So I think it's. What about you, Simon?
It does, Chair, and my apologies. That should read that no impact is assessment required at this moment in time, because it's just a consultation response. There will be an impact assessment that will be done as we review our local biodiversity action plan. So that's an omission on my behalf, and I do apologise to the committee.
No, thank you very much. Okay, no, thanks for that clarity. Councillor Driver's nodding as well in agreement. So let me get it right this time. Councillor Hagman, then Hislop. Katie?
Thank you, Chair. I guess I'm really welcome the opportunity to feed in, and I absolutely appreciate individual members can respond, as can groups should they wish to. The report itself doesn't actually give a link to the main consultation response or the report, so we've got the questions, but it doesn't actually give any of the background, and the report doesn't, there's no background information required apparently, which I'm quite surprised that we don't have a link to the actual consultation page, because there's a huge amount of information on the consultation page. I appreciate again that there is a consultation portal on our council website, but the draft consultation has not been uploaded to our portal. So if we've got a portal, can we use it? So as soon as we have got a draft response, it should be, I would have thought, being put onto that portal so all members can see what our council responses are. I've got the main consultation open, and I'm sort of jumping between, and I see we sort of jump from 2L to 3A, but we've missed out 2P, and it doesn't seem to connect. I appreciate that there has been work done. So I guess my question is, it is a bit gappy from somebody to just pick this up off the shelf and read it to understand what our response is. But has this been taken line by line through our climate working group? Because essentially that's why they're set up, to have that sort of working input and going through. Have they gone through this line by line with, this is the consultation online, this is what we're doing, this is our draft response, what is your thoughts? Because if we're not using our climate action group, And it is a working group. It's not for decision making. If we're not using it in that way, what are we using that group for? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, my apologies. Councillor Hagman obviously identifies that we haven't included links. Again, that's my omission, and my apologies for that. At this moment in time, we haven't taken this through the climate change working group. We've obviously a bit of focus on other bits and pieces, and we've been trying to pull together obviously a response for this. We have until the 14th of December before we submit it. So obviously we'd like to try and ensure that we engage with people over the forthcoming sort of days and weeks to ensure that we get a full response to go back.
Katie, just to make sure you're comfortable with that.
I am. I appreciate the timescale is very tight on this, and certainly I have raised previously about engaging with groups, which has happened within other directorates. I appreciate timing that there's probably not time to do that, but at least if we can touch base with our climate working group, I think that would be the vehicle to go forward. And absolutely acknowledge, as an individual member, I can make a response, my political group can make a response, so we still have ability to do such a thing. And I would just really, I think we set up working groups, and let's make sure that we utilise them to the full resources. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hislop.
Thank you, Chair. I was reading through the responses and I thought, is it a difficult consultation? Because a lot of unsure answers were ticked early on. But then I read the reasons for that, and you actually don't know what the effect of anything that we do is. Back in the 1960s, 50s, DDT was something that was put into agriculture to help production of food. We didn't realise the devastating effect that would have on biodiversity. Now we're going to look at biodiversity. What could that be, the effect on production of food? We've got more and more people living in our country. Population is growing. We're going to talk, is it from 18% to 30%, reintroducing biodiversity areas. So that's 12% of our land mass might be coming out of production. We'll look just around Dumfries. A lot of the land near the River Nith was, there's bunds put up to make sure that we can't flood the area so they can produce food for people. I think this is a very good response that you put in, Simon. But my worry is, what could the effects be in 20 years' time? And I think that's why I think your responses of unsure are accurate. And I think that's possibly something that we need to look at, the unintended consequences of what we plan to do. Thank you.
Thanks, Ivor. Simon?
Thanks, Chair. Yes, I mean, I think obviously it is the unforeseen consequences of our actions that we really wanted to try and capture here. Landscape land use is a mosaic. We do need to obviously be very mindful of how we move that one forward holistically to ensure obviously that we've got the right development, the right activity in the right place. I think the one thing that we have obviously asked for as part of the submission responses obviously is to make sure that we've got the opportunity to review on a regular basis and to amend and to address any of these unforeseen consequences as they start to emerge.
Ivor?
Happy with the response. Just think it's something that's been well documented. I think the answers, when I started looking at this, seeing unsure, but I think it's, we are unsure because we don't know what will happen in 5-10 years' time. So I think it's a good response that we're putting forward.
Excellent. Thanks very much for that, Ivor. Really good question. David, I think you're wanting in. Councillor Slater, did your hand up?
Yes, Chair. As regarding biodiversity and that, we have the lowest amount of mature trees in the whole of Europe per population, and a lot of trees are still, mature trees are still being cut down. We're talking about biodiversity, which will cut just cut these trees down, and they take some of them are 200 years old, and I've asked before, should we have a tree preservation officer? One of the reasons for that, in Lovers Walk, there's a row of trees there where the old radio station used to be, and that building is either sold or for sale. And I would like to see TPOs put on these trees because they possibly could be lost. The other thing as well is regarding land, is what Ivor said there. There was a company on the BBC Country File the other evening when there's a type of rock that they crush this rock and they actually put it on the land as extra fertiliser, and it's being trialled. I think it's even being trialled possible in this area as well. So that's something maybe Simon could maybe look into as regards in the biodiversity of land. Thank you.
Simon, we'll see if you can answer them. I know certainly for a tree preservation order, you might be able to outline the process, but if not, David, we'll get that information to you because there's a process for that. Simon?
Aye, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I believe TPOs will go obviously through colleagues in planning to ensure obviously that species and trees are identified as part of the planning consent in terms of any change of use. I think that was the one thing that we had identified as part of the submission that wasn't as clear cut as we would like, was obviously that link between commercial forestry and woodlands in general. So there was a necessity for them to, sharpen that policy up within the actual biodiversity framework. So we've made that response as well, and obviously happy to look into obviously different land management practices as they start to emerge to see what might work best for our region in terms of biodiversity and climate.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, David, for that. Don't think I have any other speakers. No, I've not. So I'll move to the recommendations, which it's 2.1 is to note, 2.2 is to agree that the proposed draft response to the questions posed through the consultation portal as outlined in the appendix. 2.3 is to note. I just wondered, because of the comments that I made in regards to 2.4, should we follow a similar process to the previous one, members? Aye, so I'm getting nods within the room. You think, right, okay, Sean, aye, just so we're looking at, I think, through what Councillor Thompson outlined earlier, Chair, Vice Chair, leaders, members of the leaders panel, I think in particular, isn't it? But obviously, and Lorna can take that into consideration as we go through. So that's a slight amendment to 2.4, Sean?
Just with regard, because I was going to add that as well, especially if it's maybe the potential to go at the climate working group if they're going to feed into that. So I think it's probably what is the easiest option once the finalised response. It might be that if we do use the portal for consultations, if it's put in there and then a link sent, I'm just looking at the easiest way, but it's so that it's probably best that all members of the council see the final responses, to consultation. So leave it with what's the best suitable way of doing that.
I think Councillor Marshall's point, I think making sure members have got access and use the access to the consultation portal, so we'll put it on there so that you've got access to them all in the one place as well, and confirm that. So we'll be circulating some further guidance to members to access that as well at the same time.
Thanks for that, Lorna. Thank you, Sean. Okay, item number 7. Well, it was 8 o'clock daytime, we're doing it about 6:30 now. Things are speeding up ever so slightly, I think. So members have been asked to consider the outcomes. I'll just outline it first. It's a regional land use partnerships, ARLIP's a pilot project. We've been asked to consider the outcomes of the establishment of the regional land use pilot that was established across the south of Scotland, working with regional partners and the Scottish Government. This includes a draft regional land use framework, which has been created following consultation and engagement events that were held across the south of Scotland. Simon Fieldhouse, Karen Morley and Andy Tharm, I think it is, South of Scotland Enterprise, are here to assist if members have any questions. So member, I'll open it up to yourselves for questions. Andy as of yet. Councillor Thompson, then Dryborough.
Thanks, Chair. I was fortunate enough to be involved in one of the sort of groups involved from the REP. So myself and Councillor Hamilton from the Borders sort of co-chaired these sort of working group meetings to help pull this together so it could then sort of go through the relevant stakeholder engagement. aspects, and that was just to get it ready in a draft form, ultimately to go to this council and Scottish Borders Council to get effectively agreed to go out to public consultation. So I think because we're part of this pilot area, then I think this is it's a good piece of work. It's been pulled together quickly, and appreciate that. Then it still has to go out to get that final invitation for comments from the public. But I think I would hesitate to use the word commend, but I would certainly agree that this should sort of go out in terms of this is a good first draft, I think, and I think that should be supported by this council so that the public can get sight of it. I think we've been set quite ambitious timeline targets by Scottish Government for submission, so it's kind of had to go at this pace, if you like, to get out within that time frame. So, but I'm sure I'll be corrected by Simon, who was also in the officer working group, on any points he might wish to make on that matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. I'll pass it over to the appropriate person.
Aye, thank you, Chair. Obviously, I'll let colleagues come in as well if there's anything else to add. Andy's obviously been leading on this as part of the wider partnership, but as identified, it has been a South of Scotland partnership. We've been out to consultation. We've engaged, obviously, with key stakeholders. We're fulfilling, obviously, the obligations of the pilot scheme by bringing this back to committee in order to obviously sort of get it signed off, so we can obviously go out for one final bit of public consultation before final submission to the Scottish Government by the sort of, I believe it's the end of March next year. It has been a piece of work that's been committed at pace, but obviously I think sort of the recommendations in terms of sort of the draft document that's attached is very useful and meaningful, and there has been work obviously just done to provide obviously a bit more further work on that whilst we're waiting before we go out to public consultation to make it a more readable and digestible document for the public.
Thank you. I wonder if Karen or Andy have anything to add to that, and I'll ask Stephen if he's content.
Thank you, Councillor. Good morning, Councillors. Yeah, Andy Tharm. I'm the Natural Resources Strategy Manager at SOSI. I've been coordinating the pilot with Simon's team and also the team across the Scottish Borders Council area. And just to say, yes, I'm very grateful for the support of Dumfries and Galloway Council's design team. Just produced a very attractive document from the draft text that you can see in front of you, so that's available for the consultation exercise. And we are also producing a simple summary format version of just a 2-page version as an easy read introduction to the document as well. And subject to your approval, we'd post these as part of the consultation. And the plan is, in terms of, again, subject to the two councils' approvals, that we would host the consultation on the REP website on a What's Happening page in similar fashion to the Sustainable Tourism Strategy consultation that's just been carried out over the summer and autumn period. So, thank you.
Thanks so much, Andy. I noticed Karen shook her head. Stephen, are you content with them quick answers?
Absolutely. I'm just happy to go with the recommendations, Chair.
Thank you. We'll be there shortly, hopefully. So, Councillor Driver, you're next, Archie.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. And I've talked to Andy about this before. There's a lot of consultations. We've got interlinks going on here. And it's just making sure that, how do we make sure that the best possible response is actually going forward for the whole of the South of Scotland, basically Dumfries and Galloway Council, including Scottish Borders and South of Scotland Enterprise, because you've also got the land use, you've got the transformation projects going on, you've got the 2 or 3 reports that we've had before, all affecting this type of thing. And I just wanted to make sure that there's, we've got that scrutiny over making sure we've got the best response possible for the outcomes that are required in Dumfries and Galloway.
Thank you. Is that for Andy or Simon, do you think? Who wants to take that one? Simon?
I'll defer to Andy, who's been leading this, and obviously happy to chip in if required.
Thanks, Andy.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. It is challenging. It's a very crowded policy landscape. As you say, there's a lot of consultations around land use, biodiversity, climate change, land reform, etc. And it is a confusing place for many of our stakeholders. So, by the events that we held over the course of last year, we've tried to sort of build the understanding of where this all fits in. And again, it will link to just transition plans, which are emerging as well as another set of plans. We do propose to hold some consultation events, 2 in the Scottish Borders side and 2 over in Dumfries and Galloway side. So we are, going to try and give a further opportunity to guide stakeholders, to give them instructions to the framework, give them a chance to comment at those events, and then obviously through the formal consultation to provide their responses. So we'll do what we can to raise awareness and provide the necessary information, but point taken, it is a very complex area, and there's a lot of policy that's emerging in this space. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Archie's giving a thumbs up. Excellent. Thank you very much. Next is Councillor Marsh. Richard.
Thank you, Chair. I suppose it echoes a little bit of Councillor Dryborough's point there. I thank Simon for the report. It's extremely thorough and very informative, and I welcome our involvement in this pilot. The report itself, it talks a lot about the loss of species, the loss of habitat and biodiversity. And obviously, our goal is to try and reverse that. But I want to try and link this back to my ward, Ward 2. In the previous Local Development Plan 2, there was portions of land within the Galloway Hills just above Newton Stewart earmarked for wind farm development. Now, does the upcoming Local Development Plan take cognizance of this report and also the one in item 6? Because a lot of the constituents down in Newton Stewart here would suggest that allowing the development plan, allowing these industrial scale wind farms to go ahead on the Galloway Hills would not be readdressing the loss of habitat, the loss of species, or the loss of biodiversity.
Lovely. Thank you, Councillor Marsh. Through yourself, Chair. Obviously, sort of the framework that we've created, it forms part of a pilot set of projects run by the Scottish Government. So it has no formal status at this moment in time. It is a piece of work that we've obviously undertaken as part of the pilot scheme, along with sort of several other regions across Scotland. It does provide obviously useful information. It would be prudent for it to be obviously taken into consideration as part of the LD3 process. But obviously we are aware that it doesn't have a formal status as yet. We need to go through this final sort of sign off in terms of public consultation and then submission to the Scottish Government to be guided by themselves in terms of how these the regional land use frameworks might become more of a development aid moving forward.
Thanks. Just before we finish up there, Richard, I'll pose a quick question to Steve Rogers. Steve, Dumfries and Galloway Wind Farm Landscape Capacity Study, I think is the main driver, but could be corrected. But I just think for Richard's information in particular, I think that's what informs the local development plan as we move forward.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just picking up on that point, just to be clear that both the RLAP and the biodiversity strategy will form part of what's called the evidence report that we're required to put together to underpin the development of LDP3. So that report will come to members at full council at some point next year. And it forms really the kind of baseline of information on which we are then developing the suite of new LDP3 policies. But one of the key drivers now is National Planning Framework 4, and the policy framework that's set in MPF 4 essentially does form the starting point in terms of our own local policies now. Thanks, Chair.
So what does that mean in real terms in regards to, because historically the landscape capacity study would inform the local development and say this is where and should and where you should not develop wind farms large scale, so on and so forth. So will it have any input whatsoever? Will there be a review, a refresh of that, or is that done away? Is the NPF4 dominant in that case?
It's something, Chair, to be frank, that we're still considering, given the newness of NPF4 and in particular the role that NPF4 will play going forward in terms of the weight that's given to that in appeal decisions on wind farms. So it's something that we're watching very closely at the moment, because clearly we have, as you say, in the past relied very heavily on that piece of supplementary guidance.
No, thanks so much for that clarity. I just assumed, so therefore it's always wrong to assume, isn't it, that it would be a review in regards to that. So thanks so much for that information. We'll keep an eye on that one. Richard, back to you. Make sure everything's covered.
No, Grant, that's fine. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Councillor Slater, David, you're next.
Yes, this is a question for Andy. As you're aware, Andy, the most of the land in the southwest of Scotland is either farming or forestry, and now wind farms. Now, we live in a very, very wet climate, and the question to you is, you're talking about land use. What uses could you actually think of, or what uses have you got? Because most of the land is of very, very poor quality. So that's where my question is. You talk about doing this with it and that, but what do you intend to do with it? Because I see the majority is farming, forestry and wind farms. And so you talk about biodiversity, you know, that's my main question, really. I need to know answers. That's what I really want to know. It's all right talking about strategy and feasibility, but we really need answers. Thank you.
So it's probably just the most appropriate person who feels able to answer, or even collectively, that question.
I'm happy to answer in the first instance, if that's okay, Councillor. No, thank you for the question. Yeah, I mean, really, you're highlighting the need for a document like the Regional Land Use Framework because of all those potentially competing pressures on the land. It's to try and build up an evidence base which is guided by stakeholders in the region of what their preferences are, what they think are the key challenges around land use, and what are also the opportunities around land use, particularly considering climate change and the need to build resilience in our environment, and also, you know, for nature recovery to address the loss of biodiversity that we've heard about today. So there's no one simple answer. What the framework has started to do is a step on that journey for a more collaborative approach, so that it enables a broader set of voices to participate in the discussions around land use change. So the communities and stakeholders in the region and the land managers have all inputted into this framework. So a set of priorities for land use change have been identified at a high strategic level, as you've pointed out, Councillor. And then it then links through to then that programme of action built around those key land use opportunities that were highlighted. So around biodiversity, which you've mentioned, the need for the development of nature networks is increasingly becoming linked to the biodiversity duties of local authorities. So we're seeking to help support that process. And again, in terms of the balance of, well, what is the right land use in the right place? We need to gather evidence of saying, well, what's the right choices here? Is it about woodland habitat networks? There's very important species-rich grassland areas within our region as well, which are maintained by livestock production. So there's no one simple answer to it, but what this framework is seeking to do is to engage with more voices in it, to consider the choices and to make an informed choice, so that individuals making those choices about land use change can do it in an informed way, can balance the potential impacts on other forms of land use and on our natural capital or other elements of natural capital. So the programme that's set out in it, we think, is ambitious and will require resourcing, and the further detail in terms of what's specifically required where would need to go to that next step. But it provides very solid foundations, we believe, to take us on that journey where we can start making the best use of our land, so that there are areas for regenerative approaches where you can still have productive farmland, which is obviously very important for our rural economy, but there is space for nature. And part of that equation is also about seeking to reduce emissions. Agriculture contributes considerably to the national emissions, around about a third of the emissions, and the sector recognises that and is very active in taking forward steps to try and reduce emissions, the inputs into the land, and also the emissions from the land. So these more regenerative approaches, again, it's at an early stage, and we seek to pave the way to work through demonstration, farmer to farmer, peer review, and demonstration of how activities work and don't work in places. So I think everyone involved recognises nobody has all the answers. It's very complicated, but we do have a framework to start taking us forward in the right direction.
Thanks,
so thank
Andy.
you.
David, are you okay with that?
Yes, thank you for that, Andy, but I still haven't heard any particular use for the land. You've mentioned biodiversity, farming, which we have farming already, but you talked the situation there, but there was no real answer as to what could happen to the land or what could be done with the land. Because it's, I say, farming and forestry, it's quite poor land, that's why they grow the trees on them. But I don't get your answers to what will actually be done. That's okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think Simon's coming in here, I think, as well.
Yeah, I think just to capture that, I mean, I think obviously we need to be very mindful this is a very high-level strategic document, and obviously there will be opportunities where it will help to guide and shape, obviously, sort of opportunities for land use change. So it may well be that sort of forestry is removed. We look at peatland restoration, or we look at, some of the coniferous woodland sort of plantation forestry removed to look at better, more broadleaf species that can be sort of put into place. But these are all things, as Andy's kind of alluded, it is about trying to work obviously with communities and stakeholders to ensure that that land use reflects obviously the necessity and the opportunities for sustainable economic growth of the region.
Thanks so much for that. So David, I think LDP3, I think, is a document you'll be very, very involved in, I would say, and interested in, and I think your question certainly would be appropriate at that level. Is it on the same point? Was that Sean, Archie's hand coming up there? Oh, Sean, right. I'll add you to, is it the same point? Archie, go on then. Yep.
I think, David, as the officers have said, this is a very high strategic report. There is nothing ruled out and there's nothing ruled in at the moment. It's just looking at what the land use can be, whether that be enhancing what we've already got through nature and biodiversity, or is it better used for food production or something like that. So I think at this stage it's nothing ruled in, nothing ruled out. But Chair, if I can come back to what Andy was saying earlier about the crowded landscape of consultations. Obviously this is a very important one with land use. And there's a load of groups out there discussing different things and consulting different things. How is that got to come together? I heard what he said before about, we'll need to talk to each other, but is there something going to happen within SOCI, within the two councils, within the Scottish Government, that's going to bring all of these things together and give us a better idea of how we can move forward with different things?
Okay, I think it's been posed to you, Andy, but whoever the appropriate person is to answer that.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, I mean, in terms of the pilot itself, we would report to the Scottish Minister by the end of March. The Minister is to make a decision on the future of the regional land use partnership pilots, because we're one of 5 pilots, and under the Bute House Agreement, there's a commitment to review the pilots, and if they've met the criteria, then to look at a rollout of further pilots across the country. So, and also potentially the continuation of the existing pilots. So, there's that decision pending, basically, as to whether this will be the establishment of these regional land use partnerships or these land use forums across Scotland will occur. Locally, regionally, because we've aligned it with the Regional Economic Partnership to provide oversight of the pilot project, the Regional Land Use Framework is designed, if you like, to align as a delivery plan of the Regional Economic Strategy. So we feel that there's merit and there's an option there to take this forward regionally anyway, as part a component of the Regional Economic Strategy. How it rolls out in future, because it has been a pilot project, and therefore if the forums or the partnerships have a more formal footing, then I think it'd be necessary to review the membership of those groups and who participates. But I think what this pilot is demonstrated, there's a real appetite out there across the whole of the region for many members of the community land managers, landowners to participate and have discussions around land use. And, if there's a means of us being able to take that forward, I think it'll be, really helpful again in terms of that complexity and understanding, fostering better understanding between different land users and land managers is a very important element of this. And I think we've dipped our toe in the water, if you like, with the pilot, but people have really enjoyed participating in the events and having these discussions, and many challenges remain, but I think there is a place regionally for us to take it forward, and the national decision is pending, and we'll hopefully hear soon as to what that is. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay with that, Archie. Yep, no, good response. Thank you. So we've got Councillor Hislop, Denley, Marshall, Bretty. Stephen, just to make you aware, because you were part of that group, I'm going to ask you if you've got any further comments, and you'll be the last speaker, if you've got any. So, Ivor, you're next.
Chair, it's when you look through this and look at the high line figures and that, what we're looking for is 30% of our land to be, protected for sort of biodiversity, etc. And then you look at what we're doing in the south of Scotland just now, on page 249, roughly 60% is agriculture, 34% seems to be woodland, heath or wetland, and the rest made up from coastal, bare rock and scree, or built up area. So what we've actually found out is we're working away fine. We've spent all this time navel gazing. We know what to do. Land managers currently know how to manage their land. Whether we're doing it properly with regard to our practices with how we grow crops and stuff, we might need to change for biodiversity. But we've come out of this and everything seems to point to the fact that what we're doing is what we should be doing. Why do we really need this?
I think I'll probably put that one to Simon. Yep, Simon.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, we did have the debate, obviously, when we brought this back to Economy and Resources historically about obviously sort of taking part in the pilot. I think obviously sort of the pilot, and I don't disagree with Councillor Hislop's points in terms of that, it's been very useful to identify what we're doing and what we're doing well and the opportunities that are there. I think sort of this has been something that's been funded through the Scottish Government. We've got a document now that provides us with a real opportunity to capture what we're doing at a local level. So that's the reason why we've been involved. We are now just finishing off that piece of work in terms of sort of this piece of work that we want to go out to obviously further public consultation, just to allow obviously sort of the stakeholders that have been involved in that process so far to have a final view of what we've created before we submit that to the Scottish Government. It finishes off the pilot process at this moment in time, and as Andy's kind of identified, we don't know what the next steps would be. That hasn't been defined by the Scottish Government as yet. We're waiting to see.
Okay with that, Ivor?
No further comment.
Thank you. It says it all, I think, doesn't it, really? So thanks for that, Ivor. Councillor Denley next, John.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, it's just to show my support for Councillor Hislop's comments. My question following that would be page 222. It's the native woodlands and how crucial that is to encourage more plantation. It's clear that global warming is a concern. Weather, flash floods, all these major incidents that happen, and I think the lesson of the impact that we could have would be to implant more of these kind of native woodland areas. Clear waters as well has the risk of pollution, which will affect the wildlife and the biodiversity in that area, like salmon, for example. I think all in the end result would be a positive one for all areas. Now, we spoke about commercial forestation earlier as well, and how they are setting up their areas, and the land managers are using that, rightly so, to use that for profitability reasons, for commercial reasons, as it says in the name. But it doesn't always follow the right procedures and follow the right framework. We mentioned that earlier as well. Are they really following what's expected of them? So we have to ensure that what they're doing is done correctly. And again, replicate that model in a non-commercial way to improve the environmental aspect of things. So I think that needs looked at. Again, I'm thinking longer term, how we can solve these issues now to prevent any further issues happening further down the road. And we want to see a thriving, healthy woodland area that would be supportive to local wildlife and biodiversity. And that will be ultimately a good impression on Dumfries and Galloway.
Thanks, John. Simon?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just to sort of, I suppose, sort of agree with the statements that have been made. We are obviously looking at reviewing our forest and woodland strategy guidance, which will obviously allow, I suppose, take cognizance of the existing and emerging opportunities we've got to make sure that the right tree is planted in the right place. And we've obviously just worked to create, obviously, the D&G Woodlands Trust, which will obviously look at opportunities to work with private stakeholders and communities for forest expansion. And we are obviously looking, as we develop other landscape scale projects, that appropriate woodland planting is undertaken in the right place to have the right results to affect water quality and carbon sequestration.
Just to make sure John's okay with that.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Simon.
Excellent. Just when I've got you there, so look to break at 12:30, 12:40, somewhere around there, subject to agenda. Is that comfortable enough with yourselves as interpreters and John?
Councillor Dennell here. Yeah, fine with that plan. And I can speak for the interpreters here. David speaking. Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So, I've got Councillor Marshall Brighty, and I was going to give Stephen the last word. David, you put your hand up again. That'll be a second time speaker. I'll come just to see what it is, but I mean, ideally, just for the sake of keeping on timelines and such like. So it'll be Councillor Marshall Brighty, then we'll discuss, David, if you get a chance to come in or not. Marshall, sure.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I mean, I think this is a good piece of work, and I think it's a very important strategy for the whole of South Scotland going forward. I think at 2.2 we're asked to agree the draft report, and I don't really have an issue with that. I think it's good to go out, but in view of the fact that it is going out for the comment, not only to elected members, but also to stakeholders, communities and interested parties, there may be some issues that come back that we need to consider and scrutinise. And I understand the timescales are quite short. It says sometime early in 2024. But I think with a document like this, it would be good if we could see the final comments and documents and then be able to actually input into that, rather than just delegate. I think it's an important issue, and I think the time frame should allow us to maybe at the next meeting of ENR see the inputs from the consultation exercise. And there may be some issues. I think Richard Marsh has raised an issue that might come to the fore that we maybe need to reconsider as elected members. And I don't know what the Scottish Borders Council are doing, whether or not they've just delegated. But I think this is an important document, and I think if we do have the opportunity to see the feedback from this, and hopefully there will be a lot of feedback, then we can take decisions on whether or not we need to change strategy.
Thanks, Sean. So the 30th of January, Simon, is our next ENR committee. I just wondered, does what Sean's proposing there coincide with an update report back to this committee then?
Thank you, Chair. I mean, I think obviously, and Andy can correct me if I'm wrong, we're looking, obviously, Scottish Borders Council are receiving a report, I believe, on Thursday this week. So obviously they will have the same sort of update and discussion. And then following, obviously, that, there was the opportunity that we were hoping to, if agreed and approved, to go out, obviously, for the public consultation the week after that. to allow us to obviously have a 12-week sort of public consultation window. The 30th of January would be obviously still within that public consultation window, but may well have undertaken the two sort of 4 events across the region that Andy mentioned earlier. So we could obviously potentially bring something back if required. Obviously, we were planning, as per the report, to obviously have the opportunity for delegated authority to the director, subject to any sort of, any major changes would need to come back to committee. But if they were in line and in keeping, obviously, with the main content of the report, we felt that the delegated authority was fine, but happy to be guided by members or by the director.
I wondered, the 30th of March, is the next one after that then, Simon, just to try and be progressive as we go forward. I think Sean's brought up an appropriate point, but if we could extend that, it would take us beyond the 12 weeks, an update report to the March.
Yeah, I mean, that is still within the timeline, obviously we'd have to sort of make sure we submitted it straight after that, but happy to sort of work with the committee and members to ensure obviously there is proper scrutiny.
I appreciate your support with that and others. So we'll change that recommendation, Sean, at the end, that we get an updated report. No, thank you very much for that, Simon and Lorna. So we've got Councillor Baretti and then David.
Thank you, Chair. It's both an observation and a question at the end, Chair. The report is necessary, clearly, and in my opinion it's necessary because we've only had 2 other occasions on this island when we've had to look at land use reform, and that's 1915 and 1939. Both of those were as a result of global conflict. The only other time since then is about the 1960s, when clearly population growth globally meant we had to look at how we fed people at a global level, and this country responded. Now we've got an emergency. My concern would be, and one of my question that I'll have come to at the end, is that up to the 1960s, the climate and planet reacted very, very, very slowly. So we didn't notice change. Now in the last 20 years, we've started to see that change, and it's become dramatic. And this report doesn't have a metric for how many years, although we talk about the 20, but we're going to see huge changes. So therefore, land use and what we're doing with it has to take into account that speed of change. My question to both Andy and Simon was, how do you rate the urgency of what this report is trying to do?
Thank you, Simon. And Andy, I think.
No, thanks, Chair, and through yourself. I mean, I think obviously sort of we've tried to capture. We are aware, obviously, that there is an imperative both from a climate and from a biodiversity point of view to respond to the twin crises. This creates obviously an opportunity that puts ourselves, I suppose, as a region for the south of Scotland ahead of the curve, as we've been able to be part of the pilot scheme. There is obviously a huge necessity for us to move forward in the right capacity. We are obviously bound by the fact this is a pilot scheme. This is informal. We've done the work we were meant to do. We are now obviously looking at finishing off the pilot and awaiting obviously to work with colleagues within the Scottish Government to see what the next steps are. So it moves some way towards where we'd like to be, Councillor Baretti, but obviously maybe not necessarily as quickly as we may need to move.
Have you got a comment, Andy, as well? And Stephen, I'll probably ask you to pick up on this point in your very last words.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Yeah, I think the action is urgently required. We've included a table on the climate forecasts for the region from the James Hutton Institute work, and we will see some notable changes over the next 25 to 30 years in the overall temperature, and particularly with regards to summer and autumn droughts, and then wetter winters as well. So we're going to think very carefully about how we manage water. And so from the point of view of abstraction for crops, and also in terms of flood protection as well, and the role that our natural capital can play in building resilience fundamentally. So urgency in terms of planting trees, absolutely, both in terms of sequestering carbon and to provide some of the benefits of managing water, shall we say, on the land. So yes, I would agree that there's a need for urgent action, but we are crystal ball gazing in terms of what the actual outcomes will be. We try and paint a vision within the documents about what we would like our lowlands and uplands to look like, and some form of integrated land use is probably going to build the most resilient. So we will still have productive use of land, but we've got to start thinking very soon about how we start managing the land, what crops will be growing, what trees will be planted where, because they have to function. We're always talking about the functionings of ecosystems, and they have to mature and be ready to provide us the protection, if you like, and the flow of services that we require by 2045, 2050, because we are going to see some quite stark changes. SEPA have said as is reflected in the report, areas like Dumfries and Galloway, which you wouldn't traditionally associate with water shortages, but that's water shortages are likely to occur 1 in 3 years rather than 1 in 20 years, which is until the recent past has been the case. So we're seeing very notable changes now. So we do need to act soon. So thank you.
Hopefully that's the right message you're getting there, Tony.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think it does. It's clear from the work that I do that flora and fauna, we do not know what is going to happen, and we don't understand how the rate of change will impact on all of what we see around us. But I do know that we cannot actually put a metric to it. We just have to start and do something.
Yep, totally agree with that. David, you want a second point as a second time speaker?
Yes, just a question for Andy. There's a small wood that was about 3 hectares of beautiful beech trees in a village, and a few years back it was all cut down, and now there's some twigs on the ground, but it was a beautiful backdrop to the village. So is there anything in your document at all that can probably protect these ancient woods? And these trees would be probably a few hundred years old, and for some reason they were just all cut down, and they simply weren't ill. They were in good condition, and I say it was so the village lost its backdrop, you might say. So is there anything in your documents, as you're looking at now, that can do more to protect small woods like this, especially with traditional deciduous trees? Thank you.
I'll let you give a quick answer to that one, Andy.
Thank you, councillors. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't drill down to the specifics of local actions on a particular site, but there is an encouragement to protect our natural capital and our woodlands as part of that, and to enhance woodlands by planting more woodlands. So in terms of the specifics about protection, I think the point had been made earlier around tree preservation orders and the sort of protections that come through policy. And this OLAF is informal, so it helps inform and guide policy, but it's not policy in itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much for that. Thanks, David. I think you will be very interested in LDP3 as we go forward with that, and obviously will be heavily involved, but I do think your questions are relevant to that. Stephen, Councillor Thompson, give you final say in regards to this. Any points you want to make, or even I wouldn't mind you touching on Councillor Barretti's point in particular as well, please.
Thanks, Chair. I mean, I think clearly we've got a lot of people who represent a number of views about what the land should be used for, what we're doing right and what we might want to do in the future. I think we've got a lot of, it'd be helpful to have a framework in order to which to understand best how to respond to the challenges that we're going to face, and also realise that there's always going to be new opportunities as well. But that doesn't mean this is a prescriptive document by any means saying, oh, everything must change. There's a lot of things that we do right in the region, as I think members have pointed out, but there's always going to be other challenges, and Councillor Barretti has obviously highlighted the climate emergency and the rate of change that we're experiencing, and how do we respond to that. So I think page 220 effectively talks about priority land use changes, and it's maybe a good summary there to maybe help frame a way of looking at this document, because it's not going to say here's what you have to do. Ultimately, a land use framework might help guide how decisions are taken about changes to use of land, and that might only affect a very small number of areas where there's a lot of competition for that use of land. So I think we have an interest in making sure we don't overdo commercial forestry at the expense of other things, but equally we want to keep the economy growing. So it's good to start considering things in this more rounded light. So and I think the other thing to say just on the final recommendation, I think Councillor Marshall's point is absolutely appropriate that this comes back in some way to us so elected members can have sight of that. However, we're in a curious position where this is a document generated by the REP, effectively in partnership with Scottish Government, SOSE and both local authorities. So, I don't know if we can specially delegate authority to only our director to make changes on the submission, because it'll actually be a partnership. So that there's maybe a wee governance question around who takes the lead on that, and maybe Lorna can help clear that up. But otherwise, I think we should proceed and let's have the consultation, and I look forward to us hearing back in our consultation responses many of the views expressed by elected members today. Thank you.
So my proposal, just some kind of pre-warning Lorna in regards to that, should probably come back with further advice, so was to note 2.1 agree 2.2, note 2.3, note 2.4 and 2.5 would change to agree to receive a further update report after a post-consultation with stroke public engagement to the March committee, and at that point we'd have a further recommendation at that, and Lorna could certainly reflect on your comments there if it's appropriate or not at that time. It would be included within that report. I think 2.5 as it stands should really be done away with, if that's acceptable to members. That is. But Stephen, you want to come back in?
Yeah, just on that point about what would the competence be in terms of us delegating to a director to make a final submission if it's a joint document, if you see what I mean. So I think there's maybe something to be teased out there. I don't know, Lorna, if you can help.
Yeah, our normal practice has been, in a number of years, and members have consistently agreed, it would only be, as Simon says, around incidental changes to it. If there was anything fundamentally changed or anything of substance changed, it would come back to members. There's no delegation to officers, whatever officer that would be. So that's what I think officers have tried to reflect in the report. But you're right, there's a tripartite relationship with SOS and Scottish Borders Council as the sponsors of this pilot, alongside the REP itself, who are contributing to it. So it would have to be in concert with those organisations as well. As Simon said today, Borders are looking at this on Thursday, so I do think it would be appropriate to bring it back to members to sign off a final version. But what would be helpful is officers will set out any changes to the draft that you've seen today in summary, so that you can identify if there's anything further. But we are right up to the wire in March for submissions, so we'll make sure that that's done in the earliest possible course.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So if we can get that further recommendation at 2.5, did that change? So we do away with the wording as it is, and just that we get an update report, as previously mentioned by Councillor Marshall in the first instance, and we've all agreed to that, I think. Yep, excellent. It's lunchtime then. So the time is 12:31, so if we come back at 1300 hours, or 1 o'clock, 1 p.m. Excellent. See you then. Thanks very much. Much members, apologise for a little bit of lateness. So Dumfries Town Plan, this is report by Head of Economy and Development in response to the decision of members of the committee at our meeting on the 5th September 23. This report provides an update on the development of a Dumfries Town Plan, which could include meeting houses requirements for key workers and sheltered care. It also provides an update following the UK Government announcement on 30th September that Dumfries is receiving 10 million, 10-year investment, £20 million as part of a long-term plan for towns. Jamie, I don't know if you want to speak to this at all, I'll just take questions, but it's Jamie Little and Stuart McMillan for that matter. Sorry, Stuart, didn't miss you out there on purpose, she's in read far enough. So if you want to add anything or mention anything at all before we start, but I think we're comfortable just to go to the questions. If you're not, straight to questions. Take it straight to questions. Members, I'll open it up to members. Councillor Marshall. Sean.
Never put my hand up there.
Psychic.
Thanks, and thanks, Jamie, for the report. I think, based on the previous issues that we raised, I'm kind of content with the recommendations within this report at the moment. I think 1 and 2 will advance the housing plan for key workers and sheltered care workers. And in relation to the Dumfries Town Centre Master Plan, I do think that this UK Government for Scottish Towns initiative, which has included the Scottish towns, I think it does need a little bit more clarity on the terms and guidance, but it has the potential to develop a master plan for not only Dumfries Town Centre but Dumfries as a whole. So I don't know when you will receive the further guidance with regards, from the UK government, but at the moment quite content that it could be an ideal delivery vehicle to take things forward.
Thanks, Sean. Jamie or Stuart, have you got any, response to that?
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Councillor Marshall, just for the query. I suppose in terms of the timeline for additional information, we don't have specific dates as it stands. We have met with UK government officials to discuss the additional requirements that are needed, particularly for Scotland. But this time not been made aware of when the update is going to be provided. That update is also hoped to include information about the geographical boundary for any town plan that we would be looking to bring forward. And that's obviously going to be key in our considerations of what members are already aware of in terms of existing plans and also existing structures that are put in place that would be akin to a town board as referred to in the guidance. As soon as that is available, it would be our intention to come back with a further report with that additional detail to this committee.
Excellent. So we haven't got an exact time frame in regards to that coming back, but if you're comforted by that, Sean, then obviously you've got reassurance it will be coming back. You're comfortable with the report as it stands. I think yourself and Councillor Johnston in particular raised a number of matters in regards to this. I think we've got Councillor Hagman, then Beretti. So it's Katie, then yourself, Tony.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair. I won't speak to maybe the specifics of this one. It's more in relation to 2.4, which is that we're awaiting guidance. I wonder whether it would be appropriate that we were a bit more proactive with this. I'm just really conscious that the guidance that's in the report would in effect sort of go over quite a lot of our existing policies that we have, both at a national level, but also at a local level in terms of our community councils, in terms of community planning partnerships, in terms of place planning, etc. So I'm wondering whether we need to be a little bit more proactive, whether you as the chair maybe needs to write to lay out what our expectations would be regarding this money. Clearly, there's cross-party agreement through COSLA that all funding should be coming to local authorities for those within the local authority to decide how that money should be spent rather than dictated to in almost a ring-fenced manner. And I'm also aware that there's other local authorities across Scotland who will be in a similar position. So whether we should be reaching out to those other local authorities to ascertain how are they mitigating the issue of place planning, of community partnership planning, etc. Because, you know, while we would absolutely welcome any additional funding into the local authority, it should really be for the local authority, for ourselves as elected members, how that money is best spent. So I would just wonder whether there's an opportunity to be a little bit more proactive. Thanks.
Oh, thanks, Kate. I'm sure there will be. So I'm going to bring Steve Rogers in first, Stuart, then if there's anything to add. Steve's in the room, then anything to add will come back to yourself. Thank you. So Steve?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and I will bring Stuart in on this just to reassure members that we have already started that proactive process of engaging with UK government, and one of the early asks that we put to them was that they really do need to produce that guidance and release it as soon as possible, given the timeframes that we're all working to, which are set out in the report, that really we have to have things up and running from April of next year, and in order to do that, essentially we're going to have to bring back reports to members to get sign-off for the arrangements, for the detailed arrangements, when we know what they need to be early next year. So we have already started that engagement. There is also engagement with the other Scottish local authorities and the towns that are also receiving these funds, and UK government have set up a kind of reference group, if you like, specifically to consider the specific Scottish implications of this fund, because clearly the funding landscape is very different here. The legal framework, the statutory framework that we operate within is really quite different. And we also need to recognise that the whole approach to place planning, which we're going to come on to consider in a further item, the whole approach to place planning in Scotland, it must be said, is much more developed than it is south of the border. So this initiative is landing into a landscape where there is already a lot of activity around place-based planning work. And that's part of the feedback that collectively the 6 towns that have been identified have already been giving to UK government for them to take away and consider how they incorporate and how they reflect that in the guidance that they subsequently issue. But I'll let Stuart come in and fill in some of those details.
Thanks, Stuart.
Yes, I think just one or two just additional things I think that would be helpful for the committee. As Steve referred to, we've had some of those early discussions with UK government. We've also had some discussions with Scottish government regeneration officials. So we're triangulating, I suppose, around what everybody's understanding of the position is. I think it's fair to say that there's some common messages that are going back to UK government officials from both the local authorities through that reference group and through the Scottish government officials in talking about the slightly different starting point that Scotland is in establishing the action groups and the town boards, etc., that are required to be able to deliver this £20 million over 10 years. So we do await the guidance to come. But we are, just to give committee assurance that we've started that work to impress upon the UK officials that we're not at a standstill point here. This is going to be integrated into a well-developed framework for delivery, both in Dumfries, but the other local authorities have been saying similar things as well.
Thank you, Stuart. Katie?
I appreciate those responses. I guess my sort of final comment would be when liaising with UK government officials, it might be pertinent to remind them that elected members in Dumfries and Galloway Council have exactly the same democratic mandate that the MPs have, and that we should be fully consulted within this, and also our MSPs, because certainly I do note that it would be overseen by the MP, and I'm just a bit baffled as to why it wouldn't be overseen by the democratic elected members within the council area as well as our MSPs. Thank you.
No, thanks very much for that, Katie. Councillor Hagman. So who have we got next? Councillor Barretti, Ferguson, Slater, then Stephen Thompson.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you, Chair.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. It's already been touched upon, but not quite given me a specific timing, so that was Steve mentioned in his comments about 4.11 on page 264. What is the reality that we will actually meet these deadline targets?
Straightforward question there, so I'm not sure if that's Stuart or Jamie.
Yeah, I'm happy to pick this one up, Chair. So, yeah, these are the requirements of the UK government for us to be able to start mobilising the funding and to be able to start drawing down funding. So once we have the town board together, or whatever the structure it will be in Scotland, then we're able to start that flow of some revenue spend to help that town board to develop the town plan. So if we as we actually mobilise and get these boards into place and the town plan starting to develop, then the funding support will happen. So it's important that we do that as quickly as we can. And I think as both Steve and I have said in previous comments here, we're not starting from a standstill position. So we have a lot of work that has developed over the last couple of years that will stand us in extremely good stead for the development of what that action plan will start to look like. So I think we start from a strong position, Councillor Beretti, and we will endeavour to absolutely meet the challenges of those deadlines that the UK government are imposing on us.
Tony?
Yeah, it's very tight timelines, but will we get a view of this if things aren't proceeding as they should? Will elected members get that oversight?
Hopefully that's a yes, Stuart. I'll let you answer that, but I hope to pick up on the recommendations as well, going back to what Councillor Marshall covered earlier.
It's our intent to be reporting back to committee very regularly, particularly as we are still in a little bit of a vacuum as to the absolute detail of what the UK government is asking of us in Scotland. So our hope is that we'll be back in January to give you that update, and we'll keep coming back to committee with those regular updates as they come through.
Excellent, sounds good. I'm getting a thumbs up from Tony himself. Councillor Ferguson, Slater, Thompson and Ivor. I missed you off last time, so Andy?
Good afternoon now, Chair. A couple of things here. I'm going to start off by referring to item 8 on item 3, sorry, at point 8, update on housing need and provision in the Freeze report. And at 8.3, we agreed earlier today that we would receive a report back to the November meeting which would outline the process to take forward the Dumfries Town Centre Master Plan, including a definition of the area to be covered. So I'm a bit disappointed that that's not there, but I do appreciate, okay, the goalposts have changed a wee bit. But when you then look at the goalposts changing, this is almost, if I can use a rugby analogy, this is like playing rugby league or rugby union. They're different sports, but on the same size of pitch. You're looking here, they're expecting us to have by the spring of 24 a town board. Yet they're not telling us any way at all how we're going to arrange what that town board should be. I think it's quite clear from it they don't want politicians. So where's the criteria? How are you going to move forward between now and the spring? And that's no longer than April, I would suggest, because the spring only goes up to what, April, May maximum. How are we going to then meet what Anthony Beretti was just talking about there, and some others were talking about, is the timescales that the UK government are setting us here, yet they're not prepared to give us the criteria that we need to progress. And one last question for I think it was Stuart actually mentioned it about other Scottish authorities who've already been offered levelling up money. I'd be really interested to find out if we can get round all these authorities and see exactly where they are in the process. Because my information is that North Ayrshire, for example, were granted money in 2021 and they still haven't seen a penny. So it leaves you, whilst any investment in in the region is welcome. But it has to be a realistic reason. It has to be justifiable. It has to be for the right purpose and the right reasons. Forgive me, but being a bit of a cynic, this looks to me as this is politically motivated, right? And how can I put this? Remember, there's a query contact in place. We really need to get the bottom out here with the officials from Westminster to tell us they can't just send out a press release and say you're going to get X amount of money, right? And no follow that up with how you're going to get it, what you have to do to get it, and then what timeframes and everything else. So it's what they say, you know. But beware people bearing gifts. You know, I'm trying to get the whole bit out of that. And really, I'm at a loss here as to what we do with this. The biggest bit for me, and the bit I was focusing on in the report before we got, appreciate it's another part of the agenda or come later, but the email we got from the director yesterday is that I've got people in my ward who want to know if Lochside and Lincluden, Summerhill, etc., are going to be included in the master plan or not. And I can't tell them. Right. Now, that's no Jamie's fault. That's no Stuart's fault. That's the UK government's fault. So we need to write with the strongest possible terms to the UK government saying we need to know what area we're dealing with here. And just lastly, if I can just get it in, Ian, is that Sean touched on something that was really important when he started off earlier, is we've got a plethora, right, of projects on the go round about Dumfries. When are we going to get one report that actually shows them all and how they all work together? That's what I want. Right? That's what the people want. They want to know that the £20 million over 10 years isn't going to be wasted, because you could probably waste £2 million next year just setting up a town board. And then lastly is, how are we going, and this is the bit, again, really has to go back to the UK government, what are we going to do here is, because we can't progress what a town board is because we've not got the mechanism for appointing one.
Excellent, Andy. Thanks so much for them questions and points. I think the £20 million for the UK government was definitely a game changer, and we will find out through time how that'll follow and flow through in Dumfries in particular. I think that's the whole point. That's changed going back to your statement in regards to the minute and what was agreed last time. I mean, that certainly supports that extra money coming in supports the slight changes to this report that's came in. But ultimately, it's about getting it right, make sure the money flows to the right places, whether it's the heart and middle of Dumfries or whether it's to the northwest as your particular ward. I think it's important that we do find that stuff out. But I'll ask Stuart and Jamie to answer your questions as best they can. But ultimately, there's some political stuff in there, I think, for yourself and all, Andy. I wouldn't like to think we've got a touch on them. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'll try and cover some of the points and then perhaps let Stuart come in around the levelling up funds. In meeting with the UK government officials, the question of geography was posed by Dumfries and Galloway Council specifically to them. So we have certainly taken a proactive approach to trying to identify what boundary will be coming forward for this town plan. We do await that further guidance, you know, as we mentioned in the report. Another question that we posed to UK government officials was around the town board and its makeup and what they would expect to see. And again, we were trying to take that proactive approach that Councillor Hagman set out there. Unofficial advice, and obviously this is subject to the guidance that will come out, is that they will look to support us using existing structures where possible in terms of a town board as well. So that we do await the specific guidance, and that will allow us to take these points forward. But just to maybe touch a little bit on the plethora of projects as well that you referred to there, Councillor Ferguson, that is something we are aware of. That's why myself in Housing and Regeneration and Stuart and his team in Economic Development are working closely around pulling these projects together. And in terms of the housing requirements, that's very much why we're making that recommendation to members about an urban capacity study and referring to some of the plans that are currently in place both for the region and that would support Dumfries Town as well, such as the vacant derelict land and property strategy and the strategic housing investment plan. I'm hoping that gives some response as far as we understand it while we await that guidance. And I'll bring Stuart in just to comment on the points that I've missed.
I think you've been pretty thorough there, Jamie. I had nothing really to add further.
Excellent. Andy, used to as a last chance.
I think the big problem here is that the public deserve an honesty, right? Because everybody thinks they've got £20 million to spend in Dumfries over the next 10 years, £2 million a year. Right? We're already a good number of weeks now into the announcement. Yes, there's another announcement that's come forward yesterday, but we're still no further forward. So we're actually going to need to be really, really honest with the people to say that right at this moment in time, yes, while the commitment is welcome, you've then got the added part is that all that commitment carried through if there's a change of government at Westminster next year. And that for me is a $64,000 question. Will they continue with this or not? Not that sure. But the bottom line here for me is we need to be honest with the public and we need to tell the public exactly, right, the timescales. And we can't do that. So if you wish, I think I'd maybe like to come back later, Ian, with another recommendation that we actually we say thank you, but we also say, but we need timescales here. We can't operate in the timescales you're giving us. And no disrespect to the two officers who are dealing with officials at Westminster, they don't make the decision. So it has to go to the minister who's making the decision to make sure that all the resources are put in at Westminster so that we can meet the targets they're setting us.
Comfortable to come back to that point, Andy. It's I don't think there's anything wrong with asking that particular point or question that you're alluding to in regards to timeframes and clarity on that. So no, I wouldn't ask Jamie or Stuart to come back on that point at all. Councillor Slater, you're next, David.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's Agenda 8, obviously. Page 264, 4.8. It says safety and security infrastructure wardens, awareness courses. Now, wardens, are these going to be people that's employed, additional people, wardens, and are they possibly going to do traffic wardens as well and be involved in that? Because at the moment, as you're aware, it's obviously safety as well. We're about 11 police officers down at the moment, resulting in community police officers are having to do other roles, so that it's taking them away from community policing. So that's really the question. These wardens that mentioned, are these going to be additional wardens, or I try to think what wardens we have, but don't have any at the moment. But are they going to be employed, and are they going to be added to work of traffic wardens as well for the town centre? And as regards the second question, some of this money needs to be put into cleaning our town up. It's just simple things like the disabled bays for parking. They're in a terrible mess. Lineage in the streets is totally worn out. Paving stones are breaking every day. And these things need to be addressed. And as Andy said there as well, how far does this money go? Does it go to other areas? Does it go to likes of Cresswell, Georgetown, or is it just for a designated part of the town centre? Thank you.
Really good questions. Sorry, thanks so much, David. I think they're really good questions. Jamie, or is it Stuart? I'm not just sure who will answer that. Stuart, I see your hand up. Sorry, Stuart. Over to you.
It was just to say, Councillor Slater, that the examples that are in the report at 4.8 are lifted from the guidance that we have received to date from the UK government. But that guidance is for all scenarios across the UK, so it's very much their examples of what they think action plans might include, but it's still down to the local towns to determine what their own priorities are. So under safety and security, yes, the guidance does talk about security infrastructure, cameras, I presume, wardens, and other types of things. that might be very important in some places, but less so in others. So there is local flexibility to determine what that is all about. I think the difference here, though, with this UK Levelling Up Fund announcement is that 25% of the money that's being made available is revenue. So it does allow for town centre management or other types of revenue-related spend to be looked at when drawing up the local action plan for the town. So these become opportunities, I think, where previous funding that's been made available has been perhaps more slanted towards capital-only type investment funds. So I think that's why there are some new types of intervention that are being given as examples within the guidance, but as I say, very much up to the local town to define its own priorities.
Okay with that, David?
Okay, thank you.
No. Thank you, thanks very much. I do think we'll evolve as things go forward, because it's mentioned a couple of times in regards to the board itself. It probably not be a board of ours unless it's a board through a scale or something like that. Whether it's that or town centre regeneration committee, whatever, Dumfries Town Centre, Dumfries wider, depends what it is. But I do think we will get to that point in time, and it's not over-surmountable. So who's next? Have I got? It's Councillor Thompson, I think. I think that's right, is it?
Thanks, Chair. Is it me? Yeah, voting. Yeah. No. I mean, I'm sort of heartened by the undertakings given by officers already in terms of engaging with the various governments and that, and I think that's totally appropriate given where we're at. I think you said it yourself. It's a game changer, but I think, as you know, nobody knows the rules of the game. So ultimately, I think Councillor Ferguson expressed, I suppose, the emotions around this very well, because we don't even know what the size of the pitch is, because we haven't established the boundaries of what Dumfries is in terms of this. So there's a whole lot of unknowns here, and I think I would certainly urge that we proactively, politically ask, UK government to sort of, be forthcoming with that clarity, because it'll certainly help us. And I do welcome the idea of bringing back some kind of report that says, here's all the stuff going on in Dumfries, because clearly there's already groups such as at Kingham Quay or the DPAG, which we'll hear about, is in the appendix in the next report, which I think incorporates Loreburn Community Council as well, who are working earnestly towards developing place plans, which should be setting out the local community-led priorities for what should be happening in their communities and in Dumfries. And we've also, so there's a very cluttered landscape here of stuff going on, and it'd be good to get that bottomed out, because we could be taking decisions now or in the next few months that actually preempt what those groups might come forward with as their plans for shaping their communities or their local sort of priorities that would become part of the planning framework. So, I'm quite concerned about that. Also, I think while we would want to include our MSPs in the normal way here, along with all elected representatives, I think the intention of this funding was for it to be community-led without politicians leading it. And yet we're sort of being almost prescribed that MPs should be involved, and potentially us as well, so it is a wee bit of confusing message. But as I say, we do welcome the investment. It's just we should really have a clearer sense of how we shape that, and I think the officers are undertaking to do that. But I think with that, ultimately, I think 4.9 in the report captures it pretty well, just in terms of summarising what we need to do to get back to where we need to be. And when I first looked at this report, I thought, this is a housing report, but it's really a report about town boards. So I think there is something about, are we getting clear reports here that are specifically dealing with the housing, or is this one about actually here's how we're determining what local communities and our town boards are telling us how to devise what our town should be in the next few years? So it's a wee bit of a clutter, as I say, and I do welcome efforts to maybe clarify that a bit. So thank you, Chair, for that.
I thought it was merged and cluttered, as your language, merged and give a degree of flexibility that was appropriate under the circumstances. It was a game changer, but that money coming in changed the direction of travel to a degree, but only appropriate circumstances. Had to come back here for checks and balances. But Jamie, I think these questions are probably better posed at yourself, that last question in particular for Stephen.
Yeah,
sorry, Chair, can I just add something first? But obviously the announcement yesterday while very welcome, particularly the transport funding, which I think we'd all hoped would be successful, it does kind of reduce the credibility of the process a bit whenever it seems arbitrary and whimsical. While we welcome the funding and we can put it to good use for sure, because we've got good cases for taking that forward, I think it's a bit of a roller coaster ride when really we should be expecting the standards to be set at the highest level, and then we can kind of learn from that. In this case, it seems to be the other way around. But we welcome the money, obviously. Thank you.
Jamie.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Thompson. So just in terms of my reference earlier to the meeting that we held with UK government officials, the colleagues, myself and other colleagues from Dumfries and Galloway Council, certainly put the range of different projects that are happening across Dumfries to the UK government officials for their awareness, just to highlight there is a range of different projects that are ongoing. In terms of the housing element of the report, so the intention here is very much to see if there is an opportunity to really target our resources and efforts towards one work strand, allowing us to really focus on that provision. I think we'd be happy to say that if it becomes clear at some point that that's not possible, we can come back to members with further updates. We are waiting for the specific guidance around this. And in terms of the town boards, hopefully it's been made clear to members in the report and throughout the discussion today that the guidance and the examples around town boards are very much considered on an England basis, and we do await further guidance around the involvement on town boards within Scotland.
Okay, thanks so much for that, Jamie. Getting nods of approval. Councillor Hislop, Ivor.
Thank you, Chair. I think we're getting a wee bit bogged down here. This is good news for Dumfries and Galloway. 20 million over the next 10 years for the town. We need to make sure that if there are rules there to be set and guidance, are we actually suggesting to the government officials, this is how we want to set it up? You know, plagiarism in journalism is quite a good thing. If you write a story for a journalist, he'll print it. So if we give them the rules that we want, you know, they might, don't say that's what we want, but here are some ideas. They might take them and run with them. So we'll get how we want to deliver it up here. So that might be an idea. Go back to them and say, here's some suggestions. The other one, we've got further monies coming, which were a good news story as well, with the 13.75 million for the transport project. There's the Three Rivers Tourism, which is 22.8, of which the Annan Harbour's in there. So there's a lot of money coming into the region. We need to make sure that it does get used and we do draw it down. And I would actually say Councillor Ferguson's can be right. You know, sometimes you get money announced and it doesn't come. Because I think, is it members in the West keep reminding me about the £6 million, I think it was, for that at Stranraer Harbour. It was promised by a government, it's never arrived. So I think we need to keep the foot in the throttle here and make sure that that money does come to Dumfries and Galloway and we use it well.
Thanks so much for that, Ivor. Much appreciated. Members, I think that's it. We've got no further questions. Councillor Marshall.
Thanks for allowing me back in. It was really just to come back in, and Stephen was asking, you know, the report seems a bit, you know, it's housing and it's town plans, but it's with regards to the reason for the report is, you know, because of the previous agreements by this committee that we wanted to develop, you know, whether you call it a town plan or a master plan, because an action plan, master plan are totally different. But also there was the house requirements for key workers and sheltered care. So it's trying to actually fit this opportunity that we have. And that's why I welcome the report with caution, because, you know, it's not just a capital allocation, it's a revenue application as well. So there is an opportunity to develop that. If you remember back, it was when the Ladyfield master plan came and we didn't feel that, you know, if you can develop one for Ladyfield, why have you never developed one for the overall Dumfries town centre? But And to answer Andy's point, this potentially has the opportunity to look at Dumfries as a whole. We've still got to get clarity on the boundaries. But if we are doing this piece of work, it would be crazy not to include the other parts of Dumfries, particularly when you've got important housing developments in northwest Dumfries, etc. You've got the links to the hospital, etc. So at the moment, that's why I've said that we do need further clarity. It's no good talking about, we need more police on the street, etc. We need more street furniture. We need things we're not at that stage yet, and that will actually be worked up. I think what this does provide, whilst it's a welcome, the 20 million just, being awarded to Dumfries, there is an opportunity to get a strategic kind of look at Dumfries as a whole, involving all the key players and partners, and that's still to be worked out as well. But at the moment, as it stands, and we do need UK government clarity on quite a lot of things, but as it stands at the moment, it would advance the two things that we identified that we wanted to take forward in previous meetings, but it also opens up, I think, a wider opportunity to look at Dumfries as a whole. But as I said, we wait further guidelines from the UK government. The one thing I would welcome, if we do agree 2.2, is the urban capacity study. I'm just wondering how long that would take to actually undergo that piece of work.
Is that you, Jamie?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Marshall. So, yeah, the urban capacity study was certainly something I wanted to refer to just in my response to Councillor Marshall there, on the basis that the intention is very much to look within that urban capacity study at the entirety of Dumfries. So to look at all the different opportunities that may well come forward. And that is something that we would intend to do in terms of the Local Development Plan 3 process anyway. But this really does offer us an opportunity to potentially look at that in terms of the Dumfries Town Plan as well. The information that came through the Ladyfield Master Plan around the demand for housing and key workers and for people with supported housing was certainly something that we have taken on board. But as part of our housing need and demand assessment, we really need to ensure that the evidence is verified and robust and credible to ensure that we can take that forward into projects that we're targeting investment at in the future. In terms of timescales, if members are to choose to agree to to support the urban capacity study at today's committee, that's something that we are already have assessed the different projects we need to be looking at there, and we really do think that that's something we can bring back pretty quickly. I haven't discussed specific timescales with colleagues, but very confident that that's a piece of work that we can pull together pretty swiftly.
Thanks for that, Jamie. Thank you, Sean. Tony, sorry I didn't miss you together. Councillor Beretti.
Thank you, Chair. I think you'll have to revise your time when we finish. Page 264, going back to 4.8, when it does talk about regeneration, converting vacant commercial units and derelict property. Just to go back to the 5th of September 23, when we had our other E&R committee meeting, it was Agenda 9, where we discussed this, and we know the complexities of trying to get these properties back into, or remove them from the ownership that they have into the ownership of whoever wants to use them. So how do we, is it that the UK government is not aware of this complexity, or have we got some, or has Jamie got some further strategy to make it happen? Jamie?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Beretti. So, as Steve mentioned earlier in his response, we are waiting for that specific toolkit that will set out what powers are available in the Scottish context. Members will be aware that the legislation around empty and derelict properties does differ in England. While both countries have compulsory purchase order powers, in England they have compulsory sales orders, which is something the Scottish Government have committed to look at within this parliamentary period. We We also are expecting the Scottish Government to carry out a review of the compulsory purchase order powers to try and identify ways to make that more streamlined and more effective for councils and communities to help transfer that ownership. But again, we wait the specific detail in terms of this toolkit. But the council has recently, in November last year, November 22, agreed its vacant and derelict land and property strategy, and a report was brought back to the September meeting of this committee, just highlighting some of the outcomes delivered so far. So we are going to be very cognisant of that strategy, just in terms of the development of the town plan and recognising what powers are available to the council.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Tony. Right, we've got recommendations, and don't worry, Andy, I've not missed you. I'm just going to go through these first and come back to yourself. So note 2.1, agree 2.2, which in particular is in regards to the commission of an urban capacity study for Dumfries settlement, paragraph 4.2. Future goes into local development plan. Note 2.3, note 2.4. Andy, 2.5, just before I go over that one, do you want to come in? You had some points you want to make. Councillor Ferguson, that is when I say Andy.
No, it's okay, Ian. I was actually wanting to mention something else, and it was about the bullet point at 4.5 to oversee and deliver the long-term plan. Who's actually going to be the budget holder? Maybe that needs clarified as well, but I mean, you can leave that with officers to clarify for us, because it doesn't automatically say the council. To me,
so we definitely got reassurance we would see this. Stuart's wanting to come in to answer that, but we've got reassurance that this will be at the next meeting as well in regards to regular updates.
Well, that's fine, Ian. Sorry. So, to go back to where we were earlier, and what I'd said is, yeah, I'm relatively happy with everything that's going through here. But what we do really need to do is we need to support our officials here, and actually, politician to politician, we need to do something with Westminster and say we expect this in good time, right, so that our officers can actually get the work done in the timescale that Westminster's setting. It's only fair to the officers. It's unfair to send Stuart and Jamie or whoever to negotiate with officials to the UK government, right, when the decision for when the money is released and everything else comes from ministers. So what I'm saying here is there needs to be a recommendation in here, so that'll be a 2.6, is that either you and the leader of the council write to the cabinet secretary responsible, requiring them that they update us as soon as possible with the guidance and the parameters that we're supposed to try and work within.
So Councillor Thompson's trying again as well, but I mean, what I was looking to do personally was on the back of what Councillor Marshall outlined at the beginning and the further updates we've had from Stuart and Jamie, but is amend 2.5 to agree that a further report provide the committee and the Free Strong plan, but that's at our next committee. I think if we had that reassurance already, now at that point, I think if these points still haven't been ironed out and bottomed out, so there will be political conversations, there will be conversations between the UK government civil servants and the council's officials. So I think at that point, come the end of January, we're at an appropriate point then. This is only a very recent announcement, and we wouldn't normally have, whether it was UK government or Scottish government, this level of detail right now, we wouldn't have that. So I think if we can agree at 2.5, and I will come back to you, Stephen, but if we can agree at 2.5, that we can get that further report, further updated, and it will, those points that I've just actioned will be considered and discussed and taken on board, and we'll fed into that next report. So rather bring yourself in, I don't know, bring your leader in, Councillor Thompson, Stephen, just stay, and hopefully that 2.5 amendment will help.
Thanks, Chair. It was only really to add, and I think it was probably Councillor Hislop who actually raised it, and I thought that was maybe a good approach to take, which is it wouldn't do any harm at all, and it would take relatively little time just to put a letter forward saying, please can we have the clarity, while we welcome this investment, we appreciate early guidance, but also here's how we do here's what we do here that works, and we've got these structures in place, and set out, get in early, as it were, as Ivor was suggesting, and just say, here's how we might do it, and they might take that, that may be taken on board in a constructive way, but the longer you leave it, the less likely that is. So I would suggest, I would be happy to back that, either additional recommendation or an additional action to write a letter from the chair, yourself, and or leader, if other members are minded, because it doesn't do any harm, it's just a letter. And by the time you get it, the turnaround for a letter and getting a response back might be in the next committee anyway, so we could sort of reflect on that response by then. Thank you, Chair.
I'm comfortable with that as a 2.6. Then, if we add that, amend 2.5 as outlined by myself, 2.6 from Councillor McGregor, it'd be the leader of the council along with myself, right to the relevant, the political letters, what you're saying, and we'll get that response, will be fed back into the report at the end of January. You'll hear that back. Yep. Yep. Everybody else is happy with that, I think. Don't see anybody else coming in. No further speakers. Right, excellent. That's a 2.6 being added. Claire, you captured that? Excellent. Thank you. And amendment 2.5. Item number 9. This is supporting communities in developing local place plans. This is one I've been looking forward to most. This report presents a further update this committee requested on the potential for future investment in staff resources to support the development and future delivery of local place plans. We are advised of the potential for future investment to support communities develop and deliver their local place plans and update on the activity and progress achieved so far. Stuart McMillan and Jamie Ferguson are here to assist members. Any questions? Members, open up to yourselves. Councillor Scobie, you're first in the queue. Willie.
Yes, Chair, a bit envious of the previous with the 20 million. And I think it was more than welcomed by the number of speakers, and it's really how we structure that. When I look at this one, and it's interesting to note in 4.1, we're now up to some 30 expressions of interest to develop a local place plan. And in 4.2, we look at the resources that are applied to that, or deployed to that, where we've got an economic development officers from the economic development planning and community service in the ward officer. And I really wonder about the capacity there within that, not only in the development of the local place plan, but what follows from that in terms of delivery. When we look at 4.5, members of the economic resources are clear that they do not want LPPs to sit in the shelf, and that's repeated in 4.6. And the question is, how do we ensure local place plans do not sit on the shelf? Because when we turn over to 4.10, and it's the joining up of these, it's supposed that one would work with council services to ensure they are fully involved in place with other officers doing similar work. So there's the work in developing the place plan along with the communities, but then there's the delivery of those. And I know out of the 5 that we recognised, as you see in Appendix 2 on 279, of the 5, we've only delivered on 2, and 3 are still outstanding in development mode, but still not delivered. And of the one that I can speak of in terms of the Stranraer Place Plan, only this week I've heard of the Stranraer Development Trust, who are applying to a fund. I'm not quite sure what that fund is in terms of engaging consultants to develop these projects that are identified in the local place plan, because when we look at the appendix again, the potential of 15 million, what it needs is for the projects to come forward to make a bid and then to be scored, for the borderlands to consider, is my understanding, but it's working up that project from the place plan. So I'm just wondering in terms of capacity in the delivery, not just to come forward with a developed place plan, but it's on the delivery. And in 2.4 in the recommendations, note the assessment of resources and related funding requirements. That's requested by the committee for staff resources to meet demands, and it talks about building it into the budget of 2024-25. Given the situation with budget, and I'm not quite sure if that would meet the overall demand in terms of delivery. It's really to see how do we ensure that these place plans and the projects can be delivered without them sitting on a shelf because we don't have, the communities don't have the resources to develop them.
Thanks very much. Well, I'll certainly put that. I think Stuart's nodding. He's maybe wanting to come in first, but I fully support the budget process because I think at the right allocation, notice we've got an underspend. It's being classed as, but it's potentially a surplus in real terms So I think that we should be able to make that money available, but I think we've got to be inundated with these, absolutely inundated, and it's got to be something that needs heavily resourced to meet the aspirations and requirements of the local communities. But Stuart, I'll put to you first, and Jamie, if you get any further to add, just come in.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I'll let Jamie just pick up on some of the broader points that Councillor Scobie was making about the level of interest and the resources required and how that's required to support those places. I'll just pick up a couple of things relating to that, to the points that Councillor Scobie was making, sort of laterally around the picking up, if you like, of projects that have been defined in a place plan. Stranraer Place Plan being the example. Wasn't sure it was in his mind. And then translating those ideas into deliverable and fundable projects that actually go on the ground. And there's a couple of different aspects to that, which I think we're all acutely aware of, in that we as officers and across various teams are there to support and help the delivery of those. But we're seeking to do that very much by building capacity in local community organisations to be able to do that themselves. And that's the whole premise of this is around the empowering of those communities to do things that they have planned for and that they can then seek to deliver. So we have some funding mechanisms in place to allow them to do that. The Community-Led Economic Regeneration Fund through the Economy and Development Capital Programme is one of those. And we've also been making grant awards through the Shared Prosperity Fund. And that's the particular award that's been given to Stranraer Development Trust to help them to bring in specialist consultants to work on the business cases for the projects in their place plan that are required to unlock the Borderlands Growth Deal funding for those specific projects. So there are many dimensions of this that we're working with in parallel. I'll maybe just let Jamie pick up on the sort of broader capacity and ethos of working that we're trying to develop across all council services at the moment.
Through you, Chair.
Just whenever you want, Jamie. Yep.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, I think Stuart's articulated it fairly well, and I think Councillor Scobie's question is a really good one. When we go out to communities, when our local police teams go out and talk with communities essentially are not interested in a place plan per se. They're interested in what they can do via that place plan. And I suppose in terms of capacity, we have worked fully within the capacity that we have between economic regeneration staff and I suppose community staff to get communities to a point where they understand local place plans better. But particularly talking about the Borderlands place plans. Borderlands place plans are a particular type of local place plan. Local place plans don't necessarily have the funding opportunity overtly that Borderlands place plans have. And as we say, we have 30. I think we'll get 31 or 33 of them now. Council services, you'll see for the two additional posts requested within this report, the idea was around bringing council services together around the needs of local communities, but also ensuring that the full capacity of our key partners are utilised through community planning and community planning partners around understanding these needs and aspirations and how they can fully contribute towards supporting local communities. As Stuart says, we were clear from the beginning of this that these local plans would be community-led, and communities are in a position to access funds, of course, that councils can. But I do think Councillor Scobie's question is a good one, and I think it is about utilising what we have, moving towards becoming a more enabling council, not doing things that we don't do, but maybe doing things that a little bit differently that takes the community's views, needs and aspirations into account. Hope that helps.
Did that help, Ollie?
Yeah, it helps in so much that there's a structure in moving forward, but we still come back to, as Jimmy referred to at the last there, becoming more of an enabling council And that those may know, the capacity might not be within the communities. And the size of the place plan will vary, different from perhaps Dumfries place plan to Stranraer place plan to Dromore place plan, the Southern Rins. So it's, you know, in working up that, then that takes a bit of time. It takes resources to do that. And we've got to ensure that there's the capacity within the community to do what Jamie's saying if we're taking on more an enabling role. Even in an enabling role, it was Stuart that referred to that part of the money from the Stranraer Place Plan and the Stranraer Development Trust is going to come from the Shared Prosperity Fund. So that's external again. And it's, you know, knowing that we've got the capacity, that we've got the wherewithals to apply to these funds to make it that they just become, that it is deliverable. And that's my big fear, that we get place plans and they just become sitting on the shelf. That is identified in the report in more than one place.
And I think if the process that I think we've got to go through is correct, and these end up in real terms in the local development plan in the guise of an insight map, and the structure that developed the word and round about that tells you how it should be delivered, what the aspirations of the community is, and so on and so forth. I think you go from Stranraer to Dromore, even small building groups or hamlets, whatever you want to call them. Some of them are looking for funding. I think some are not even interested in the funding. They just want to make sure that whatever develops in the future, it's aligned to the local aspirations. But no, I do think we've got a long way to go, but we've still got 2-3 years ahead of us. Well, and I think this first budget process should ideally at least head us in the right direction, and you'll definitely get your chance here. We've got Councillor Hagman, Dryborough, Marshall and Ferguson. So Katie, you're next.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair. It's really just on process, my question, that it sort of builds on the points made there by Councillor Scobie. 2.5, we're being asked to agree that the allocation of funding is considered as part of the budget development process. I'm a bit baffled as to why we're bringing that forward. Would that not simply go to the budget panel? And also, I think you alluded it to yourself, Chair, item 15, we're going to be reporting an underspend of £246,000 within the directorate. So it's just on the actual process going forward. Appreciate that there is a requirement for that, but also how does this work with other policies coming forward, other strategic ambitions that we have as a council? Are we going to see future reports where we're always agreeing that we're going to consider that as part of the budget processes? I'm not sure of the actual process going forward there. Thank you.
Thanks, Katie. Lorna?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Hagman. So a couple of points for clarity. It has been the budget process for some time, not particular to this year, that any calls on allocation of resources generally after recess are brought forward through consideration through the budget process. Largely anything before that has been kind of trailed in the budget that has been set in the March and February time. So this is about bringing forward opportunities for members to invest in their priorities, but we understand as officers, as has always been the case, that there are always priorities and competing priorities for that investment. So this is about bringing forward, I think there was a request from this committee over a number of committees for clarity on the resources that might be required to meet the ambition that's been set about not leaving local place plans on the shelf, I think was the description, and making sure that we can support not just the preparation of the plan, but the delivery of the aspirations and support of communities to do that, as members have discussed. So this is about normal process. The proximity to the budget means that any request to FPT would have landed just before the budget, and therefore it's appropriate that this comes forward, if members support it, as part of considerations in preparing the budget and deciding the budget at full council in February. I can confirm, and through the budget panel will be provided with a full and comprehensive list and information on all potential investments that they wish to consider as part of preparing a budget, and this will be included in there if members were supportive of it.
Hopefully that seems like a pretty full answer, Katie, to your question, but welcome to come back.
Yes.
It is brilliant, excellent.
No, thank you.
Thank you. I was also very much of the same view of Lorna there in regards to the close proximity. to the budget process, but certainly what Councillor Scobie's touched on as well, the longevity, and if we're really serious about this, let's fund it properly. So we have Councillor Dryborough, Marshall, Ferguson and Slater now. Archie?
Thanks very much, Chair, and I just want to come back to a couple of things. Most of the things that have been asked here are on page 269, between 4.4 and 4.7. I just wanted to come back to about the expression of interest, if I can. So there's 13 out of 30 have moved forward from the expression of interest. I actually think the local place plans are pretty exciting. Must be a sad person if I'm into that sort of thing. But when you, one of the things you do is you look at the things that you've got in your place and you see what you've already got and how you can enhance them is a way of really important. The problem I have is that sometimes when place plans are sold to the community, it becomes very boring, and that's because of the people that are there actually selling the place plans options to them. Again, it's, you know, I think there's when you look at the resource that we have in place to deliver it, there's a cross section between E&R and communities who are selling these to the communities of which we're asking them to do a place plan. It's important that we do it in a way that they understand what they can get out of it. So I'm just wondering if there is something, whether it be bullet points of some of the things that the communities can be looking at when they're going through their place plan. So here's, you know, community assets that we can bring back into use. Here's, you know, some of the things that people should be thinking about, as opposed to, we want you to do a place plan, the council might help you. Once your place plan's in place, we don't know how we're going to fund it. Oh God, you know. So it's having a sort of list of things that you can say to people and get them excited about place plans and reinvigorated about how they're going to try and improve their place. I don't know if there's an opportunity to have a sort of list of that.
Thanks, Archie. Jamie? You're on mute, Jamie.
Again, thanks for the question, and it's something that we recognise. Not that the delivery and the opportunity is boring. You've already said that isn't boring. It's exciting. Sometimes the issue has been in the local place plans, I suppose, that the local place plans are moving to a different level, Councillor Dryburgh. It is towards that point of what are we actually going to get tangibly? What can we do through this? And what support will we get? Those are the questions that the local place teams are getting asked. The request for resource today is around officers that can assist us to coordinate that and have those discussions more intensively within the council, because there is an opportunity within this for the council to transform it does its business to become more grassroots and more bottom up in terms of the support it can offer to communities. But we've been fine capacity-wise, maybe not been fine, but we've managed capacity-wise, might be a better word, in terms of those initial expressions of interest. But we want to be able to say to communities, here is the support you'll get, more defined, whether it's around your aspirations towards, I don't know, play facilities for the young people, maybe older people's opportunities to meet, whatever it happens to be. And I think those additional posts will lend some support towards our capacity to do that in terms of summing up some of those conversations with communities, but also taking that back internally within the council so that we can start to take a kind of more of a one council approach towards this, but also in conversations with our partners around health and well-being and other support that can be offered, whether it's funding and so on. I hope that helps, Councillor Dryburgh.
It does in a way, Jamie, but it's just that it might be that some communities need a bit of help to understand what they can do, and it's, you know, I think if you've got people that are excited about the place plans, they'll come forward with their ideas. Sometimes just people say it took a little bit of time in Gretna to get that, moving forward. and understand. So you know, care villages, all of that, and certainly partners within the public sector and private sector should be helping as well. But it's just a list of things that people can maybe think about where their communities could actually go in their place.
Got you, and I think that capacity will help with that, and we'll look at that. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Jamie. That actually, just so I'm clear in my mind. So whether it's for a play park to a development, so to speak, and everything in between. No, excellent. No, good. Thanks very much for the question. We have Councillor Marshall.
Yeah. Thanks, Chair. Yeah, first of all, I agree with the additional allocation of funding at 2.5. I think, you know, it's stating that we'll probably need another 2. I think we might need more. It all depends, but totally support that. But I think, and touching on Archie's point, I think it is fundamental. I think we are having a bit of an issue as a council of selling this to communities. And when you're selling something which means that the communities have got to do a lot of the work, it's a very hard sell. And I think it's crucial that we've raised this before. I mean, 13 out of 30 communities put their hands up, which isn't great, really. And we did say that we were going to keep on promoting this, so we need to proactively promote that. And I think it's not just down to the economic development place officers. I think there's a team. I think it's with the ward officers play a crucial role in that, and they have been playing a crucial role in it. And there's also some of these questions, a lot of the questions are technical and about planning. So we do need the help of the planning officers as well to go out, you know, when we start, when maybe there's an intimation of interest, we need to make sure that, you know, we follow up on that and, you know, give them as many answers to the questions that they have. I am still a little bit concerned, though, about the take-up. And one of the questions is, we're putting this additional resource in, we all know the importance of having a place plan. What happens to the communities that don't develop a place plan? Do they just get forgotten about? That's my worry, is we need to have a look at that. I think what the biggest challenge, though, and it's merited it within 4.6 and 4.7, and it actually states, and I think Willie's touched on this as well, it's actually a cultural change that's needed towards collaborative working. And so that sounds simple, but that's very hard. And that's not just a cultural change within the council, but also with all the partners we need to work to. So I would like, and I know that part of it might be developed once we get the additional resource in, but I think within 2.5, apart from agreeing the allocation of funding, I do think we need a further report on the route map and how we're going to do this with regards to collaboration, or a little bit more information further down the line. I am a little bit concerned as well that when we're talking about resource, and I think Councillor Hagman touched on it, I think as well, are we not still, we've still got vacancies within economic development? Are we still trying to pursue, or is there no? The reason I say that is that it's referenced in 4.3 to support local communities and organisations to deliver place-based projects from established action plans. It's just that one of the ones that hasn't been progressed that we agreed a couple of years ago with funding was Victoria Halls in Annan. So there's a piece of work there. I don't see it in the future reports. I'll maybe raise it further on in the report, but it seems to have dropped off the radar. There's no mention of it within the capital programme. So, but I do support the request for additional resources. I think it's got to be a bigger task than what we all imagine, and I would like to see everyone develop a place plan. But as I said, unless we sell it the right way, then I don't think, you know, we've got to get the take that we would really like.
Thanks so much, Sean. I think probably Stuart, maybe come at you first, but I mean, I think as a general across the whole committee here today, that is the level of resource that's indicated within the report appropriate. But I imagine if it wasn't, that be bottomed out through the budget process. That's what I was certainly expecting. Opposing your point in regards, I think, was there capacity within the economic development needing future. But Stuart, that's over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thanks for your question. It's we have been carrying a couple of vacancies in the project delivery team, which have now been filled, and they'll be in post at the start of the year. So that's good news. But yes, it is not the demands, I suppose, on the economic development team come not only from local place plans and the development of community-led projects that are extremely important, but also just in reference to everything that's just been said in the previous item and in the announcements that came out yesterday and various other funding successes, there are a lot of capital-driven projects that are being developed and delivered by the economy and development project team. So we're back up to capacity, which is great news. Our place team are there as well, and as has been said, they work hand in glove with the ward officers and the planning team, and are very much part of that first point of contact for communities when the LPP requests come in. But the workload is a growing one, and therefore this report refers to the need to establish more capacity to be able to deal with that on a day-to-day basis.
Just a couple of points. So when you go to a community that's expressed an interest, is it the team, is like 3 members of a team go out and actually promote that? So someone from planning, someone from economic development and the ward officer. And also, my other question is, my worry is about what happens to the communities that get left behind, that don't put their hands up and don't want a place plan.
Yeah, Councillor Marshall, just through you, Chair. Yes, you're absolutely right. That's the standard practice is when the expression of interest is registered and contact is made, they are visited, that community is visited by the ward officer, a member of the economic development place team, and a member of the planning team. So they say 3 officers immediately. And then it's from that conversation, it starts to be shaped as to what sort of direction it might go in, and how they can get further information and explore the potentials. So that is very much how, if you like, the sort of that sort of triage process starts to work. Maybe just flip over to Jamie, just in terms of the sort of broader thinking around communities who either drop out of the expression of interest process or just don't engage at all.
Yeah, yes, Councillor Marshall, I'm not sure if it's asking the question you're asking. You just let me know if it isn't. But one of the concerns since the kind of beginning of community empowerment, I suppose, in kind of 2015 Act, is that communities that have higher capacity and usually are more prosperous, they've got less Scottish indicator of multiple deprivation there, tend not to be the thrive through community empowerment. So they'll maybe get less community asset transfers and probably less capacity to develop their place plans. So I think that is part of the issue that Stuart says the place team is that kind of cross-service team, if you like. You know, we endeavour to have 3 go out, and some of the communities we take a lighter touch with because they're very able, they're very high capacity, they need a wee bit of guidance. But some, is, as you know and as your question implies, need more intensive support, they need more intensive hand-holding. And I think it's been said, I mean, this is new, local place plans are new, and they are big, they're extensive, potentially right across a region. There's a wee bit of managing expectation needs to go into this as well, because we'll support communities where we can, and there may be instances where we can't. So there's honest conversations need to happen around it. But I think we kind of learn as we go, and it may be that the resource that, depending on how the uptake does look in the future, we are, because it's new, we're taking our best stab at what the resource looks like and what would be helpful for that resource. But it may not be the end of the story, Councillor Marshall. I hope it helps a wee bit.
Getting nods of agreement. I thought it was very well answered. Sorry, go back to... So it comes with Ferguson, Slater, then Thompson, then we'll round up after. I don't think we've got anybody else now, have we? So Andy, you're next.
Thanks very much, Chair. Good afternoon, Jamie. Bruce, seeing you, Stuart. I've got a couple of things here, a couple of observations, and the rest are kind of questions to come in the back of it. The first observation is my reading of this is not just about economic development, it's about community development as well. We need to get the focus away from the purely economic side, although the economics, of course, play a huge part in the development of that community, right? So I get that. The second thing, and just a throwback, Jamie, you'll remember it for Jordan Hill, this is like going back to 1970s community development, because that's almost exactly what it is. Now, any of my ask questions, one of them is, can a community lodge a place plan with either the IGB or the NHS? That's a question maybe you need to take away and think about, because a lot of the issues that we encounter and communities can encounter could be to be their health and well-being. Health and well-being's there. So how do we take that back, and how do they get the NHS and to a lesser extent the IGB actually involved in that? That was a question that you might need to take away. The big ones for me is how, and I think Sean covered it, how do we support hard to reach communities? I've got a ward, and I'm not being focusing purely on North Western Fleece, because there are others in the region where we've got hard to reach communities who have not been involved in this process at all, right? So the question is, how do we do that? How do we get them involved? What's the definition of a place, right? It's not clear. I think it's probably how long's a piece of string in that one. And then I think if you can then close with, I'd be totally supportive of the extra resource going into doing this, as long as it was for the hard to reach places, not the ones who've already started to undertake a process. Does that make sense? Right. So if we're coping with the current law, but we can't get into the hard to reaches because we've not got the resource, then if we put extra resource in, that resource should be then used for the hard to reach places. I hope I've explained myself clearly enough, and I'd be interested to see what the two officers have got to say in that, Ian.
Thanks, Andy. Thank you very much. I think you have. So I did have one question, and I'm just going to link it to your question, you'll be asking it later on, but if a community decides to go out and go on with their own consultation, so on and so forth, and come up with a place plan, how is that validated? Can it be done? Have we got to follow a minimum process? And that just concurs exactly with the question you've asked, Andy, so that's why I've slotted it in there. Thank you.
Stuart, should I maybe kick off with the IGB and the NHS bit of this? Just, Andy, we have part of the capacity issue, I suppose, comes around some of the work we're doing with, certainly with the Health and Social Care Partnership and with the health teams, if you like, the NHS teams. The sort of guidance for our local communities is we ask them to use the Place Standard tool. And the Place Standard tool was actually developed by NHS and others originally. And the questions in it are community conversations around really health and well-being. If a place is good, if a community is in good shape, it's a good place to live and it's a good place to work, there's a whole heap of research I'm sure you're aware of, Councillor Ferguson, in terms of people thrive in that sort of environment, their mental health, their well-being, their physical health, their green space, childhood obesity improves because there's play space and folk can move and so on. So there's so many determinants. There's also educational determinants of place too, as you'll know. So we've been engaged for a considerable amount of time through the Community Planning Partnership as well, and with NHS and kind of health and social care partners in terms of their input to this and how they can actually how we can bring together some of the supports to folk in local communities with local place plans in terms of kind of social prescribing, almost that sort of thing. I don't know if that answers that. And also, when you're asking about communities of disadvantage, the group of cross-service officers that have kind of put together the thinking around local place plans have absolutely been aware since the beginning of the need to provide additional support to our communities of disadvantage, let's say, or communities of low capacity. Because some of our communities of disadvantage, you may know, actually are quite high capacity these days. There's one or two that have actually, I would say, have changed. We've never actually measured it, but they've changed from low capacity to higher capacity. But very aware of that need to put in additional time. It's time. It's very, very time consuming, worthwhile but time consuming. And my apologies, Councillor Ferguson, I haven't noted the third question. Oh, you were asking about place. How was a place defined? The local community that is running the consultation on the local place plan, the requirement is in terms of the regulations that they define their community and map their community. So that's a local discussion. I don't know if that answers all, Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, it does, Jamie. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you both there very much. Councillor Slater.
Chair, I can.
I'll go on, Stuart. Sorry.
Yeah, so I'll just add just a couple of things to what Jamie was saying, and to come back particularly on your own question, Chair. But Councillor Ferguson, I think if you have a quick look at paragraph 410 of the report, one of the things that we do see a role for in this new resource that we're talking about in this report is to help us with those connections to partners, and the NHS is particularly referred to as an area that we really want to get this new resource when it comes in particularly engaged with and pointed at. So you're absolutely right to pick up that point, and it's something that Jamie and myself are really conscious of. And Chair, you just asked about the validation point of local place plans as well. So I think this perhaps was dealt with in previous reports to the committee, but not particularly in this one. And the fact that the local place plans have come about via the planning acts, and so there is a process for a local place plan to be considered as and under the statutory requirements of the planning acts, and to be able to be considered in the local development plan, there are a number of tests that it needs to satisfy. It needs to be map based. It needs to have been engaged with sufficiently. So there is some tests of sufficiency and practicality in there for it to be included in the local development plan. But we do see, I think it's fair to say, Jamie, we do see local place plans as being around now for a good while, and certainly we're encouraging communities to think beyond just the planning framework, and that they should see their local place plans not just as a land use planning tool, but as a project tool, or as a tool that will unlock change in their own places that they should be thinking about and doing, regardless of whether or not they think that they want their local place plan to be incorporated in the local development plan. I hope I've explained that okay.
You definitely did, Stuart. So I'll just ping it back to you in very short term, not look to absorb any more time as what I need to. But so a small community approached me. It's looking to take forward some development. Development is both housing and business units, and they're looking to improve. Now, it's been driven by the community. They look to improve I suppose it's the role of the school, because it's depopulating. It's an area of depopulation, and so the GP services and local bus routes are on that area anyways. So they're looking to achieve. It's a very small place, like I say, but they're looking to achieve as best they can a local place plan. So that's why I was just asking that validity question on the back of Councillor Ferguson's point. Would how would that pass that test? But ultimately, you point them in the right direction in regards to actually the Planning Act and how that would comply with that. It's almost like a call for sites, and at that point, it would be proposed by the community, and it would go through that process. But ultimately, I do agree with everybody that's here. That let's, if we can, as a council and beyond ourselves, help the communities wherever we can in supporting them deliver that place plan, and it becomes more credible. No, thanks very much from my perspective. Councillor Slater, then Thompson, and I'll round up. David?
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's on page 268. It's 4.1 again. It says 30 groups expressed of interest and received from the community groups. 13 of those groups have so far advised they're moving forward. What process goes through to examine each group's ideas and look at it in a way that would be possibly successful? And is there certain ones that they obviously would do that to, so there would only be a small number have really good ideas possibly, or maybe even just one at the end of the day that could be a workable solution for their area or town? Thank you.
No, thanks very much. I think it's down the very same theme as what we're talking, so I'm not sure who will answer that. It's a good enough question. It's something we'll probably end up with a seminar, I'm sure I'm not saying from today, but at some point in the future, especially as we award funding towards human resource, as we get to that point, I would imagine we'll need a seminar so we can then communicate that through our community councils and so on and so forth, directly as members. Jamie, thanks very much for your support on this one.
Yeah, what I hear you asking, Councillor Slater, is for the local community, how are the kind of plans taken forward, and how do you know what is kind of acceptable, and what does a good plan look like, and so on. I suppose if that's the question, one of the tenets of this, and one of the kind of premises of a local place plan, as far as the kind of Dumfries and Galloway approach we're trying to develop, is that they are community led. So the teams that go out, the local place teams that Councillor Marshall was talking about, they comprise one of the ward officers, they comprise one of the economic development place officers, and also a planning officer. And the initial discussion is around community engagement and what good engagement looks like. And some of the webinars we have done have been around community, because we're really keen that for the plan to have credibility, that it's not a sectoral plan, if where possible, because there are various voices, as you know, in communities. Our communities are anything but homogenous. There's a whole load of different voices, different activists, different folk trying to exert influence within those communities. And what we do is we advise, or the place teams that go out advise local communities to use a range of tools, some of them apps, some of them designed around children and young people specifically. We advise them in ways to try to reach out to voices that are maybe not as often included as others, some of those kind of more marginalised voices, as well as, of course, the kind of mainstream voices too. So I suppose that's the credibility of a plan, and we also advise them on a kind of 360 approach, feeding back to their community as they go along, so that the credibility of a plan really is, genuinely, if it's done right, it will be a community-led credibility rather than officers who don't know the granular detail of a local community needs and wants. So that kind of leverage is on the community-led aspect.
Thanks, Jamie. David?
Could I ask one more question to Jamie? I received an email just a few days ago about a group that they're going to do some sort of traffic survey. And it seems to read that they've employed consultants to do this, and I thought the Dumfries and Galloway Council were going through these traffic proposals. So maybe you have an answer to that or not. Thank you.
I don't really know about that one. Maybe Stuart can help with that one.
Maybe we'll take that one offline, David, if that's okay. Yep, could be some of the roads officials. I think it was alluded to earlier in regards to getting help, support and shape in regards to these, how they're developed, the validity, so on and so forth. I think it's Councillor Marshall or Driver mentioned that actually ward officers should be in the thick of this. Good evening, Jamie, as well. So although that's a point, any questions in the detail in regards to how the local plans, police plans are coming forward, how the processes and how local groups meet them, I think my first point of call would definitely be a ward officer and thereafter. There's a number of questions they can give you the detail on. Thanks very much. Councillor Thompson, and that's us to recommendations. Stephen?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I suppose, I mean, my understanding of the place plans is that they're community-led, as Jamie just said, and I think, and they're voluntary. They're not required or statutory or anything like that. So I think, you know, that's the starting point. But I think we do have a role in promoting the benefits for place plans, if that's what community wants to do, and the opportunities that allows them to set out in terms of their aspirations and ambitions, and also that would be considered and given weight in the development of the our planning LDP. So, however, I appreciate it. Just there's an FAQ in the council website if members are interested in just the sort of basics for that. But the planning deadline, I understand, is the end of July 2024. If any place plans are to be considered in the next sort of LDP round, as far as expressions of interest anyway, so I'm sure the officers will correct me on that one. But so I'm thinking, I'm very philosophical about I think the budget development process is the proper way to take this forward. A case can be made. You know, given this place plans started 2019, I think, or from 2019, it's fair to say there's not been a mad rush of demand, and I would, looking at the map, I think the sort of key areas aside from the Borderlands place, Gretna and Stranraer, which are obviously there's indicators of multiple deprivation in those communities, as well as Upper Nithsdale, but I see they've got a place plan in train, so it's almost like the ones first in the queue are probably the ones most ready to think about a place plan, and that's been a few years in the making. So I'm not sure if we're projecting the level of future demand. Certainly no Annandale North, there's not a community in theirs taking one forward, even though they have had presentations by place planning ward officers. It's maybe just no right for them just now. So I'd imagine, I don't think the floodgates are going to open, if that's what you would say, but I'd assume there would be a growing awareness of them, especially if place plans prove to actually deliver something good for communities rather than sitting on the shelf, I think the phrase is. But so I think there's still a finger in the air from some communities thinking, well, are these actually worth the candle, until we see what they actually deliver. So, but I think it's quite right that we take the allocation of funding through the budget process. But I think we have to bear in mind that the mad rush might be before July 2024 if communities are interested in having influence on the LDP, which some of them seem to be. But if not, then that could be a few tumbleweed moments for the next few years until that demand surges. But I appreciate it is an increased workload for officers in developing the actual place plans. But at the end of the day, it's voluntary and it's community-led, and I think we have to remember that. But thanks, Chair.
I absolutely do. I think, just for the bring in, Sean, because Stuart's wanting to come in this as well, but I agree entirely, but I think there might be, I get the feeling there's got to be a realisation point from communities that so this can either prohibit or promote development and so on and so forth in better communities. And at that point, when there's a realisation, there's a real chance of it, whether it's through the local development plan or attracting funding and community support or council support, I think there will be an uptake, but it might be post 24 July, it might be before that. Stephen?
Just a very quick point, but obviously the Dumfries, there's a number that we've seen about in the appendix, but I think we've already kind of agreed to ask and put forward our case for how we do business in Dumfries and Galloway with the likes of place plans and determine local priorities. So when we talked about the Dumfries Town Plan, I'm aware that there's a revenue fund associated with that. Are there ways that we can creatively fund that need in Dumfries? Because maybe there's a bit of overlap there in terms of those groups in Dumfries developing place plans in line with what could potentially be a town plan or whatever, a town board. So what I'm saying is let's not rush until we get the details of that, because there might be opportunities for a cocktail of funding to secure the sustainable and not duplicate, because we all hate duplication, don't we? So I think that's one of those as well that we can consider. I think we should be open-minded about that.
So we'll get Stuart to come back, but Sean, if it's on the same point, I'll take it at the same time and Stuart can answer yours as well. Sean?
Yeah, it is. It's just with regards to if kind of some of the members, I think it was at the last council, remember we had the report that prioritised under the Borderlands, and obviously if you're identified under a place plan under the borderlands, there probably is more incentive because there's a guarantee of a certain amount of funding. So I can remember it came and then it was revised and it was they were all weighted. But I think what would be important, if we got that list that was presented, because I think there's about 17 or 18 places in Dumfries and Galloway that were identified, they need a place plan. And I think that would help members maybe, because I think Stephen says, I think there's only one in Andale and Eskdale that's came forward, apart from the ones selected under the top 5 priority, Gretna being one of them. So I think it's important that we get that list, and just, as local members try and get these people to or these communities to actually submit a place plan.
Thanks, Stuart. You can take the horse to the water, but you can't make it drink. I'm a great believer in that. But Stuart?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'll try and cover. There was a few points from Councillor Thompson that I totally agree with. That I think the developing awareness of local place plans and let's anticipate their success will actually then engender more interest in them from other places. So I think we will see a rollout of this over a little while. You mentioned the 2024 date, Councillor Thompson, which is correct. I think that's what we've published as the date for by which, if a local place plan is to be considered to be incorporated as supplementary to the local development plan, then we would need to be seeing them at that point. But the barn door doesn't shut at that point. I think that's the key message that we would. This is very much how we see our forward programme of work in communities, whether that's developing bespoke solutions to local problems at a place-based level, and unlocking local inclusive growth, etc. There's a variety of reasons for wanting to continue to do them, even though the opportunity for incorporation in the development plan may close at a certain point. And it is interesting that a number of funding sources, I think you mentioned this yourself, Chair, the number of funding sources, they are looking for statements and applications about how does this project align to the local plan for the place or the local place plan. So it's becoming embedded at all different sort of levels of government and funding thinking. And I think in the situations where we have a number of interests to develop a local place plan in a similar place or to a similar geography, it is one of the first conversations that we have as that sort of triage approach that we've explained previously with the officers going out and starting to engage, is that we want to try and facilitate joined up working so you don't have competing local place plans developed. We want to see a collective response, and I think that's what's been particularly good about forming town teams that the way in which the Borderlands place plans have developed, that you get as broad a representation of interests in a place as possible to pool together and develop an agreed vision for the town, the village, the community that were there. And then just on Councillor Marshall's final point, there was the long list of places that were considered for the Borderlands Place programme. So I think those were restricted a little bit to the size of a place. I think there was a minimum and a maximum size in the categorisation of that, but that certainly be part and parcel of the papers at the time. But we can point members back to those schedules and those spreadsheets that were available to full council at that point in time.
Thanks, Stuart. Right, note 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, 2.4, and we can agree 2.5, I think, is the recommendations, and everybody's the way they've been talking, are content with that. Item number 10. Thanks very much for the time used too. Really appreciated your support there, and a lot of good debate from members as well. It was definitely
Thanks, Chair.
Going through it to that degree. Thank you. Thanks both. Listen,
Thanks.
It's 1 hour 40, so look to get through at least this one if we can, if not one more. Beyond this, we'll have a quick 5-minute break, taking everything into consideration, only for 5 minutes, and then we'll re-establish in about 5 plus 2, 10 plus 2. So, elected members are presented with, it's item number 10, with a human resources policy and guidance for supporting our people through the menopause. This has been developed through the HR policy development framework and including extensive engagement with our staff, joint trade unions and managers. Stuart Clanahan and Maria Cleary are here to assist members with any questions. And I see Maria online, I don't see Stuart. But members, I'll open it up to yourselves. Don't have any members yet. So, sorry, I'm just looking down it. I'm looking both trying to see the room. So is it Councillor Marshall and Driver? Right, okay, Sean.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. It's really just to welcome this long overdue policy being implemented and welcome it. Just one quick question on it though as well. Notice in the scope and the principles, there is quite a number of actions that are being advised line managers take to promote the policy. Just a general question, how will you measure this? How will you measure that it's actually getting fed down the system?
Not sure if that's Maria.
Yeah, I'm happy to take the questions. I'm not sure if Stuart's here actually today. How will we measure it? So we've already done some early measurement in terms of looking at the number of people who are indicating that their absence is due to menopause, which is very small. So that will be one of the data measures. Also, we have done a number of sort of pulse surveys, in terms of responses to support from staff who have experienced menopause. So we'll continue to monitor through this as well. And certainly we would be looking to embark upon a sort of programme of training for managers in the new year, which is being developed at the moment. So actually measuring numbers of attendees in terms of participation in that training will be one of the key measures in terms of giving management the skills and the knowledge to be able to do that.
My question was more is how will you be able to demonstrate that line managers have understood that policy and then communicated it forward to their workforce?
Okay. Well, we do plan to share the policy with management, and that will be done during during a launch programme. So we actually, after today, plan to sort of launch the policy. We have a calendar of events planned to do that. At the moment, we have a support group of people who are impacted by menopause, and we continue to meet with them in order to sort of check in with them in terms of how things are working. We would hope to ensure that management are able to attend the training sessions and the information sessions that we do offer them, and obviously that will be supported through the strategic health and wellbeing policy and framework that Stuart manages.
Thanks for that, Maria. Thanks, Sean. Actually, Councillor Driver.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Again, it's just to welcome this report. It's one report or a lot of policies that we've been looking at as part of the health and wellbeing group in council, and I think it's important that we advertise that we're actually doing these. And the reason I'm saying it's important that we advertise these policies is it's one of the benefits of actually working for the council. And we've already talked about resources this year. People, problems with getting drivers, problem with getting, staff. We've got a list of policies that are actually helping the health and well-being of our staff. We should be advertising that in a way that we can hopefully get some more.
Maria, any comments?
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, the policy sits within a framework. We do recognise that we need to sort of really bed it into the culture. And within that framework, we do have a sort of programme of management education and information sessions. We also have a programme of support for women and others who are impacted by this. But we do also have a calendar of events in terms of promoting this work and key elements of this work, which we've already started and have been doing as part of the general wellbeing calendar of events. And those things are all planned to continue. We do have a number of other smaller initiatives, which is part of the sort of the pillar of supports, you know, in terms of linking with the Occupational Health Service, making sure that our iTrent system is actually reporting the data, so that, you know, in the same way that we manage to reduce the stigma associated with mental health, we can do the same in terms of reducing the stigma around talking about menopause and other women's health issues.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Archie, for that. So we have Councillor Hagman, then Ferguson, then Thompson. Katie?
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair, and absolutely, completely welcome this report. I think it's absolutely vital work going forward. I think the report itself says, and we'll have later on, 75% of our workforce are women. And certainly, Maria, you just mentioned there about other policies. I would be really keen to see what a handbook for women working within the local authority and support we offer. I appreciate there's maybe work going on nationally of supporting women with endometriosis, and also just with menstruation, if women need to take time off. I think it's absolutely vital as employers. I know in the report it makes reference to the Chartered Institute of Professional or Personnel and Development. I'm just wondering, are we following, or is there guidance for the Society of Personnel and Development Scotland? I appreciate that's a UK-wide organisation, but we have our own Personnel Development Scottish organisation. So I would have thought we would be following that guidance rather than perhaps one that's maybe more relevant to local authorities in England, but I'm perhaps wrong in that one. I appreciate the points that Councillor Marshall had just made. I too was wondering, how would that be monitored? And will we have potentially a key performance indicator in our annual workforce reporting to this committee? So I think it would be really useful to yourself, Chair, to get feedback as to how we really embed this going forward. Look forward to seeing the calendar of events. I'm hoping that we'll have maybe a DG bulletin or DG Together bulletin coming out with specifically this topic to advertise, but perhaps that is all in chain already. So yeah, just really look forward to it. And if there can be consideration, considering the large number of our workforce that are women, that, you know, there is potentially a page or a handbook or some guidance for maybe even new employees coming in that highlight these are some of our policies that you may find helpful and supportive in your employment with us. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I really welcome those points and I'm happy to take them on board. The CIPD is the Chartered Institute for People Development, and it's a national organisation that we do support. We're all members of, but they work with BUPA and have produced guidance that is relevant to Scotland as well as England. So we have looked at the Women's Health Report in Scotland as well and the recommendations on that.
Thank you very much. We have Councillor Ferguson, and then I've got a small question myself. Andy?
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. Good afternoon, Maria. It's really quite interesting because actually if you tie this report, really are, and the next report for committee, giving us all the demographics of the workforce. If you then look, appreciate the paper that you're here to talk about, but the next paper on page 320 actually gives the equality diversity of the workforce. Okay, and over half the workforce, and whilst I appreciate that this isn't an exact science because it can happen early, it can happen late, you know, but what the only certainty we know is it is going to happen, right? But if you actually look at the headcount for the age range and gender, half the council employees would fit that bit in the middle where you would think the vast majority of women it would fall, right? So, like Archie, I'm totally in support of this. Personally, I think it's long overdue, and it should have been probably with us a long time ago. But I think it's as we move into this 21st century, we are making inroads. And personally, I just welcome this and thank you for the work you've done in it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that, Andy. I suppose it's been brought to my attention that it's a great report, great potential outcomes in regards to any other questions being covered, but I think there's a male version of this, and could Andrew pause? I don't know if you're aware of that. Aye, so it just to touch, and it's almost an equality question. It just there's a small percentage of men, obviously, that have exact same symptoms as what women do in regards to that. If you've got any information in regards to that at all, Maria, and how that could possibly be incorporated.
We've been quite careful in the wording within the policy to talk about it having a wider scope in terms of people who are sort of impacted by menopause, which can include relatives and carers, and those who live with those suffering with menopause. But we do recognise that the scope can be even wider again, in terms of impacting on males, and also those who identify as female, in which we've qualified within the policy as well. So there's so much more that can be done, in terms of the FAQs and the support materials that will be in the resource pack, to signpost people to guidance and help and support for these other areas. And we do recognise that.
Thank you. So looking at 2.1, it does say approve the Council's new support and our people, it says rather than women, our people through the menopause policy. Would that cover that particular point?
Yes, because a lot of people are impacted by the menopause, maybe, in different ways, really. So perhaps impacted personally, or impacted because someone that they know or live with actually is suffering too. So we've tried to make the language as general as possible, so that then we're not excluding anyone, that it's going to be as inclusive as possible.
Thank you very much for that, Maria. Councillor Denley, John, you're next.
Thank you, Chair. Just going back to Councillor Ferguson, when they made the point about the equality and diversity, just in relation to the council and how to raise awareness there of the diverse network or workforce that we have. That includes disabilities as well. Employment identity, it's increased to 2.9%. I'm actually quite disappointed at the number and how low that is of disabled workers employed by the council. I believe there should be further opportunities and to have the equal access as indicated to in the Equality Act. So the council needs, in my opinion, to raise awareness of the availability of that, of the training. So for that aspect of it, there's also the internal aspect where we raise our own awareness of cultural, different languages used, different disabilities. I can use deafness as a reference myself. We need far more deaf awareness within the council as a whole, and we need to include the people that are there to implement that. We speak about the standards there that we meet. For me, we don't meet the standards. To have a disability lead, we need someone there that can focus on that equality and diversity, and be far more proactive with us as a whole council. And obviously, I can only advocate that from a deaf perspective, and then also mentioned the 2015 BSL Act. That itself will show what needs to be done, and to me, we're not including that. So going back to Maria's point, it's the treatment that has to be equal right across the board. And again, I can only share my personal experience and be very blunt with that. So I hope that's understood. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Thanks so much for that. Okay, members, we've got to move to the recommendations. Sorry, Tony's coming in. Councillor Baretti, then we'll move to the recommendations.
Yeah, sorry I'm late, Chair. I'm just going through the report, but I just want a little bit of clarity, because it doesn't actually mention the word part-time and full-time. Now, looking at the next agenda item, 318, there is almost, well, there's 2,714 part-time staff. Majority of those must be female. So, although the menopause talks about what the people in transformation, I think it has to capture both full-time and part-time staff.
I would hope that would be the case, Maria.
Thank you for that. Yeah, there's a high proportion of female staff in particular are part-time. There's also a high proportion of staff who are impacted by menopause who are in hard-to-reach groups. So a lot of the work that we've been doing with our calendar of events and also with our awareness raising has been thinking out the box really to try and obviously contact.
You've been muted. Maria, hold on a sec. I think you've been muted. That's you back on.
Am I back now? We're very aware that a high proportion of the staff impacted by this policy are part-time, and we are taking lots of steps to try and connect with part-time staff through particular team managers and particular groups of staff who are quite hard to reach, and looking at different ways that we could do that. I think one of the support mechanisms referred to in the policy is menopause support leave, and we've talked about that being prorated and obviously in hours rather than full days as well. The menopause passport is a flexible document, a dynamic document that would transfer with members of staff from team to team. Some of our part-time staff have multiple jobs within the council, so it means that reasonable adjustments are easily transferred from manager to manager. So we are trying to sort of think differently about how we can support staff who are working part-time and who are working more flexibly nowadays.
Okay with that, Tony?
Yeah, I think that's much more. It gives a bigger picture, but I would like that maybe 2.2 to reflect in some way that the workforce is both full-time and part-time.
Okay, point taken.
Thanks so much, Maria. Thank you, Tony, for that. So, on that very note, we've been asked to approve. So, can we approve the Council's new supporting our people through the menopause policy as per Appendix 1, Guidance Appendix 2 and the Resource Pack Appendix 3? A slight amendment is what Tony's asked for at 2.2, says note that in recognition of the Council's commitment to creating a supportive and understanding workplace for all employees, full-time and part-time, if we can word it something like that, all employees, and so on and so forth, and who are affected in any way by the menopause, the Council will become accredited as having the well-being of, Maria, I'll take your advice on this, men and women, or just women, within the workplace. I'll just again all, rather than being identified, so well-being of all people experiencing menopause within the workplace. If we can encounter that covers those two particular points, I think. Comfortable with that, Maria?
Yeah, that's fine.
Excellent.
Move to that. Thank you.
We'll let you talk until that with Claire as we go forward. Thank you very much. Moving on to item number 11. So it's annual workforce report. It's by the Head of People Transformation. This report does provide members with the annual update on workforce information and HR metrics as of the 1st of April this year. Stuart, I don't know if Stuart is actually here. He's not here now. So we've got Kirsty Shannon. She's here to assist any members with any questions. Open up to debate for members. We've got Mike Shepherd. Just want to say a quick word, Mike.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. There are a couple of amendments to the report that have been brought to my attention today. If I could, do you want me to just pass those over? Or do you want
I'll just let you cover them now, Mike, if you want, before we get into it. Yep.
So, page 308, section 4.1, the final bullet point should state, our full-time and part-time workforce remains relatively static. This year, 53.55% is part-time, with the remaining 46.45% full-time. And then the final one, page 309, turnover and leavers, the final bullet point should state, the council staff turnover for the last 12-month period was 8.55%, which is an increase of 0.66% from the previous year. The charts and trends table within Appendix 1 of the report present the current data sets for this narrative change.
Thank you very much, Mike. So any members got any particular points, we can certainly raise them and revisit that if required. Councillor Marshall.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just a couple of points. Just on page 309, turnover and leavers. I notice of the 561 that left in the period April 22 to March 23, most of the leavers, there's 60% resignations now. I know looking at, I think in item 15, I know you try and conduct exit interviews, but I think it's like 3% of a 50% value because it's voluntary. But I'm just wondering, do you have any kind of evidence on the basis for resignation? Is it mainly to go to a better job, or is there any kind of deep dive or analysis of that 60%? Because that's the highest amount of, well, that's the reason why most people leave the council. And also the 3% dismissals, that works out about 15 or 16 for the year. Is that on average for a workforce of this size?
I think Kirsty's got to answer these, Sean, when you get to that point. Kirsty's online. But when you get to that point, you've got 2 questions up to now. Are you going for a third?
Sorry?
I think Kirsty's got to answer the questions rather than Mike. Mike would just give us an update.
Sorry.
That's right, it was, sorry. Just so Mike was giving us an update in regards to the
and I've got one further one then, sorry, Chair. Yeah, on page 327, I take it because the big drop in 2020-21 was COVID related, because lockdown and things like that, because the drop in 9.92 and teaching sickness is 4.49. That's it.
Thanks for that, Sean. Kirsty, I think you were taking notes here. I could see you on the screen. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Marshall, for your questions. Just in relation to the 60% of resignations being our reason for leaving, that's been consistent now for a couple of years. And within our review of the recruitment process and procedures, we are looking at improving better our employee exit interview process. Like you say, a small percentage, it's non-mandatory, voluntary for staff to undertake. We're looking at improving that process, enhancing it more around an employee experience to be able to understand the reasons for the resignation, whether that's moving for promoted positions elsewhere, moving out with for better terms and conditions, to help us better inform. So we've actually looking at that process, perhaps making it digital online for it to be more streamlined, and encourage our workforce or our leavers to participate in that process to allow us to like you say, deep dive into that information to understand better the reasons why people are actually moving away from Dumfries and Galloway Council. I think the other thing that we would hope to capture around that is also our internal movements, to understand why people are moving from one position to another position within the council as well. I hope that answers your first question. Just in relation to the 3% for dismissals, that's leaving through either disciplinary outcomes or dismissals through a capability process. I'm not sure if that's on par with organisations of similar size, but certainly could look into that in terms of other local authorities that we look at and compare ourselves in terms of workforce and other trends that we report on. And the last one we touched on was page 327, and was it specifically with regards to the absence reasons going down for both teachers and non-teaching staff?
It was just the two bottom figures of 9.92 and 4.49 in 2020-21, and I'm kind of concluding it's because we're in lockdown for most of that year.
Yeah, I mean, certainly our absence figures across both teaching and non-teaching staff, SGIC employees, has increased, and we are seeing figures returning to above COVID levels, pre-COVID levels. So we have obviously got steps that we've taken in place over the recent months to try and target some of our increased long-term cases, as well as the increase in absences overall. We've developed quite a lot of tools to help support managers understand their data in absence cases and try and get longer term absences back to work.
Thank you, Kirsty. Thanks, Sean, for that. I don't think we have. Do we have? Oh, we do have Councillor Denley. John.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I know previously I mentioned disabilities and kind of equal opportunities, so I won't repeat that point, but what I do think is important is to note that page 308, it does mention there about the diverse workforce, and it's 0.15% of an increase. So why is it that we're not encouraging more disabled people or people with other needs to work for the council? Is it accessibility needs? Is it opportunities? Are we not reaching reasonable adjustments? What are we doing wrong that's not encouraging those of those communities to be able to access it and work for our council? Again, if I can relate that back to the Equality Act, people need to work, live and thrive in environments that are accessible to them. And if I can also refer to 307, page 307, it mentions there the council is committed to promote equal and diverse opportunities and recognise those opportunities in different backgrounds. Can that be answered, what the definition of that is to the council, and what work has been done to promote that and to support that? Because the stats don't show that that's what's happening. It's very, very low. For me, that's obviously a key point, and I think it's something that we need to consider across party. We should invite a more diverse of people to come along and share their views and really get a proper understanding of how it is that we can improve as a whole. I'm sure people with experience are the best people to speak to and how we can make these improvements. So we need to get them involved, and the cross-party might be a good platform for that.
Kirsty, just whenever you want.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Councillor, for those questions. I did make a note of your comment in the previous paper, and just to advise committee today that we have a duty under the Equality Act to request, report and retain information across all protected characteristics. And unfortunately, that is non-mandatory at this stage, and we do encourage all our applicants through the recruitment process and employees to share that information. And as part of the action plan within the Council's Mainstream Equality Act strategy there, we have certain key actions around there about going out to the workforce in the new year to encourage that information, and hope that would then inform the areas of the report where you'll see under some protected characteristics some staff are preferring not to say, which is showing obviously an impact in some of that information that you see today. In terms of attracting a more diverse workforce, again, going back to the review that's ongoing at the moment for our recruitment and selection process, we will be looking at the early stages to try and promote and encourage a wide range and diverse applicants to apply for our roles, and then take them through the access to work, what adjustments we may require to consider for putting in place for them to take on employment with us.
If I could just come back there, Chair, just to make sure that I'm getting this correctly. In terms of access to work, yeah, that's something I completely understand that we need to or signpost people that there are relevant things in place. And also people do have the right not to disclose what disability they have. But if they are applying for access to work, then they're kind of put in the corner. They kind of need to disclose so that we can match the needs of those disabled individuals that are applying for the jobs. So yeah, I think we should just create a more I guess, welcoming environment for that, and just show people the proofs in the pudding, just show people that we are open to that, and here's how we're willing to help you. The more equipped and more knowledge that we have and can evidence to people that are interested in applying for jobs, I think that will attract more applicants. Thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I will note that when we're looking at our future developments for those policies and practices. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Kirsty. Thanks, John. Thank you. So if Councillor Hagman, then Ferguson, then we'll take that 5-minute break I spoke about earlier.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you, Chair. I mean, I appreciate that this report is on our workforce, and we do get updates via full council on our equalities duties and where we're sitting with that. I recall at the last full council, I think I'd requested that rather than doing it the minimum every 3 years, that maybe we should actually be doing best practice of a year, but that's a separate conversation. I guess just in support of some of the remarks that Councillor Dennery has said, you know, I was quite astounded back in 2017 when I required adaptive software that I was the only person in the entire organisation that needed support for dyslexia. Now, considering 10% of our population potentially got dyslexia, that was staggering. So I perhaps maybe would request, and I appreciate it's not for this point, but under our workforce that, you know, I suggested previously that maybe we have a handbook for all women coming into the council of this is how your council supports you going forward. Would it be appropriate to have maybe a handbook for, you know, if you have a disability, this is what we will do to support you as an employee or as an employer. So I would just maybe make that request that maybe that's something we can bring back in the future. I don't know whether that would be to full council or via ENR, but I would certainly support that going forward if any other members wanted to see merit in that as well. Thank you.
Kirsty, I'll put that to you first.
Thank you, Councillor Harrod, for those observations. Yes, we did note your request for the mainstreaming report to be done more regularly, and that's what formed, including some of the information within our annual workforce, so that this committee here is also seeing some of the information that we're sharing. Obviously, the mainstreaming report goes into far more depth of those protected characteristics across all aspects of the workplace. And also note your point about perhaps developing a handbook that could be considered as part of our policy development framework that we work closely with the joint trade unions on. And I think links to us being a disability confident employer, you know, and working towards our leaguer programme, ensuring that we're signposting our workforce to the support that's out there for them. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Kirsty. Hopefully, Katie, you'll be comfortable enough with that. It sounds all positive.
Yep.
Excellent.
Thank you, Chair.
Good.
Thanks, Kirsty.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson, Andy.
Okay, here he is, doom and gloom again, Ian. Would you like to try and explain to members what the Bradford score is? I know what it is. Because my understanding of it is like compound interest on a loan. Right, so it's not a true reflection, it's a compounded reflection. So the two questions from it are, well, A, is could you explain to members exactly what the Bradford score is? And two, when did we make the council decision to use the Bradford score? Because my view is that the type of software that it is, or the type of equation that it is, actually discriminates against somebody who's been off for a couple of hours in the morning because they've had to go home because they've not been feeling very well. And it multiplies up rather than somebody's been off for a full day or number of weeks. So if you can just, in layman's terms, try and explain to us what the Bradford score is, right? And I don't know if it's Mike or the director, when did we make the council decision to use the Bradford score? Because it's, I would suggest it's far from perfect.
You want to go first? Lon will go first with this one.
So, Councillor Ferguson, I don't recall a particular decision, but my entire 12 years with the council, the Bradford Factor has been deployed in support of staff in terms of sustaining their employment. It's not the only measure we use in support of staff who've had illness or absence, but it is an industry standard and it is used across the public and private sector as a way of directing attention, particularly to managers, around making sure that we manage absences, and that has been a challenge. When we have brought initiatives forward in the past, where the council has invested money in those initiatives to support sickness absence and higher levels of attendance, then the Bradford Factor has been used. And when I joined the council, that was certainly an initiative that had already been underway and was funded by the council. So I don't think there's been a recent decision to use it or not to use it, but it's certainly been used and consistently used over that time period and before.
Hopefully that'll cover you, and agreed by the trade unions, we're getting echoed within the chamber. So hopefully that covers your points, Andy. I was thinking Bradford 2, Bolton 1 when you first said that. I wasn't just sure. But there you go. Anyways, we'll move to the recommendations. You're not coming in, so we're asked to consider the workforce report, which sets out the workforce information as per the 1st of April this year, and it's contained within the appendix. And 2 is to note and consider additional quality metrics for our workforce as of 1st of April 2023 included within the appendix, and I think we've done both. Thanks very much, some members. It is exactly 15:17, so it'll be 15:25, I think, when we come back. 15:18 it is now, so see you in 7 minutes. Thank you. Thanks very much. Should have been a third recommendation in that last report, just to extend this to a 2-day event, is what I was thinking. But we're moving on, I think, very promptly now as the time goes on. It's moving on. I hope I'm not correct in regards to my forecast earlier, which would be 8 o'clock tonight. Is it item 14 we're on? 12, so I don't know, my page is flipped to there. I'll tell you what it is, it's missing. It's got it over here. Thank you. Thanks very much. Item number... Okay, I'll outline it and give you a bit of time to get back. Thank you. So we've just got Councillor Barretti's just adjusting his vision, getting that corrected. So item number 12 is People Strategy Update 2023 reports by the Head of People Transformation. This report provides an update on the People Strategy 2021 to 2026 and progress made in the last 12 months. See James McDowell's here to answer any questions. There you go, James. See you over there. I hope you'll get an easy time with this, but what we're being asked to do is one, review the progress made under the People Strategy 21 to 26 through the action plan as per the appendix, and 2 is the People staff survey update and the high level themed actions contained in appendix 2. I know I said I'll give Tony a wee chance to get back, but hopefully if there's any burning questions he would have been here. Members, Archie, Councillor Driver.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair, and I think this is a good report moving through the year of 21 to 26. There was just maybe one thing that was maybe missing, James, that I've also been involved, is that I couldn't find it anywhere. To tell you this, was the trauma training for staff, because I know that both myself and Councillor Jordan have done it, and I thought it was a brilliant piece of training to actually go through it, with a view to actually extending that in January this year. I just couldn't find it anywhere. Is it in here?
If it isn't, it will be added, because we're going through it ourselves, Councillor Driver, so absolutely, we'll add it in if it's not there.
Yep. So Archie seems quite content in regards to that, so that'll be an addition to any future reports. That training's there. And what was your experience, Archie, with it extending the meeting? Was it worthwhile, did he say?
I definitely think it's worthwhile. As you're aware, Chair, being the Armed Forces champion, I deal with people who have suffered trauma, but it's not just post-traumatic stress disorder and things like that, or mental health issues that people deal and get trauma from. And it really was a good bit of training. I think if the officer who certainly said to me, I can't remember her name now, Lindsay Little, I thought it was ideal for the sort of stuff that I get involved with, but I think Cassie members would get a benefit from it as well.
Excellent. Keep that in mind when it comes back up. Excellent. James? Yep.
Yeah, just to come through yourself, Chair, there is a mention of trauma-informed practice within there, but I don't think it goes far enough. Actually, just the rollout of training programme that you're talking about, so we'll amend that to factor that in. Thank you.
Thanks, James. Thanks, Archie. Councillor Marshall, Sean?
Yeah, just a couple of quick questions. Just on page 339, the improved onboarding, including induction, is that a face-to-face or is it an electronic induction? And the second one on page 341, I'm just wondering the implementation of the home working and hybrid working policy. Is there a link that you can maybe send us to have a look at that? Website. And I note the survey was done in June, so it probably won't have reflected how people are feeling with regards to the proposed new restructure. And I'm just wondering if there's anything going to be done with regards to that to gauge employee feelings on the proposed restructuring.
Grand for yourself, Chair. Absolutely. The onboarding, so I think Kirsty mentioned earlier on in the last paper around about the recruitment review that's currently happening. So a big part of that is onboarding and how we initially engage and induct our staff into the council itself. So through what we'll use is through our new learning experience platform that I've talked about in the past. So it's My Learning is what it's called. So there'll be a very specific area within there that is for onboarding with regards to learning, training, everything that's required in the first instance when you first come to within the council. What we're looking at with the My Learning is accessibility, and that is about absolutely everyone. That's our focus, is all staff to have accessibility to that My Learning platform as we go forward, whether you're a new member of staff or an existing member of staff. So again, the other focus on that onboarding is using the system is to have new recruits absolutely up to the level they should be before they start with the council. So there's elements of training, elements of learning that can be put in place so that they are ready for when they start with the council. If we take on number 2, absolutely, there's a link there. It's on Connect, so we can make sure that that's available for you all with regards to that policy. So it is there, and I think I'm passing on to Mike for the supplement.
Thank you, Chair. With regards to the restructure, clearly there was a commitment by the Chief Exec made at full council with regards to the evaluation of that project, and a commitment to come back to full council and report on that evaluation piece of work at regular intervals over the coming year. Thank you, Chair.
Comfortable, Sean? Yep. Good with that, thank you very much. Do I think I've got any further speakers? No, I haven't. So members have reviewed 2.1, and I think we're noting 2.2, which is the people staff survey update and the high level themed actions contained within Appendix 2. Excellent, thanks very much for your help with them too. Item number 13. This is Digital Progress Report with the Head of People Transformation. This is Mike. So this report provides elected members with a progress update on the implementation plan for the digital strategy. Graham Malcolm and David Sawyer are here to assist members if they've got any questions. Our recommendation is to note the progress update on the digital strategy implementation plan to the end of October 23, which contributes to the Council's plan delivery and supports improved customer services, financial sustainability and service efficiencies. So I see we've got our 2 officers online. Members, Councillor Drivers first. Archie.
Yes, thanks very much, Chair. It comes to the digital strategy and the work that's going on, certainly within the waste website and things like that. We had a presentation yesterday from Harry, Stephen and James on the waste strategy, and they did mention the new link, and I thank David for that. I actually went on to it yesterday, and it was pretty good. But then later on, one of our members went on to it and couldn't book a new bin. So there may be niggly points that are actually happening. I actually think it's quite a good one. The drop-down menus are pretty easy to understand, but there may be a couple of niggles at the start. But I thought it was a good start. Just regarding the IT strategy and the use of our IT for the public, just wonder where we are with that.
Thank you. That's the Graham. Is that you, Graham?
Yeah, I'll take that one. For use with the public, we're currently implementing public access Wi-Fi across our buildings. We're in a position where we started to deploy that, although it's not switched on sort of as standard. What we'll do is we'll put a substantial amount in, and then we'll do a marketing campaign or a communications campaign to make that widely available. Phase 1 is currently using existing kit that we have. Phase 2 will be where we have new kit to go in, and that will be aligned with the rollout of our new Swan network. It means we don't have to visit buildings twice and that kind of thing. So the new stuff where we have existing kit should be in place by I think it's the end of the financial year, with phase 2 being completed by the end of August 2024.
Yep. Just on the same, it's on the corporate Wi-Fi provision, page 17 of the report. It mentions that there's 35 corporate sites that have been enabled. Just wondering if we could get a list of those sites. And
yeah, I can certainly provide that and circulate it to members.
Yeah.
I don't have it to hand.
And just the hybrid committee and council meetings on the next page, on page 19. I take it doesn't mention about, and I don't know if it's somewhat separate, but the electronic voting, will that just be in the main chamber that's going to be developed? I think Vlad's taken that project, but I'm just wondering if it's included within the hybrid committee and council meeting rooms.
I think Lorna's wanting to answer that one, Sean. And if you've got any more, we'll let you continue, and Lorna will come in. Is that your last one, no?
Yeah.
Thanks, Sean. Yeah, the governance team are taking the lead on the specification, and my expectation is that through the work with elected members to decide what members want and how you want that as part of the modernisation of both the systems and the approaches to things like voting, which is it's not just a digital thing, it's obviously a procedural issue that members will want to determine themselves as well. So that's all part of the same approach.
Excellent. Thank you. Comfortable with that, Sean? Yep. David, did you have your hand up? No. You did? Sorry, I wasn't sure because up and went back down, so apologies for that. You should have been last. So you're next then, Councillor Denley. I think it is after that. David?
Hi, Graham. It's a message for question for you. Sorry. Is it going to be 4G or 5G? The system, is it? Are you going to go all 5G, or is it still going to run in the 4G system for your public Wi-Fi?
Public Wi-Fi will, sorry, through Chair, the public Wi-Fi will be provided through our corporate network with direct access to the internet, so it won't actually use mobile technology.
Right. Okay. Just one more question. I can vaguely remember it used to come up on your phone as public. That meant was that for members of the council? Was that system being used at one time throughout the town, or have I've got this wrong?
Sorry, I didn't catch the start of your question.
Oh, sorry. At one time, you went to your phone and for Wi-Fi, and it came up members as such. And I assumed that was council at one time. I don't know if that was or not, but it's not there now. Was there actually a system that ran throughout the town where you could actually use it in public places out with covering the town centre as such? Or am I mistaken? Thank you.
Again, through the Chair. No, it was within our council buildings. There was a members-only Wi-Fi option at one point. But that's now been integrated into the main corporate Wi-Fi.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks both to Councillor Slater and yourself, Graham. Councillor Denley, John?
Thank you, Chair. In regards to the report on page, sorry, John, what page number? Page 3. My apologies, that's the interpreter's error. It's in relation to the Life Connecting Work Service. Again, the interpreter might have picked that part up wrong, but it's page 3. And then also, as a separate point, page 9. Councillor Denny believes that the digital improvement will be crucial for loads of other wider services such as frontline services, I believe this has been raised in the past for external use, such as community council, any buildings or centres that they may use, because as I believe currently the standards there are very poor. And the reason that I ask is because obviously I use a video relay interpreter like we are using here today. And when I'm in another building, the internet access isn't that great. The speeds aren't up to an adequate speed for me to be able to access that type of service. And this would save me acquiring interpreters to travel into Breads of Scotland to attend a meeting with me. So yeah, I'm just thinking, is there any scope for potential improvement in other buildings that do look at frontline services as well? Just an overall digital improvement for all council buildings and buildings that councils or councillors would use, such as community halls, etc. And I'm thinking of the eco aspect of this as well. Not only that, but the winter's coming, so the dark nights are coming, and this having a better connection would reduce the need for people to have to travel to certain venues. So just that's my question. Thank you.
Graham, is that you?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think there's a number of aspects to that we're currently doing. The Wi-Fi upgrade will also upgrade the corporate Wi-Fi side of things, and it's being rolled out in conjunction with the new Swan network, Swan 2. That will give us increased capacity. It will be restricted to our council buildings and school buildings, though it won't be connected into community halls or anything like that. So that's I suppose a restriction. But to say it will focus on corporate buildings, schools, leisure centres, etc., and that will be increased bandwidth, obviously giving better, better bandwidth and better response times. So that will give us certainly a much better and a much more effective solution.
I'll just have a secondary question myself to John. I'll let you proceed, John.
If I could, sorry, thanks, Chair. If I could, how long is that a solution for? Because it sounds to me like it's a short-term solution, and since I've been elected, it's still been very much problematic. So I think this topic will be an ongoing thing, and of course the other buildings that I've mentioned are crucial for access needs, not just my needs, but for others and how they use internet connections. So that might be a short-term goal, but how long is the long-term goal, and what other establishments are you looking to improve?
The long-term aim is to have all council buildings enabled for public Wi-Fi and with better bandwidth. So as it's being rolled out along with the new Swan network, the target date for all the buildings is August 2024. And that should give sort of full provision of that type of access.
That's great, thank you. Thanks for that, Chair. Let's keep our fingers crossed.
Just a quick secondary question to that, Graham. See, at the last full council, we had a lot of problems. I'm not sure if it was the schools coming back at the time, but we kept dropping off in the main council hall itself. I wondered, will the work that you're looking to do by August 24, will that help improve that but specific problem, or is it something we need maybe fibre into the buildings, or was it a wider problem? But we did have a lot of trouble, people who were agile working, so to speak, but were remote working members as well, actually kept dropping off.
Yeah, Chair. I think the answer to that is that it should improve. Again, that there are local issues with some of the buildings and some of the connectivity. And if we can upgrade the connectivity through Swan to the main council buildings, then a lot of those issues should disappear. What we probably need to do is a piece of further work, and that the connection that comes into English Street is a single connection into English Street, and it's shared then by Kirkbank, Militia, Carruthers and so on as well. And it might be that we need to take a secondary look at that to make sure there's no bottlenecks on the network.
I appreciate that, Graham. I do appreciate that answer, because I think, especially with the planning department, which is what you're referring to, where they're downloading plans, so on and so forth, it can absorb a lot of bandwidth. So good to see that, even get some kind of, even if it's offline, update in the new year, how that's progressing and potentially even being tested and achieved, hopefully. Excellent, thank you. Do you need to answer that, Graham? So it comes from Hagman. Katie, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's a question that I've raised previously, I think, when we launched the strategy back in January 23, and that was, are we ensuring that there's mitigation for those people within our communities who are not able to access digital services? I was assured at the time that we would do a piece of work, because obviously we don't want anybody to be disadvantaged going forward. And I appreciate that when we agreed the strategy in January, I think it was a request at the time from Councillor Campbell, Dougie Campbell, that we would get regular updates or briefings. And I think the decision was taken to have 6 monthly updates. We'll appreciate we're actually having, I think, 5 monthly or 4 monthly updates, so we're actually having more of those. But would it be appropriate to get regular briefings, or are we happy to continue with 6 monthly updates, or are we looking to change those to a yearly update? It's just so we can monitor this going forward, because it's such a key aspect for the council. But my main question is, how are we ensuring that nobody's being left behind? I think it's absolutely crucial in terms of being inclusive. Thank you.
It's for you, David, I think.
Yeah, on the regular updates, I think it mentions in the paper that we'll also be giving a digital update in December. In terms of no one being left behind, an example would probably be one of the transactions we've done as part of the waste and recycling pilot project. So we've produced a new online transaction for the bulky uplift service for the very first time, but there still remains obviously the ability for customers to ring up the contact centre to get their bulky items uplifted. I don't know if you have anything to add, Graham?
No, I think that's a good illustrative example of how we're approaching it. I think you would agree, Dave, that that's a standard approach for us. It's about digitising it, but still having the option.
Thank you both for that. Katie?
Yeah, no, I appreciate the updates there. I think it's just such a vital piece of work going forward for the council that we do need to make sure we don't lose sight. I appreciate how challenging there are. It is for the directorate when we've got such huge agendas. It's really easy for things to fall off the radar, especially of elected members when we're trying to balance our own casework, etc. as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Katie. I appreciate that. We do have Councillor Beretti. Tony.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know if I missed this one, but on page 24, the learning management system, and I think there was mention of something going live by December. This obviously, or am I correct in saying this is for our staff to go through a betterment programme? And if that is the case, how is that actually being carried out? Is it being carried out at the place of work or at designated times? Because I know that a lot of people, certainly if they're part-time and they're heavily engaged in their tasks, might not be able to get the necessary time to do learning systems within the scope of what they could be doing if they're wanting to progress. So how does that work?
Graham?
Yes, Chair. It's a online learning management system predominantly, but there are opportunities to deliver courses or updates directly to staff. So it's going to be a hybrid system. The learning management system will manage the learning and record the learning, and allow us to report on all the learning, but it has the opportunity for staff to log in whenever they wish. And when we roll out our multi-factor authentication to the likes of frontline staff, for instance, they'll be able to do it from whatever device they would like, or whatever device they have to hand. So it will be very flexible. I think the easiest answer is it's a multifaceted system, and will provide us with the ability to allow connectivity whenever and from wherever, to give staff members the best opportunity to learn when it suits them.
Yeah, that's good. It's just one of the issues that you brought up there, whenever it suits them, but sometimes whenever it suits them means outside of their hours of employment, which means that they have to do that in their own spare time. And having, let's say, experience of doing online courses, that can actually take quite a bit of time. So how is that captured in the progress of that person's improvement?
Lorna will cover this, Graham. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
So just to reassure Councillor Barretti that any training and development staff are required to undertake largely would be undertaken within work time, and occasionally there's overnight stays if there's multi-day conferences or courses that they're attending, but largely anything that the council officer offers is within their working time, and there's release from their duties to do that wherever possible. And we would support staff in that. I think it's more about the accessibility of that at a convenient place, rather than necessarily travelling to attend courses that that could be delivered digitally to them as well. So I do hear your concern, but just to reassure that that's our approach, and certainly the deployment of the new system provides for staff and managers, and through HR itself to be able to monitor training and staff participation in that more clearly.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Lorna. Thank you, Tony. Members, I don't have anybody else, so we're happy to note the progress update on the digital strategy implementation plan up to the end of October this year, which contributes to the council plan delivery and supports improved customer service, financial sustainability and service efficiencies. That is a yes. Thank you very much. Right, item number 14. Just make sure I'm in the right place. So this is ICT, Business Systems Asset Class Capital Programme for 23-24 Monitoring Report. This report provides members with updated information on the ICT Business Systems Asset Class Capital Programme for 23-24 for the second quarter. Graham Markle again is here to answer any questions on this particular point. Members will open it up to yourselves for any questions. I'm getting a shake of the head at the moment. Looks like you might have an easy time here, Graham. I know Councillor Barretti, he's got a question. Tony?
Not in first this time. Cybersecurity, see that I'm not certain if that's been an increase over a long period of time or just 1 year, but that clearly is one topic or one aspect of our IT which is likely to increase as time goes on. So what's the thinking behind that?
Yeah.
Sorry, through the chair. You're absolutely correct. As time goes on, and the cybersecurity becomes much more difficult, there will be an increase in expenditure. However, at the moment, we're looking to stabilise that with the systems that we have in place. I think any increases in the future are likely to be minimal compared to what we're spending at the moment.
That last bit's a bit concerning, but I can imagine how much maybe we are spending. But yeah, thank you very much for that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Tony, for that. Councillor McFarlane, Andy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if Graham's perhaps the right person to answer this, but back in September we all got notification of a data breach. So riding on the back of Tony's last question, did we get to the bottom of that? Have we put safeguards in place to prevent that recurring again? And should members not be notified of the outcome of such things in order that we get the information that would help us make sure that perhaps we don't breach it, but we become aware of it, we see other people who may be acting in contravention of what would keep us all safe? Thank you.
Lorna's got to answer this one. Thank you, Lorna.
Thanks, Councillor McFarlane. I believe I understand we're probably talking about the same case. I'll ask colleagues to make sure that the follow-through that was advised to members does come forward. And there was, I think, commitments and discussions at the last full council in relation to this as well. So I don't believe it was an ICT data breach in the sense of cyber security, but there was information shared on systems. So just to confirm, we will speak to the colleagues who are involved and lead on that and ensure that that action's followed through.
Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. So we'll get an update in regards to that. I don't see any other members for what I can see. So we've been asked to note, I think it's 2.1 and 2.2, if we can do that. Thank you very much. Item number 15. Papers. Economy Resources. Revenue Budget Monitor Report 23-24. The period ended up to the end of September. This report provides members with an overview of performance against budget for the period ending 30th September for Economy and Resources. Tom Alder's here to assist any members with any particular questions they've got. Members will open up to yourselves. Nobody's rushing to the gates, as they say. I'll see if anybody's online. I don't think so. I think you've got a very easy time with this, Tom. Yeah, that's happened as the day goes in, the night's closing in. So we've been asked, it's a noting report, so we've been asked firstly to note that is estimate the economy resources will return an underspend stroke surplus, I would say, of 246k, as per the Appendix 1, by the end of the financial year, primarily due to the anticipated receipt of additional income as referred to in sections 4.1 to 4.2 of this report, and 2 is to note progress against the delivery of agreed savings applied to the Economy and Resources budget in 23-24 is reflected as per Appendix 2. Thanks very much, Tom, for being available for us. Tam, sorry. Got that wrong. Item number 16. Like a racehorse now. Space. Head of Services, 6-month assessment, 1st April 23, September 30th September 23, People and Transformation Service Plan. Members are asked to consider the Head of People and Transformation's assessment of the progress on delivery of the 2023-24 Service Plan for the 6 months up to September, 30th of September, I should say, 23. Mike Shepley's here to ask him, do any help members with any particular questions that they've got? Well, if we can code at this moment, the more responses usually. So we've been asked, firstly, to review the performance of the People and Transformation Services Plan for the period 1st April 23 to 30 September, as already explained, which includes Council Plan, delivery, Service Plan delivery, change and improvement activities, success measures, and service specific council-wide, including health and safety and local government benchmarking framework, and the management of risks within the services risk register as per Appendix 1 and 2 is to scrutinise the exception report and consider whether the actions proposed are adequate to improve any performance as per Appendix 2 and 3. That's to agree the proposed amendments in the current People and Transformation Plans as per Appendix 3. So we're not in 2.1. We scrutinise 2.2, and if we can agree 2.3, we'll move on. Thank you. At pace, to say the least. Number 17 is the Head of Service, a 6-month assessment, and it's for the 1st April this year to the 30th of September, the first 6 months of the financial year. Members are being asked to consider the Assessor and Electoral Registrations Office assessment of the progress on delivery of the 23-24 Service Plan for the first 6 months to the end of September this year. So we have Alec Clark is here to assist us. Welcome, Alec, to the meeting. This might be your quickest meeting you've ever had, the way things are progressing. But we'll Councillor Dryburgh look to ask the question. Thanks, Archie.
Yes, Chair, it's just on the exception report on the annual performance development review of staff again. Obviously, it's an important part of the council, this, and there's a lot of changes that the staff are going through with, re-evaluations and all that sort of stuff going on. There's issues regarding, consultations on making sure that we have the appropriate balloting places in Dumfries and Galloway. But I don't think it's a big department in the structure. I'm just wondering why it's so low on annual appraisals. It's the only exception report off the department, so it's just asking the question.
Actually, no, so I'm trying to stop it. It's Councillor Marsh. If you can hear us, Richard, your videos came on when you put your device down. You're on screen. If you can hear us, Richard, I'll just let you kind of sort that out. Unless somebody can do it online this end, just shut his video off and back to Archie's question. But Alec, if you can answer that, if that's okay.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the question, Archie. Most tasks that need to be undertaken for the year are actually down to myself, responsibility, especially for the valuation function. Those are posted in for going into the new year, but to also give a bit of confidence, especially with the number of trainee valuers that we now have at varying levels of their professional journey. We do have regular valuation catch-ups and one-to-ones with the staff, but really due to the whole draft revaluation process, revaluation 2023, major Barclay initiatives, the annual write-out with for self-catering, the message is that I haven't quite got round to carrying those out, but they will be carried out in the new year. But with the whole communication process that we have within the office, I do keep in touch with the staff on a regular basis to give you a bit of confidence there. But those will be undertaken in the new year. They're already progressed. They're already channeled into the diary, and most of them are with me as from a evaluative.
Thanks so much for that, Archie. I recently encountered using the service myself, and I thought it was excellent. Thoroughly encouraged with the level of service that I received from your department.
I'm glad to hear that, Chair, and thanks for the kind comments.
I know, it was really good, to say the least. And there was somebody who was undertaking training as well. No, excellent service. So we've been asked, 2.1 is to review, and 2.2 is scrutinise. Okay, item number 18. Thank you very much, Alec. Brace yourself, Steve. Let's see, let's get this 18. Head of Service 6-month assessment, 1st April 23 to 30 September 23. Members are asked to consider the Head of Economy and Development's assessment of the progress and delivery of the 23-24 service plan for the first 6 months to September, the end of September this year. Steve Rogers is here to assist members with any questions. Members, Councillor Marshall, you're first.
Thank you. Steve knows of the continual problem with regards to some of the plan applications due to shortage of resources, but it's on page 63. It just explains in how we're performing that we're starting to use agency contractors. I just wondered how long have they been in place, and how many there are, and where they're from. And also, kind of second question is there any light at the end of the tunnel with regards to successfully recruiting full-time staff? And then the other kind of question is linked to it, because that's on kind of legacy planning, but in the report that we've got back on the planning performance framework, I think the only red we've got is the stalled sites legacy cases. So that's we've currently got 61 cases, which is an increase from 40 from the previous year. I'm just wondering what triggers a legacy case. What's the definition of that, you know, in time period?
Chair, thank you. Happy to answer that last question first, which is 12 months. So once it hits 12 months, it becomes designated as a legacy case. In regard to the point about the performance on processing local applications, this is where we have had the significant ongoing issues, as members are aware of, and we've put in place improvement actions that include boosting capacity by bringing in external agency staff. So we've had agency staff in place for most of this financial year, so from kind of April, May time, but during the summer we also entered an outsourcing agreement with Capita. So that again significantly boosted capacity. I think between those two arrangements we've managed to put in place the equivalent of 4 FTEs of capacity. So what we're seeing now is that is starting to have an impact in terms of turnaround times, but it will take some time to work through the system, because one of the quirks, I suppose, of the way in which planning performance is calculated is that you only count when you've actually determined the application. So if they pick up a bunch of applications that have been sitting there for a long time and they then get issued and determined, they then get counted. So the figure dips to start with, and then it will pick up. With regard to recruitment, we've had a couple of sessions with our colleagues in HR and comms, and we're devising a kind of more proactive recruitment campaign that we're going to be launching in the new year. So we're looking at things like having embedded videos and supporting documentation and a microsite. So a number of progressive components to that to promote the region as a place to work and live, as much as to promote the career opportunities and all the things that are happening in Dumfries and Galloway and across the south of Scotland present really, we think, excellent career development opportunities for planners. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Steve. Sean, are you content with them answers? You want to expand? Yep, aye, no, good. Councillor Baretti, then Dryborough. It's Tony first. Tony, then Archie.
Yeah, page 54, Chair. Going on to page 55. And a wee bit on page 56. The failure to deliver agreed capital programmes, including economic development and non-schools property asset classes. Now, I know that there's a lot of stuff there, and certainly in the last column with the latest position. And it goes back to, I think, what we were on the climate group were thinking about is the rollout of renewable energy programmes and the impact that this is going to have. And I've noticed it further down. It says that point 8 on 55, PMO has now fully staffed clerk of works team. Now, does that clerk of works team, is he capable of assessing any renewable energy projects such as PV? Because that is the one area where we are going to have to look at installing more PV coming over the coming years. Once the market or the legislation maybe is somewhat more clarified by central government, because a lot of it isn't just evolved, a lot of it is reliant on central government giving us that framework. But and I suspect that I'm about to say the word PV because it is the simplest and quickest technology to roll out. So that is where we're needing this PMO to really know his stuff. There is a question there. Just in case, it is late and I'm getting tired.
I think we're all starting to feel the same way, but Steve, if you can interpret that question, please.
Yeah, I mean, the mitigation, which is what is set out in here in terms of that risk around delivering capital programmes, is that we have a fully staffed PMO in place, including clerks of works, and that's what we have. The skill sets that are required are under constant review, and as we develop different types of capital projects, we'll certainly ensure that those skills are embedded in the team to enable them to perform that role. Those installations would be carried out, as you know, by specialist contractors, but we would have a responsibility to have oversight of that, and that's what the PMO is there to do, and that's what it will continue to do. Thank you, Chair.
Steve, always give a member a chance to come back if they want to expand or make sure their question's been understood the way they want it to.
Yeah, it's that last bit, specialist contractors that I have a difficulty with, but I know full well that the market and our climate is changing. And I don't mean climate as in weather. It's where we get our energy from, and we're probably missing a component within our staff that they need. From my point of view, I would like to see someone who's actually capable of designing and delivering this type of technology, rather than relying exclusively on consultants.
See, just on the back of what you picked up on page 54, I think it's particularly looking at failure to deliver agreed capital programmes, including the economic development and non-schools property asset class, and you've got the risk factors against that, and you just picked up, I think it was in PV in particular, and it's microgeneration certified suppliers is what you've got to become accredited in which to install that in the first place. Taking that into consideration, the wider aspects, economic development, your role, Steve, but I've spoke to 2 or 3 electricians who are in business for themselves, and I've said, look, what would become an MCS certified? Not a chance, not interested, far too bureaucratic, and in real terms, no support for them. You just find it very difficult, and you've got an ongoing revenue cost on an annual basis, the level audit, whether it's Select or whoever it may be. I just wondered, going back to your point, so a microgeneration certified supplier, or MCS, is there anything that the council can do beyond kind of the scrutiny we're doing here? How can we support small businesses grow and thrive through that type of... It goes beyond MCS as well. There's quite a number of other businesses I could think about, but that's just one kind of reference point.
Yeah, Chair, and certainly that forms part of the work that we do in terms of local supply chain development, including holding seminars and meet the buyer events, as well as working with small businesses through our Business Gateway service to ensure that they get access to support and training that's needed.
Okay, thanks. My experience is it's probably a bit more like what Tony's thinking. My experience with the whole, but that's an offline conversation. Definitely, it's no within this meeting at this moment in time. Okay, have I got any further speakers? I have got Archie Driver. Councillor Driver, Archie.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. It's just to follow up on a question I asked at Leaders Panel about, the opportunity to get Steve to come round the groups to talk about the action plan to improve planning. Perhaps it's an appropriate time to go around the groups and just give an update on where we are with that.
Yep, happy to do that, Chair.
Okay, so we'll stick that in the recommendations, Archie. We'll put that in the recommendations, Steve, rather than just an action point, so it's clear. I think I feel appropriate. Better as a member seminar, it might lead to that on the back of that. So I don't think we have any other speakers. So we're being asked 2.1 to review, 2 to scrutinise, 3 to agree the proposed amendments as per the current economy and development service plan measures per Appendix 3, and 4 to note, and a 2.5 to ask that as per what you've just outlined, Archie, in regards to the improvement plan and how through the planning process, if Steve offers up the option to go around the political groups and present to them in regards to how that's progressing. Does that cover it? Yep, enough. I think, Steve, we've got that. Could have been an action, but I think it's explicit within the recommendation, and we've got that. Item number 19. We're getting there. number 20+4. Economy and Development Capital Programme. I think we've got some great updates here, Steve. I've not had a chance to speak to you, but it looks like we've got some really healthy announcements yesterday. This report provides members with details of expenditure within the Economic Development Asset Class Capital Programme to September 23 and a progress update on a wide range of projects and programmes. Members are also asked to agree to further approvals for expenditure allocations within the programme to advance key prospects. We've got Stuart McMillan and Melissa Gary. Sorry, I'm referring to you, Steve, but it's Stuart McMillan and Melissa Gary are here. But Lorna's wanting to say a few words first. Lorna?
Yeah, I think Sarah Jane has joined us online, and Stuart is still there, I think.
Excellent. Sorry, I just said so. It's Sarah Jane and Stuart. Melissa's not here, obviously. So I'll pass it over to. I'll open up to members first. Give me a second. Councillor Marshall.
I think with the welcome news yesterday about the success in the third round of the levelling up, I think 2.6 becomes a given now that we confirm that along with other projects. I'm just wondering as well, though, because it leaves the shortfall, but I'm wondering with the report also on the low carbon fund and Derek land investment programme, the update on that, would that probably be the final piece in the jigsaw for Annan Harbour project? And also as well, and I think I've asked this before, but I don't see carried forward unless it's been subsumed into some other work plan, etc. But we did allocate 50,000 for the development of a feasibility study for Victoria Halls. And I'm sure it was a capital at first, but then it was maybe included as work to be done by the Economic Development Department. And I'm just wondering, whereabouts will I see that? Because I think in a previous report I had to ask it to be included on the department plan as well. So that 50,000 still has not been committed towards that project.
Thank you, Sean, for that. Stuart, would that be yourself to come in on that, or is that Sarah Jane?
Well, I can certainly start with the Vacant and Derelict Land Investment Programme side of things, which is, you're absolutely right, Councillor Marshall, that it's, that submission, which I think the team are actually working on today, to get submitted tomorrow, will certainly help with the match funding for the harbour project, because as you might expect, there have been some changes to costs even in the year since the initial submissions were made for levelling up fund. So extremely, as you say, we're extremely pleased about the announcement yesterday, and we'll continue to build up that project in terms of other grant funding that can be brought in to help with that delivery. And of course, working with the Harbour Action Group on all of that. I don't know if Sarah Jane can add anything specifically about the feasibility study money around the Victoria Halls. She can. I'll pass to her. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you, Stuart. Thank you, Chair. Councillor Marshall, if you look in Block C of Appendix 1, you can see that there's an allocation for Annan vacant and underused buildings, rebus stages and business cases of £50,000. That's that allocation of funding that you're talking about there, rather than limit it to just the Victoria Halls in relation to the discussions that have been had around the regeneration plans in Annan, the master planning that's been done, that rather than limit that to one building, we thought to take a look at a strategic look across the various buildings and opportunities with Annan, that's what that funding's been allocated for, so that we can use it across those sites, but it is still there.
Comfortable with that, Sean? Yep, no, thanks very much to both of you for those answers. Do we have any further speakers? No, I've not any. So it's going back to the point that Sean brought up there, but 2.6 was to confirm that Annan Harbour Regeneration Project remains a priority and strategic economic investment, noting the indicative project as it goes forward. I think it's still relevant, but at the same time, I mean, I think a view for the local elected members and the briefings that we've had, that even the way it was creating a bit of stress in regards to this department trying to resource it and help, but this takes it to a completely different level of priority. So I'm just wondering, do we have the right or correct level of resource in which to support Ann Harbour as an organisation to make sure that these funds are brought in through the UK government, that they're expended in the right way, attract any further funding that's needed? I just would have got, with any recent briefings that I've had, I thought, well, actually, there's quite a bit of pressure because there's other priorities within it. I would say the Arndale South Ward in particular, but Annan, and Sean's even alluded to one of them in regards to how what's wanting to be progressed. So I think we could keep that to a degree. It remains a priority, but actually, have you got the resource and the resource, the human resource in particular that are there? Stuart? Oh, Lorna, sorry, I thought you were pointing at the screen. Lorna.
I'll let Stuart come in a wee second, but members will recall through the budget you did allocate money towards the Annan projects, 2 projects in Annan. So that money has been provided to the project to give them capacity. At that point, we were aware that the LUF 2 bid hadn't been successful, so it was about capacity building to look for other sources of funding. Although Stuart's team have continued to be really active in supporting the project, we now need to take some consideration about how we support them given the announcements on LUF 3. But largely the demands on that are around helping them realise the project and deliver the construction. If the council agrees that we can resubmit the bid and take advantage of the awarded funding. But I'll ask Stuart to come in on the specifics of that.
Thanks, Lorna. Stuart?
Yes, Lorna's making the point that I was going to make, that that offer of grant to continue the project management resource within the action group has been made, has been accepted, is being spent. So they certainly have that skilled person in place for a good while, and we will look at the capacity of the whole project going forward, right the way through delivery now. We will bring back some further detail to, I think we're drafting a quick report to full council for next month, just on the announcement, and we'll bring back further detail to committee after we have gone through the project review process that the UK government is asking us to do, just to confirm the grant award. And we'll be looking at things like delivery in terms of the capacity of the group and where it fits in our own work programme and the capacity of my own team and that of others. So you can be, I think, I just want to sort of assure committee that these things will be in our minds as we review the announcement and the implications of the award for us.
Thank you. It's great to hear that coming back to full council. Councillor Ferguson, then Barretti, then yourself, Sean, as a second time speaker. Andy?
Thanks, Ian. Thanks for letting me in. Just a couple of things, and I appreciate the report is kind of historical and that it takes you so long to write it and prepare it and everything else and for it to be printed. But I'm looking at 4.3.10 and also the bit about the Let's Get Sporty extension thing going to stage 2, right? Which is good news that it's been selected for that. But I noticed at 4.3.3, the deadline is the 10th of November 23. We're way past that deadline, and we're talking about 4.3.9. Work is underway to develop a stage 2 bid. So if the bid is supposed to be in by, was that again the 10th of November, where are we with that project?
Stuart, are you happy for me to give detail here? The Regeneration Capital Grant Fund deadline was the 10th of November, and indeed the Let's Get Sporty bid was submitted within that time frame. You'll notice from the report that the decision was made not to take forward the Kellohome project at that time. So we met the deadline for the Regeneration Capital Grant Fund application for Let's Get Sporty in Dumfries. The application for vacant and derelict land for the Annan project, the deadline for that was the 17th of November, but a small extension has been negotiated, given that we now have quite an updated set of information to provide to the Scottish Government through that application, and so that extension has been granted for the next few days, and we will get the bid submitted within that time frame. So the Scottish Government is aware they've negotiated an extension, and we are completing that work at this time.
Sounds like a
Can
good
I come
answer.
back in?
Right, go on, Andy. Yep.
Yeah. Just to follow up on that then. So maybe it's just me not reading it properly here, but like for example, I know the NHS can't build the building unless they've got the revenue to run it, right? Do we have the revenue for Let's Get Sporty Lockvale Extension Project? You know, where do we go with that? You know, when they come knocking at the door and saying, well, we've got this brand new bit here, it's all been done with this RCGF funding, but now we've got a problem with revenue. Where do they go? How, you know, I mean, there's. I'm not against a wee bit of forward thinking and a wee bit of vision here and all the rest of it. But the practicality is you need revenue as well as capital. Does the bid allow them to put a revenue stream in or not?
I'll answer this one through you, Chair, if that's okay. It's a very good point, Councillor Ferguson. And in this specific instance, if this is a capital expansion of the facility, and it is going to enable the organisation to create some more income in the space that it has, and that income will not only sustain the extended facility, but also help to cross-fund the programmes that it delivers from it. So actually, in this particular instance, this is actually all about the generation of revenue so that they can consolidate their own operational model. And all of that is well expressed within the justification for the delivery of the capital project and the award of the capital grant. So it's a sustainable project, is our belief. And I was just going to add one small point to Sarah Jane's comments about the timescales and the submissions of the applications, which sometimes are out of step with committee cycles, etc. But should we be awarded the money from either of these funds through Scottish Government, we would be reporting back to committee and asking for committee's approval that we accept the funding award and then become the accountable body for the delivery of the projects through the project partners that are involved.
Thanks for that, Stuart. Andy, that sounds like an appropriate answer, and you'll get a second bite of the cherry if required.
No, that's fine. That's brilliant. Thanks very much. Good answers. Thank you.
Excellent. No, they were excellent. Thank you. I don't think we've any other speakers. Claire, you're aware of? I've not picked up an MD either, so we've been asked to note 2.1, Oh, sorry. Who is it? Actually, Sean. Councillor Marshall?
No, it was really just to kind of give recognition to the project delivery team, because I did mention in an early report about there had been resourcing issues, you know, and for a team, I'm not sure the size of the team, but to be 3 down, I know it's good news in 4.2 that, you know, we will be up to full complement in January 2024, because I remember seeing, although the names changed, I remember seeing that one of the projects in Annan, as well as 2 or 3 at the top of the page, were delayed because of resourcing issues. So apart from that, though, you know, the amount of projects that are being progressed, you know, Annan Harbour's probably an example of to a successful level. It just, you know, and all the borderland stuff and things like that. So I'm not sure how many are in the team now when it's up to full complement. I don't know if if you've got that number, but it's really just to commend the fact that they've had to work through that with 3 people down in the team.
Mm-hmm. Well said, Sean. It's absolutely right, and that's probably where my question came from initially, was that level of stress that's on the department. Stuart, you probably have numbers that you could put to Sean's question.
Yeah, there's 5 in the team, Councillor Crothers, and I medal a bit as well. So we have a bit of capacity. So with 3 down, it was half. We were down to half numbers, but as we've got 1 of the vacancy filled and two to start in January.
I think that's back up to 5 or up to 8, Sean's asking.
back up to 5.
Oh, well, there you go. That's important information towards the budget process. Here we go. No, Sean's apologising for complaining. Now it's a realisation of the level of resource that you've actually got. That probably goes for us all, actually, doing Sean. So I've got 2.5, I think we got, so we noted that as well. There wasn't any further speakers. Councillor Brett is wanting to come in. We're at 2.5, Tony.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm just going through page 425, Upper Nithsdale, Kellyholme Skills and Innovation Centre. I'm reading that it's got to a certain point, but there's clearly it's been impacted by what the wording here is, cost inflation. So how much of that? Because I don't believe that they're actually at any building stage. So it's obviously that once they've done the design work, they're seeing that any figures that they had originally have been are going to have to be adjusted. But also it also says in 437 about the site needs to acquire site from 2 different groups, Brown Brothers and Wheatley Group. So looking at this overall, how much are we looking at a delay in this progressing, either from the acquisition, which they need to go ahead, which obviously needs the project to go ahead, and also the re-evaluation of the costings of putting the project up?
Would that be yourself, Stuart, would answer that?
Yes, thanks very much. So, Councillor Beretti, yes, it's a project that has been in gestation for a long, long time. It is a significant undertaking for the Development Trust. So we're nurturing them and nurturing that relationship with them through all of this. It is a very fundable project through Regeneration Capital Grant Fund and through the Borderlands growth deal. But they do need to take some quite brave decisions about the way forward and the way forward that the trustees are happy with. That includes taking up early land ownership as an early commitment to the project, and without that, it really doesn't. Without that, it is really not possible for us to advance the RCGF Stage 2 application. That really needs to be in place. So they are at that point where they're looking at that at these delays, what that means for cost inflation in the project, what other options they have to deliver the same outcomes in terms of a skills centre for the place, but maybe through a rescoped project. So there's quite a lot of work still to be done, and there's a lot of things still on the table for them to consider. And we and our colleagues in SOS also are working really closely with them and advising with them appropriately to try and develop the project and get something delivered in the place. But I would not be surprised if the project may take a slightly different direction when we look at that rescoping of the centre as it currently stands.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Interesting to see with progress, because clearly this is indicative of what other groups might find going forward if price pressures and inflation pressures keep hitting project costs.
Well, thanks very much for that one, Tony. Involved with a project myself at this moment in time, coming up against that exact same pressure, and it is very real. It's maybe 2 or 3 years away. It's a rather large project, but that cost inflationary uplift is eating into the potential funding strategy at an incredible rate. So I think we've got 2.5, 2.6. Is that another hand up? Is it? Right, Katie, I'm going to give you the last shout in this. I'm not going to take anybody else after you. That's a promise. Up comes with Hagman.
No, I appreciate that, Chair. Thank you. I'm just wondering if there's a huge amount in this report. We could probably spend, if this had been at the start of the agenda, I would imagine we'd probably be about 2 hours on this one by the time we sort of dug deep into all the different projects that we'd like to. I note that in Appendix 3 on page 441 references Borderlands projects, and I appreciate that we're not necessarily leading on some of those. And we don't get any information on them. I know, for instance, Star of Caledonia, we're not getting involved with that. That's not our project. It's one completely separate to the local authority, which I think would be good to confirm. The Seven Staines facilities improvement, again, it's Forestry and Land Scotland, but is there any opportunity for us to lead into this? I'm just conscious of the Seven Staines being a specific asset that's within Dumfries and Galloway, and it notes that Dalbeattie is being prioritised. Now, I'm not going to argue against that one because I think Dalbeattie is one of the few sites without a cafe, etc. But it would just be quite useful to know, why was Dalbeattie prioritised in that going forward? What was the rationale for that? And then just as to say, while we're in Dalbeattie, we've referenced the Luff bids and George Hotel is mentioned in here. Obviously, the marine waterfront is part of the Borderlands, but there's not been any update to the Jocks on Wheels project, and maybe I've missed that, but there's no mention of it at all. Where are we with that project? Is it progressing, or is it nothing to do with the local authority? I mean, I would have thought we would have had updates, but I can't see it in the report at all. Thanks.
Stuart, would you like me to?
I was going to say.
Yes, thanks, Chair. I'll start with the Seven Staines one, and then it's very fortunate that we've got Sarah Jane on the call because she is the direct contact with the Rocks and Wheels project. So on the Seven Staines side of things, Councillor Hagman, so the discussions that we have had with Forestry and Land Scotland still include all of the facilities, and they have made a commitment now to do site master planning at all of the Seven Staines centres across Dumfries and Galloway, and develop an investment programme from that. So that would include Carrochtree, A Forest, and maybe. The reason that Dalbeattie is being prioritised is that it's a site that they can mobilise spend on quickly and within the cost profile that has been envisaged for the Borderlands investment. And secondly, yes, it does lack some of the core facilities that others have. So the trailhead, as they call it, the trailhead facilities in terms of cafe, shower facilities, changing facilities, etc. So they are they do feel there's a justification for the selection of Dalbeattie in that. But they will master plan all of them, and that master planning work includes a lot of community engagement and user engagement at each of those centres. So over the next couple of years, all of that work will be done, but Dalbeattie probably being prioritised in terms of the development of a business case for the Borderlands investment. As I say, Sarah Jane will have the update on Rocks and Wheels in Dalbeattie. I'll hand to her.
Thank you, Stuart. Thank you, Chair. Yes, there is a brief update provided within Appendix 2. Councillor Hagman, you'll see that the table provides small updates regarding each of the projects and a RAG rating within a table. But at the moment, the project has completed REBA Stage 3. So planning permission applications were recently submitted to the planning department. At the moment, the design team has commenced with REBA Stage 4 detailed design. So that's compiling building warrant applications, completing the final detailed design so that they can progress to tender package. An updated, at the end of REBA Stage 3, an updated cost plan and programme was submitted to ourselves, to the group, Rocks and Wheels, and that again has been communicated to the Levelling Up Fund team at DLUC to keep them appraised of project progress. The team have taken the decision to split the construction contract so that they can progress with some demolition works and let the later contract later on in the sort of mid-months of 2024. So things are progressing at pace. The big next milestone will be receipt of planning permission, but the project is developing nicely and we are keeping LUC up to date with our progress.
All sounds good, Katie. You okay with that?
Yeah, that's helpful to know. I guess my sort of two point or 2 comments really. Stuart, don't forget Glenshule is also a Seven site as well in Ward 2, which is the most outstanding place for mountain biking in Dumfries and Galloway. And also in terms of the Rocks and Wheels and the Luff, have we been able to draw down funding on that? Is that being fully funded, or are we having to upfront the costs and then we'll get that back later? Have we got funding to progress at pace?
The Levelling Up Fund payments have been, the first payments have been provided to the council.
Thank you.
Excellent, thanks so much for that. Questions and answers. So any other further questions or points would just be on the recommendations we go forward. Don't unless it's on the actual, it's probably just a statement in regards to, is it specific to the recommendations we go forward? We've agreed up 2.5, remember?
Yeah, you've got ahead of you. It's on page 446, right at the bottom, energy consumption, BMS, battery management systems. Now, we'd like to know where they are. Sorry? Right. But I'm just wondering, Chair, is it not about time that in the glossary of terms, and I know it's not here, but we actually have another table of glossary of terms with technical terms, because there's quite a lot of people will not know what these terms are.
Okay, we'll look at that. Touch base with you after the meeting, but that was on the next report. We still have another one to go. So 2.6, I would move as an amendment just to confirm that Annan Harbour Regeneration Project remains a priority strategic economic investment. Can I stop there, if that's appropriate? Yep. 7 is agree that up to 70k from existing allocations in the Economic Development Capital Programme agreed by this committee in June 23 can be formally offered as a grant to the Stove Network to fund the creative placemaking community engagement project as set out in paragraphs 4.3.17 to 4.3.19 and to note 2.8. Excellent. Item number 20. That's all right. Incorrect, Alice. It's not the people, is it? No, that's what it said in here. My 20's gone, I think. No matter, I'll pick it up for here, for the paper itself. The Properties, Building, Other Asset Class Capital Programme, the report approved by the Head of Economy and Development. Reason for this report is in line with the Council's Capital Financial Code and quarterly report, and this paper presents members with the net spend position to the end of the year of September, that is, for the financial year 23-24. The report covers the property, buildings, other asset classes, programmes for the projects. We've got 6 recommendations here, members. It's Paul McCulloch that speak to this one, so members have got any particular questions or points. So we've got 2, we've got Councillor Marshall, then Beretti for yourself, Paul. But Sean, you first.
Yeah, I'll sound like a parrot with this one, but because I did see the recommendations in the agenda that was published last week, and I did raise it at FPT, and I did get some guarantees from Paul. It's just in relation to obviously the rack that's been found in Annan swimming pool. I noticed in the report under 4.4, it says that the whole of the council's non-school estate has now been checked. I'm just wondering, Paul, how confident are you that they won't find anything else in any other buildings? But also, and I appreciate it's only a week since I raised this, but is there any idea of estimated cost for the repairs that will be required at Annan swimming pool, and any kind of time when it would start the project?
What about you, Paul?
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Sean. So, to answer the first part of your question, I'm 100% confident that we won't find rack in any other building within the estate. We carried out a very robust process. First, a desktop survey of all our buildings, and that was including extensions of a certain age, because we know that rack was installed in buildings of a certain age, and then there were buildings that we considered possibly had rack, and in order to understand that, we had to fully investigate and open up these buildings to get into the structure as such to identify it. So 100% confident that we've caught all the rack across both our schools and our non-schools estate.
In terms of estimated costs for Annan, no, I don't have that figure yet. The engineers are still looking at what we need to do at Annan. What they've identified is that there are no immediate safety concerns. If there's any initial remedial work required, they'll come back and report on that. But at this stage, I don't have costs.
Thank you. Sean saying thanks. Paul, thanks so much for that. Just on that question, if it's aerated concrete, I've built an awful lot of blocks that aerated concrete. I've never actually seen any detriment to that myself, so that probably confirms with what you're saying there, Paul, in regards to very little chance, I think, of van and pool. Maybe it's the dampness that does it, that it triggers it, is the trigger point, but of any potential failure. So who have we got next? Thanks you, Councillor Baretti, then Councillor Drysdale.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies for I got ahead of myself in that last question, but I think you've captured what I was wanting to say about the BMSs and you know, maybe starting a new category of technical terms that would help councillors in the future, because we're going to encounter quite a few of these technical terms going forward, and it would be useful not to just see 3 letters.
Okay. You any comments, Paul?
No, I'll certainly take that on board, Chair. Just in terms of the building management systems, the question was asked of where we've installed these. So quite important part of our energy reduction sort of campaign, we've had quite a lot of the building management systems that have been at end of life. So we've replaced all of the BMS systems in our PPP schools, and we've replaced a considerable number across the rest of the schools estate. We've also replaced some BMS systems in some of our larger sort of leisure buildings. So, and that's a rolling programme of work to bring our BMS systems up to date. And what we're doing with that is we're bringing cloud-based BMS systems online that allow us here within property estates and programmes to control the systems themselves. So rather than having remote systems that are on site, we're bringing that all back into a central point for management.
Thank you very much for that, Paul. Looks like Tony's content with that. Councillor Triber.
Thanks very much, Chair. And it's about the whole of the council's non-school estate. I mean, there are buildings that are on long-term lease through the community asset transfer system. And I'm talking about Richard Greenhouse Centre for one, but we've got responsibility for wind and watertight and making sure things are in place. Paul, I'm wondering if there has been any sort of surveys done on those that are on long-term lease from council. And I've got a second point here, is that same point, Richard Greenhouse Centre. It's a Category B listed building, so I'm presuming there's no rack in it because it was built that long ago. But we've been waiting for information back on a planning application for replacing the front doors. The team that run it, the Gretna Day Centre that run it, I mean, you got parochial last report, I'm getting parochial this report, are going to pay for it, but they need a planning application. It's supposed to be the council that puts a planning application in. Are we any further forward with that?
I think that's absolutely appropriate. Paul?
So thanks, Chair, and thanks, Archie. So first point, condition surveys on leased buildings. Yes, we do. Survey all of our buildings for condition, leased through whichever method has been sort of chosen at a point in time. With regards to the particular question on the Richard Greenhouse Centre, I don't have that information to hand, but I'm certainly happy to go away and come back to you on that matter.
If you don't mind, actually, I think it's probably, if you include all local members in particular, because I know you have all been working on that, and I think the recommendation for the planning, the type of door they're wanting in comparison to what the recommendation for planning, there might be a conflict here. But certainly that's for, I think all of them, they've all been working on that, so it's appropriate that they see that information. Paul. Right, I don't think we've got anybody else. So, 2.1, note, the financial...
Sorry, Ian, sorry, I thought I'd put something in, but I hadn't pressed the wee arrow to speak. Can I just a very quick couple of questions, yeah?
Go on then we'll finish up. Okay,
thanks very much. Fairly straightforward, I would suggest. The the issue with the Thistle Grove Travellers site, the fencing works, I'm assuming, Paul, that's the emergency work getting done to stop the kids getting knocked down by cars and stuff. And as such, it would be done as an emergency. Would that be right? That's the first question. And then I picked up something you said there about PPP schools or PPP buildings. Is there no way that we can actually go back to the people who we are paying an absolute fortune for to recover some of the cost? Or it might be a legal question you may have to go away and come back with, but if you've got that at your fingertips, that'd be really helpful.
Paul, I'll let you answer that question.
Yeah.
I've got a different understanding for Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, so first question, Thistle Grove Travellers site. Yes, absolutely. That fencing is a health and safety requirement, and it was put out to tender. The tenders came back, and the tenders were analysed. They were just not value for money. So that exercise has been done again quickly, working with procurement colleagues to try and widen the net to get a competent contractor to come and do that. With regards to the PPP schools, so perhaps I wasn't explicit about how those systems had been installed. Those are installed at the expense of the PPP provider. So they've done that as part of the contract and as part of the sort of life cycle maintenance. So that perhaps explains that issue as well.
Thanks, that was my understanding. But Andy, just to make sure.
Ian, thanks very much, and thanks for the answer, Paul. That's perfect. Thank you.
Excellent. Right, and definitely have no further speakers this time. Not got to take any either. So 2.1 is note the financial and physical progress of projects within the property buildings other asset class programme, which is currently forecast to spend the full allocation of the £4.665 million as reflected in appendices 1 and 2. 2.2 is to approve the budget increase to the Ryan Centre project as identified within paragraph 4.3. 2.3 is to agree the project variances across the programme as identified within Appendix 1. Just double check. 2.4 is to agree the new projects as detailed in paragraph 4.2 and further agree that these will be funded from allocations across the programme. 2.5 is to note the current projected overcommitment of the budget, and this will be managed through the remainder of the financial year with further reports to members should this be necessary as reflected in paragraph 6. And 2.6 is to note, double checked, is to note the whole of the council's non-school estate has been checked for installation and reinforced autoclaved aerated concrete rack, with part of Annan swimming pool being the only building affected as identified in paragraph 4.4. That's it, members. Couldn't that we've covered that? Excellent. Thanks very much for your endurance and persistence and endeavours to see this out to nearly 5 o'clock and get edgy shot at 5 o'clock. Much appreciated for both members' times, in particular, I think, in this occasion, officers' times, because that's a big day for them, and I wasn't expecting to be just as long as that. But no, thanks so much. We'll see you at the next meeting, the 30th of January. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.